search and destroy. You want to see a little bit more for him, but I feel like at the end of yesterday, you know, in those maps they were clutching up, he was playing a lot better. And again, maybe that's what he needed. I know this is his first LAN on this team. Optics is always expected to do well, but to do it in front of this crowd as well, I'm sure the nerves were there.
Yeah, I'm sure it's just one of those things where you learn over time as a player, it becomes less nerve, and nerves are more like you're harnessing the power of the crowd, right? Like you look to just encapsulate everything that is going on, use that to your benefit, but I'm sure it takes time. You know, when you're first up there, I don't care if they're the ones rooting for you. It's got to get you a little bit jumpy. It's just got to.
Yeah, and on the other side for Fellow, this is kind of a guy who's sort of transformed himself, right? He was in the league, then was this sort of cracked submachine gun player, then out of the league, had to transform into this slower AR where the challenge, you know, in challengers, he was being very, very successful, and now he's back to a spot, but a lot different. He has transformed himself. I'm being told it looks like the lobby is getting going, and we hopefully on our third attempt we're good to go.
Third time's the charm, Joe. We're getting into this one. I got a feeling.
I hope so.
I
see the maps loading up. All right, there's the music. There's the flyover. I'm looking at the names. I see all 8 names, baby.
All right.
Let's get freaky.
Woo! Get our Michael Phelps on. Get swimming.
But you see right here, it's just sort of a tale of two different stories. For Optic, great rotation team, not great at holding. On the other side for Florida, they are very strong at holding down these hard points, but they do not win the rotation very often. We'll see if that's how it's going to play out. I think that map yesterday with Optic and London, it was just so back and forth. But map number 1, here we go.
Time to battle. Is Shotzi from the depths looking to take the fights up mid-map. We hop out to the sky cam to give you eyes from the sky, and it's kills from Optic early on. Shotzi and Ghosty that are able to line them up. Dashy just staying up. Ghosty is piecing early. That's going to be 3 for him. And time into the hard point, still controlling that right side of the map. Things looking good so far for Optic Texas.
I mean, they flipped right away, actually, behind those 4 kills. They're able to get the spawns that they want for P2. Now you have who? Blocking down the spawns. He's able to find a kill on rotation. Shotzi's got another one. Really, the last player alive is Havoc, and they're hunting him, right? This is the comms that we're sort of talking about. Havoc, the last player alive, we have to find him, check the water routes. Havoc is spotted. Now he's just waiting for the rest of his team to get there, but a nice 20-point lead here for Optic.
Yeah, these water routes, like they've just been looking for him. He's just swimming,
just
poking out of holes, finding kills, continue to find peaks, but there, he's going to get dropped. They're able to take him out, now start to get into position. It's going to be Big Capital that's able to win one gunfight from up top. Now we'll take a look at the minimap. The collapse is going to start to come in. You've got everybody here from Texas looking to lock this down. Only 1 point on the board so far for Mutineers.
And we just talked about the rotation. Just not a great rotation team is this Florida squad, but can they get in the hill? Get a break. Fellows able to find 2. Now can they lock it down? And well, Dashy, he was pushed out. So the final 30 seconds, the spawn's going to go the way of Florida. It looks like Optic might take one more shot at this. Just get them off the hill time, focus on the rotation. That's what Ghosty's doing over at P3.
Yeah, and a pretty solid break. The sense like 30 seconds left. You know, it's not like a super late in the hard point where you're punishing yourself on rotation. You get a nice chunk of time. They'll leave about 30 seconds. Now it's going to be Deddy out and straight into the waters below. Is Shotzi got one in front, pistol out, not quite able to connect. Gonna look for another round.
Yeah, he's able to spot Havoc, but at least you spot him, right? He's going to have to switch it up. And now Shotzi, he's going to jump on through, just try to spot anything through the front. But so far, so good here at P3. The fact that you have them spawning so far front side is going to buy your team so much time on the hill. Doesn't allow those spawns to get wonky near the back. But Fellow with that kill, a nice opener. That's going to start the first push here for Florida.
Shotzi, though, able to win it up to 9-3. Fantastic start for him. Hunting for one more, looking for the angle. Finally able to find it as he gets into double digits. Where's the next battle? He wants to soar, but it's Havoc that's able to shut it down. Instant trade there from Hook, and a lovely snap onto the second player. Third, give me that. As Hook keeps
Allez,
on
on est parti.
Okay, so far so good, I think, here for Optic, right? You win both rotations to P2, P3. You get most of that early time. You built yourself up before.
Voyons voir comment ça joue un peu là chez les pros là.
Now it's for Florida. It's right at this P4. You have a nice setup.
Bon, les gars ils sont au Texas, hein. Il y a de l'ambiance, hein. Je sais pas si vous entendez, mais putain.
Bien. Optic gonna push through dome side and try to get towards the back and really disrupt this team.
So
On voit comment ils tempo. Les 4 ils sont au top, enfin au... Les 4 ils sont au machin. Il y a un petit léger décalage, mais bon, c'est pas grave, on s'en fiche. Je sais pas pourquoi il y a un petit léger décalage. Hop. Si on fait en 60 images par seconde, ça doit être bon normalement.
Double positive is Shotzi on this P5 rotation. So all the way in the back. It looks like Fellow's locking this down for now. Well, he's going to get taken down, but he has the help of his duo and Dashi inside of the hill will be Hook for now. But Florida, they're just focused on the spawns, trying to deal with him. But Hook, he's just going to get on the hill, win that gunfight, and try to disrupt this setup here from Florida.
Il a pris le point. Ils ont un silence de mort. Ils sont tous en silence de mort, hein. Il n'y en a aucun qui met... Il y en a aucun... Ça joue pas au trophy. Hein. Ah si, là ça joue trophy. Ok. 99 à 73 quand même. Et ça joue quand même Vaznek et l'attaque. Hein. Dommage.
They're going to find the rest of that time, build the lead up all the way to around 50 to 60 points, the largest so far throughout this map number 1.
You take the first hard point out of it, right? Like the 38 to 1 start or whatever it was. Since then, it's been relatively even. You get this up to 50,
là, il y a le point qui est là, ok. Il a bien tempo quand même. Hein. Il sait qu'il y a du monde qui va arriver. Ce point là il est vraiment compliqué à prendre. Hein. Ok, donc ça peut péter dans l'eau les grenades. Ok. Tu l'as vu.
It looks like Hukto's trying to find it. Hook, he's on top of it, not able to win the gunfight, but that allows his team to know, hey, we got to get to the back while the rest of Florida are going after the scrap time.
Ouais, ça joue bien là. Vaznek est à 56 quand même. Hein. Dommage. Franchement, s'il ne serait pas rattrapé, c'était bon. Ouais, on entend les communications, bien. Vous savez qu'ils jouent tous manette hein, quand même. Hein. Je sais pas par contre la plateforme, mais ça joue corner. Hein. Manette, hein, pardon, excusez-moi, n'importe quoi moi. Oh, ah ils sont au Texas, hein. Il y a du public derrière. Hein. Vous les entendez, hein. Putain, il y a de l'ambiance les gars, il y a de l'ambiance. Ce serait bien de montrer un peu les classes quand même qu'il peut y avoir. Franchement, ce serait cool. Ouais, ça tape Vaznev et TAC 56 quand même. Hein. Oh, oh les gars. Ah il est bon. Hein. Putain. Ah ouais, il est pas mauvais lui, hein, putain. Ça joue fort. Je suis en train de regarder juste le retour. Ouais, c'est bon, on m'entend. Tac. Ah, ils sont en train de mener quand même là les optiques. Après ils sont chez eux hein. Mais quand même putain, ça joue bien. Lui il est là vraiment. Oh, ça lag. On n'a pas vu l'action, ça a gueulé. Dommage. Oh, bien joué. Je savais même pas qu'on pouvait grimper là, wesh. Comment il a fait pour grimper là, lui?
But so far, so good here for Optic. 3 gonna go down. Brack now the last player alive, just gonna try to disrupt this setup, but with this 50
Ça va faire ton
lead
back.
right back into it, you find these 25 seconds, you are close to winning this map number 1.
Just about to get over that 200-point mark. So far, so good. Gunfight after gunfight. It's Hoop that continues to line them up. My guys been making the plays. Spawning out, it's going to be Mutineers on the rotation. The first guy there is going to be Shotzi, then from Optic that's looking to find the fight. He's able to take the
On n'a pas ça en France. Il n'y a plus, du moins. On n'a même plus d'équipe. À l'époque, il y avait l'équipe française, mais là, il n'y a plus. Là, c'est fini. Ça n'existe plus, ça maintenant.
Hook and Shotzi, the ones finding kills on the Optic side.
And this is what happened the first rotation, right? Optic, they just played from the hill, but that will be 3 dead as Fellow able to find 2. The team nade comes in, but Optic, they get the close back spawns. And well, behind that 2-piece from Ghosty, that's going to be a work collapsing. Let's try to win this 2v4 quickly. And now it's all down to Capsule.
Ah, dommage. Ils sont arrivés à 2 là-dedans. Il était tout seul, le pauvre.
And Shotzi finds the final 2 members from Florida.
You just spawned so close to that backside.
Dommage, il a tué son mate. Pardon. Ça joue bien, hein, franchement. Tu vas l'avoir, tu vas l'avoir, tu vas l'avoir, tu vas l'avoir. Ah, il a fait le tour. Ah, il avait plus de balles, le pauvre. C'est pas grave.
Playing so far as like that old school anchor to make sure they have spawns for P2. This is the chance for them.
28-15, hein, putain. 31 sur le point, 28-15, il est bon lui.
Just try to win it here, put the pressure on Florida. But Havoc was doing a very good job around that hill.
Shotzi can't find the opening through the water route. Hook is just playing right outside the point. He gets tagged up. I didn't even know how he gets down one. I thought he was dead to rights, but he's able to pick one.
Ce point là il est vraiment casse-couille. Hein. Je l'ai moi je joue hein, et franchement ce point c'est vrai qu'il est vachement casse-couille. Ouais, je pense pas qu'il voulait faire ça mais bon c'est pas grave. Ça c'est mon move ça. Venir par derrière comme ça, tac tac, dans la flotte. Ça passe tout le temps. Ok, il passe par là.
Wants to see another hard point. So far, so good from Mutineers. Shotzi stun out, not going to connect. Lovely shots though in the outskirts to take down Fellow. With the 2 dead, this should be the collapse. Here comes the push inside. Now they're gonna fall.
Dommage.
One more player here. The trade is through.
Ouais, ils sont attaqués là. Une seconde. Ça gueule hein. Vous avez vu comment ça gueule? Ah, ils sont chez eux hein. Putain. Je sais pas la plateforme vraiment. Je sais qu'ils sont sur manette. Ils sont sur PS5 en fait, hein, vu qu'ils donnent des manettes PS5. Donc en fait ils sont sur PS5, d'accord. Putain, 18-21, 29-17, 22-22, 28-22. Et en face... Oh, ils sont un peu... Ouais, ça, de toute façon ça s'est ressenti sur le score, hein, enfin le score de fin. Même s'ils sont bien remontés hein, quand même, hein, bien. Hein. Putain, le temps de contest. Ah, bien. Hein. C'est dommage. Je regarde, hein, je regarde, mais... Ah, c'est les meilleurs moments. En vrai, j'aimerais bien savoir les classes qu'ils mettent parce que putain, des fois ils te mettent des trucs, mon pote, tu sais pas d'où ça sort. Mais vraiment.
This is just gross. This is gross right here. Like, you should be doing that. Have it just right out of that window. The headshot comes in.
Ah, ils sont pas mal, hein.
From there, from that moment, they never really gave up this
Ils ont fait de beaux trucs, ils ont fait de beaux trucs.
Played a very well controlled game. We're winning the hill.
Je regarde moi juste ma rediff. Ok, ça marche. J'arrive. Hop, vu que là c'est la rediff. 30 secondes.
Yeah, so we're going to hotel, which this Optic team has not played all year long, and I think the reason is what Florida has shown on Forge's Search and Destroy. What we saw yesterday, they're probably thinking, let's not play that map. So we're going to a hotel search. It hasn't been the best map for the Florida Mutineers. They've really struggled with those first bloods on this map, but you don't really have VOD to go over if you are the Florida Mutineers. So we'll see what Optic has. Obviously, you're scrimming it, you're playing it, but in official matches,
En vrai, c'est pas mal, hein. Ça joue et tout, hein. Bien. Hein. Alors il y a peut-être un petit lag là, je sais pas pourquoi, mais pourquoi ça lag? C'est tout. Ok. J'ai un petit drop. Je sais pas pourquoi.
Optic put on an incredible event. It was a blast last year, just trying to upgrade it and improve it every way they can this year. It's been a joy.
Yeah, I mean, over here you have the challengers.
Yeah, bon, ça revient.
Just so many activities. If you are a fan, but the big thing they're here for is to watch this team on this stage. And yeah, it's getting a little toasty.
Voilà. Au pire, on va essayer de mettre en un peu moins de qualité. Juste en 720 sans forcément.
Couldn't believe it, dude. When I was walking outside just to get some fresh air and saw how far that line was going. There were a bunch of different videos that were kind of popping up on social media that you saw. It was really special to see. But this matchup with Dash, Ashy and Brack, you can see what they're.
Voilà, ça va chez eux. Hein. Là, ça vient de chez eux.
Both guys have been popping off. Who do you think's at the edge in the search and destroy?
I mean, it's just sort of a. I mean.
Ah, la recherche et destruction.
Florida has kind of owned this search and destroy and control versus Optic throughout, the last 5 matchups. But between these two teams, it's tough to tell because you don't have a lot of reps. If you are Optic, you have no reps on this map. But here we go, map number 2.
Il y a du monde, hein.
But I think, the Devs kind of talked about it with
celle-là. Le premier point, il est un peu casse-couille à prendre. Je vous l'accorde.
But it's a map number 5 where I think is really the worrisome. So I'm excited to see what Optic has on this map.
In a map 2 we go.
Ok, c'est recherche et destruction du coup.
Terrific in that map 1. We'll see what he brings to the table here, but it's Fellow that's able to find the first blood. Shotzzy ripped out of this round. Now what can Optic do from the 3 versus 4? Defensively, just trying to pick their spots as slowly. Mutineers working this bomb towards B side of the map.
Yeah, and this is sort of the, one of those maps where it was so A heavy time and time again, but teams now starting to work the middle of the map, work over towards B. Inside of this kitchen, it can just be tough to retake. But Optic, they're ready for it. They're ready for it. And I think if you're down in numbers, you'll take this because now it's all just
J'aimerais
about
avoir mon tableau de bord. Il y a moyen d'avoir mon tableau de bord ou pas?
Inside of the freezer, the 3 versus 4, now a 3 versus 2 for Optic.
J'arrive pas à avoir mon tableau de bord, c'est pas grave. Faut que je reste comme ça du coup. Hein. Voilà.
Mutineers in the back heel with 30 seconds to go. How do you look to play this? It's Brack that's trying to lock down mid-map. Maybe you can get a pick, get out with your life. At some point they're going to have to transition across. It'll now be Fellow working to get the bomb down. Daddy popped from Brack. Can you get a kill? Can you get away with your life? Flagging through the backside, it'll be Dashy, able to drop one. All going to fall to Brack now. The dead sound just about to run out. It is now gone.
Ok, 1v3, ça va être tendu 1v3. 1v3 c'est un peu tendu quand même. Ils arrivent sur lui là. Lui c'est chaud. Ouais. Il aurait fallu qu'il tempo quand même, mais bon. C'est pas grave.
He's watching that side of the map, but Dashi already top patio, able to win that first gunfight for Florida. I think after getting that first blood, you probably want to slow it down right there, but that's a nice job from Optic to get the info that they were able to find. They got players inside of that B site. They just ran right into them.
Ouais, ils sont sur PS5.
When you're down a man in the round.
J'ai l'impression qu'ils sont sur PS5.
Dashi chatting through with the team. Feel good about the 3v4. Fellow, the only one to kill in the round, that was the first blood.
Donc là, normalement, ils sont censés défendre. Ok, il a vu, il a pris l'info. La grenade. Il s'est barré. Derrière toi, ouais. Ça c'est casse-couille ça. Les gars des fois sont cachés entre les sièges, franchement c'est casse-couille. Ok, 2v3.
Yeah, while this is going on, you have Dashi on the other side of the map really working over towards A. I expect Ghosty and Shotzi maybe to rotate it over, but we'll see what they want to do. They're just waiting on this man. And he's able to spot him.
Il a vu, prends l'info.
Find it, doesn't matter. The headshot is there, he reads it. And now Fellow, he's gotta fly, He does have the Deddy.
Il l'a pas. Putain. Et là par contre c'est bâtard ici là. Ouais, il est dans le corner là. Putain, ça passe ça, vraiment? Ah, il a tourné vraiment au dernier moment quoi, sinon il était mort. Ouais, ils sont jeunes hein, quand même. Hein. Quand tu vois leur tête plein de boutons, ils sont quand même jeunes. Hein.
Yeah, it's like you're an actual sloth when you're trying to throw the nades. It's horrific.
Yeah, I mean, you know, with Capsule 0-2 and not doing a lot, but yeah, probably doesn't have fast.
Avec son couteau, lui.
Oh,
What? Tu peux passer par là, vraiment? Dommage. Voilà, c'est bon. 4v1. Vraiment, tu peux passer là? Dommage. Ah, souvent les PlayStation là, attends, j'essaie de les voir mais je les vois pas. Wow. Même chez les pros ça campe quand même. Hein.
Well, they switch it up, right? The first time around, it was a much slower offense. That time, they just go for it.
They find a round, it's a big one.
Allez, on est parti. Ils sont bien voyants en blanc quand même, hein, putain.
Eyes on one. Still continuing to hunt people in front. He gets damage into what feels like 2-3 players, but then it's through by himself. Can't get out. It went from looking like Shotzi had a freebie to the
ah, ça gueule moins là. Ça gueule moins, ça gueule moins.
Yeah, I mean, very similar to last round. Just the opening kills going the way of Florida Mutineers. This time it was a big 2 out of Capsule near that A site. And I think Shotzi, he wants to find that kill on the Havoc. The grenade is hitting. There's a player weak, but the problem is everyone was A side, so he had no help through that main archway to find that kill. So instead of him hunting him down, well, he gets bad timing.
Crowd getting riled up. I'm getting riled up because I asked the production team for a fan and they brought me one. I'm feeling much better, Joe.
Thank God.
Some cool air rushing across my legs.
That's such a diva.
I really am. Oh, Ghosty though, he's beaming. Rack now. Still full HP.
Okay, 2v2.
Through the fight, trying to get across. Takes a bullet or two, but it's happening. It's able to slice him up. Now it's the Dashi. Sniper in hand. Can he clutch up for the 1 versus 2? ton of time to work with.
This is not the bomb
Il essaie de regrimper là-haut.
Dashi gonna prove me wrong. He has done it before.
Ah, yeah, it doesn't matter, dude. It's Dashi.
Le voilà, il essaie de regrimper là-haut. Il est tout seul.
Anything could really happen.
Hit it, kid.
Il a réussi à grimper là-haut. Hein.
Well, you have this two-man setup for Bracken Havoc. He's just gonna need the door open to open that up. Just try to find the angle, but they're gonna give him nothing right now.
Il est avec les snipers, il peut rien faire. Hein. Peut-être minigun. Ah, et tu pouvais rien faire.
I don't even know if he gets eyes on. Just the stakes inside and just eviscerated.
Yeah, that's good form out of Brack right there. Yeah, the door opens. He hits a couple. Dashi just never even spots him. Havoc was up top in that Shotzzy spot, but again, you have sort of this great start from Dashi or Ghosty in the round with 2 kills, and you blinked. The round is pretty much, you know, man advantage to Florida. Like, what the heck happened in those sort of mid-map
La
skirmishes
petite gourde Optic Gaming. Ah, moi je connais les optiques de les Optic Gaming, mais maintenant ça a changé Optic Texas. Ok, donc c'est 2-3, ok, donc c'est Floride, c'est la Floride qui gagne alors.
Sort of battle that we are seeing. It's all about middle of the map. It's all about B right now.
Ouais, ça campe des deux côtés, ça tempo. Il y en a aucun qui va essayer de pour l'instant. Ça va peut-être arriver. Ils sont tous en train de camper. Hein. Ok.
Dashley quickly one of his own, and now as everyone starts to earn Deddy, everyone's starting to fly. Havoc at the top is. Shots from Capsule will connect, puts him into a 3 versus 2. Brack is tagged up and weak. Havoc will end up falling.
Ok, il est tout seul, 2v1. En vrai, si l'équipe de Floride gagne, bien joué. Dommage. Franchement, c'était bien joué de sa part. Bah, vraiment bien joué. Il l'a vu. Ouais, il lui a mis 2 balles à la Vaznev quand même.
I think Dashley hit him like a bullet.
Yeah, and that's all that he needed. But I think Florida, you had Capsule work the pinch. He was able to find the first one. And then they were trying to time the 3 versus 2 inside. But I think Havoc in Brack, somehow that timing went wrong. Capsule ends up getting picked, which leaves Brack by himself.
Ok, ça part tous à B de l'autre côté. Là, il y en a peut-être un à A, non? Dommage.
Puts Optic on the board first now from the 4v3. Dashi from couches, just playing for any kind of info. No eyes on the cross, and back to the squad he goes. The bomb working its way towards A, and they'll have a 4-on-3 retake.
Après, ils ont raison, hein, ils doivent défendre. Hein.
Try and get this going.
Ils avancent petit à petit. Hein.
Look at Havoc knows he sees them all in the middle of the map. He's calling this out as they're going to reposition. They know Optic are working the flank, but are the
ils ont
numbers
raison,
going to
hein.
be too
Franchement.
much? This could come down. To Fellow in a bit of a sneaky corner. Hello, wrong door.
Et franchement,
where did the trades come in? It's going to be there from Shotzzy.
Il l'a vu. Il a pris l'info. C'est que ça va revenir. Putain, ça allait, ils allaient mettre un gunfight. Ah, dommage. Allez, 2v1. Ils doivent ah oui, non, ils doivent attaquer. Ouais, dommage. Eh, franchement, c'était bien joué.
Yeah, maybe if you wait another second for like the nade to hit and then you chow right. But I think he was trying to back him up if he was there.
That was the right
play. Gunfight first, right? But you just buy time at the pillar. Just keep milking that clock.
Yeah, just the early rounds right in the middle of the map, just kind of dictating the round, the way it's playing out, finding that first blood. Then Optic, they're able to work that flank, and at least Shotzzy finds that trade.
Just feels like we're always getting to like this extended 2v2.
Dommage, hein, c'était vraiment bien joué.
Back in front, go Texas.
Allez, là, faut qu'il remonte là, la Floride là.
Brack's got this snipe. Dashi might be receiving it. Ah, flick just a little bit off.
Elle aurait été belle, elle aurait été belle. Il va recommencer. Il a entendu, il a entendu.
Brack trying to find a pick. He does have a cruise to work with. No. Am I seeing that right? He's got a cruise, right?
Yeah, so. He does. I'm just trying to remember when I remember seeing him on like a 3 or 4 early, but.
Les deux attendants. C'est le premier qui craquera en premier. Hein. On va le voir. Non, il le voit pas d'ici. Ok, tu te poses là, d'accord. Franchement, bien. Je savais pas que tu pouvais poser là. Ah, c'est bien, tu peux voir des moves, des tricks, des tricks et tout. Franchement, c'est propre. Hein. Soit à fond dedans.
So far, Ghosty's got the edge in the father-son matchup of the millennia.
I don't know what that means.
Can they put it away here?
C'est la dernière. Oh! Le manque de timing. Oh là là.
Still going down quickly. Brack, he's going to try to even this out with the missile. At least he's going to give them the info to his teammates. Does he find one inside the kitchen? No, not going to. Allows Havoc to get pushed up inside a luggage. On the other side, Brack just watching the flank. So pretty split is Florida. Who is going to be the first to find a kill on this retake? It looks like Dashi is going to hit the pistol shot to try to buy time. The clock is ticking. 20 seconds. Now a 2 versus 4. But do they know where Havoc is? That's really the player again. Where is Havoc? Can he stop the defuse? They have to check it. They have to check it soon. He's on it. He sticks it. Optic up 2-0.
Dommage.
He gets there a second earlier. Maybe that one gets a little bit wacky, but they stick it.
Les gars ils sont à fond dedans. En vrai, il y a l'air d'y avoir une ambiance. Hein.
Yeah, the map they haven't played all year. I mean, they look pretty solid on it. It was a much different look from both of these teams throughout this map, right? A lot of sort of B hits, middle of the map hits, some skirmishes, some very weird rounds. I think you could sort of see the limited reps on both sides, but Optic's able to clutch on up. Just a stellar effort from the entire team, who continues to have himself a big series.
Chez eux,
Again, for me, he is the X factor of this
Fellow,
team.
putain, il a pas fait beaucoup de kills hein, quand même. Hein. 2-7. Hein.
Yeah, you said Hook is vibing, dude. He's up there chilling. You don't get a whole lot of motion out of that guy.
Yeah, that guy's just on a different planet. Yeah, he's really hanging out when he's playing. God, he really is.
He absolutely is, but you're up 2-0, and now you play a search.
Ouais, c'est un BO5, ok.
Official match, and now you get to the control where, yes, I know the fans have been frustrated seeing Fortress. Optic have been losing the Fortresses, but I thought maybe after you saw Mutineers get smoked on it that we were probably going to see it again. But instead, we get to Hotel. Thank God. Thank God.
Yeah, no, I think
Là,
so.
faut que... En fait, pour les votes, je pense, vous savez, mais pour les votes des maps, ils votent juste leur map préférée et après il y a un tirage au sort quoi.
Well, a big thing here too has just been like for the crowd, like they have been able to stay in this for the most part. Like there hasn't been like those massive swings. For the most part, you're in lead all of game 1. You're leading the way in the search and destroy. They have been rowdy. They've been having fun. They want more to see Optic close it out in the map 3, or Mutineers come alive and make a run. Don't go anywhere. Right back after this quick break.
Ah, c'était les meilleurs moments. Donc celle-là elle était belle. Celle-là aussi, celle-là elle était belle. Après il y a la phase Ah, celle-là c'était dommage. Ils ont pas de couteau en tous. Hein. C'est tout ça avec le petit gun. Hein. Celle-là elle était belle aussi, putain. Ah, ils ont du shoot, les gars, ils ont du shoot. Hein. Franchement. Bah, c'est quoi leur petite pause là? C'est pour ça? Meilleur moment? C'est que Vaznev, tac 56. Vaznev, tac 56. Ça, c'est vraiment dommage. En fait, ils sautent tous, hein. T'en as aucun qui se baisse, hein. Là, ce move, il a été magnifique. En vrai, c'est vraiment dommage. Là, je savais même pas que tu pouvais truquer. Mais vraiment. Je pense que c'est une petite poche chez eux, hein. Je sais pas ce qu'ils branlent, mais... Ah, ça donne envie de jouer, hein. Ça, c'est vraiment dommage. Le gars est campé au top avec son sniper, quoi. Allez, c'est reparti.
This guy can do it all. We got Seth in the breakdown, watch parties, one of the greatest players of all time. Rocking a mustache, but still looking just hot. I love him. He's a talented man. It's awesome to see him here.
Ouais,
You
tout le
just
Texas,
know
là.
his love for the brand, the organization. Wants to see, even though he left the squad. You know, it's not one of those things where you like leave and you're like secretly like hoping they do worse.
Il y a
You're not
aucun
really
de membre de
just
Floride.
wants them to have success. He's the
vraiment dommage.
backbone of like this organization, and it is awesome to see him here and just having a blast, man.
Yeah, it's even better when they're up 2-0 as well,
Yeah.
right? They're up 2-0 in control of a series. They're looking good. I mean, map number 1 was a solid hard point for them. Map number 2 from start to finish. Yeah, Florida bounced back in some of those rounds. They went a little, like, win streak there, but Ozzy able to close that out, and that was, I think, huge for them to win a Search and Destroy versus Mutineers team.
I went from thinking I was going to faint to dancing. Now I got
No,
a
map
fan.
number 1, you got a different play.
Oh,
I don't
dude,
know where you were. I was real
just
nervous.
Contrôle.
I was just sweating, buddy, but I'm ready to go now. All right, map 3. It's a chance. Begin to roar.
Dommage.
Can they close it out here?
Yeah,
As
ça
they
va
go
prendre
for the
A.
jugular. within this control. As they'll be on to A, just getting what progress done that they can. Havoc finds one on the offside. You got 3 players here from Optic. Fourth going to spawn close as well. 2 players starting to rotate in. Hook able to stop the first. Shotzzy able to stop the second.
On peut se mettre là, d'accord.
Is going to be 8-point done here in a moment.
Yeah, Shotzzy very solid on this map. Both of these teams, they have a lot of reps on this map. I think for Optic, it's like 5 and 6. For Florida, 4 and 6. So, not the best, but I think one thing that really stands out is Florida's offense really struggling compared to the league average, around like a 40% win ratio on the offenses. So we'll look at that, maybe a chance for Optic to potentially go up 2-0 early in the map as they're able to work over towards this B zone with a lot of lives and a lot of time to work with.
Thought the timing may be awkward for a second.
C'est tous Vaznev.
He's up for another, putting them down at 5 and 1 to kick it off. Mutineers, they need something here if they're going to bring this back. Where's the life going to come from? Round and around we go. Capsule already got a kill, but I thought the name
Ça a pas pris? D'accord.
Now it's really just going to be Shotzzy. Everyone has dropped around him. He's got to play his life.
I mean, that's such an unfortunate scenario, right? Your last
Ça a pas pris.
players on the B zone, you're trying to bait Brack out. You know that's the player bedroom. You need him to chow. But, well, he just waits for Capsule finds a timing on the pinch from Shotzzy. And, well, Shotzzy lets him through. Capsule finds that first kill. Someone else probably turns. Then that's when Brack is able to come out and defend that B zone. So a little bit unlucky, but right back to it they go.
Ça capturait, il manquait plus que 2 carabés. Et là ils sont tous à B. Et là ils sont implantés les gars. Là c'est mort. Ils pouvaient rien faire. Les gars là ils pouvaient rien faire. Ils étaient tous implantés à B.
They just stack it, and it goes so quick. If you've got that many bodies on the point, then I think Shotzzy gets one, Hoop gets one, they go soaring in. But now, a round closer to closing this out in 3-0 fashion and continuing on with this loser's bracket run.
I mean, you don't even have a lot of engagements on either side. Dashy with 5, Fellow has 2, 0-2. Like, they hardly fought them. It's not sort of the mix that we normally see. Well, that was pretty much a couple of 4-down scenarios for Florida. And the round was over. That cannot happen. The trades need to be better from the Mutineer side.
All of their kills basically come in that first shutdown of B. That's like it.
Ouais, les gars, ils envoient les gros, les machins, ils ont des réflexes. Ah, ça joue palette, hein. Ouh. Ah, il faut qu'ils gagnent là, les Texas là. Les Florida, pardon. La Floride. Mutineer.
He's just gonna try to find Fellow able to find one, but Cat kind of sneaks on through. You do have 2 players already across Ghosty Dashy. And well, for right now, I mean, they're gonna have to wrap on back.
Ok, ils ont pris A quand même.
Had to deal with the players in the
Ah oui,
spawn, but
il est tout seul le pauvre, il est tout seul aussi.
Deal with this push. As I said, the subs right now really putting the team on their back for this Optic squad. Hook and Shotzzy going off.
They've been so good. And you just need to be great for another 5 minutes or so when you're moving on to play later today. The stun hits. Well, his shots hit though. Ghosty's still able to win the fight despite the stun coming on through. Now to Hook, who's been super. Continues it. Nice one-on-one win.
Allez là, prenez là, putain, faut prendre.
Hook didn't end up dropping to that nade, so nice one from Fellow. But Ghosty is there on the trade to get him back to that power position behind the desk. What do you see, Joe?
I mean, Dashy's really just been hanging out. He's waiting for the pressure. No one's really pushed him. Finally, Capsule's able to find him, but look at Shotzzy on a big flank right now. Shotzzy behind enemy lines is able to find one, doesn't find the second, but will slow down the push for Florida.
Bien joué ça.
But because it's so staggered, this shouldn't be a stack. Capsule just gonna try to play.
Le problème c'est qu'il y a personne qui prend le point quoi.
Big Brucey to find 2 kills and get involved.
Yeah, still 1 player on it, so you keep this clock stopped for a good amount of time. You've gotten up to 2 life, make it 3 life advantage, and as Hook continues to find the angles. You've just got no bedroom side control. Hook is just ripping you to pieces. Yes, please continue to take these fights, because Hook is putting you into super
Bien joué.
mega blender as he gets 3 or 4 before he drops, and the life
Allez là,
advantage
faut qu'il
continues
prenne le
to go
point là, allez.
Optic.
Florida's just playing the wrong game, dude. They're trying to throw dodgeballs at the guy. Just shoot your gun. Take him
Ah
out.
putain, le problème c'est que
Keep trying to stun him.
c'est là où tu vois que justement les optiques sont plus malins parce qu'ils ont pris, ils étaient à 4 après pour prendre le point quoi. Ils ont fait quoi, une full team et ils ont foncé sur le point. Là, après ils arrivent pas à s'implanter hein, la Floride.
It's looking like Optic gonna go up 2-0. Here comes the last big push for the Florida Mutineers. You have a couple of players alive at death, but it's down to 3. Ghosty, he's just hanging
Ouais, c'est
out.
mort, c'est fini.
2 more
Ils
left.
peuvent rien faire.
1 more left. It's just going to be Havoc.
Il reste une vie, ils peuvent rien faire.
Flanking around their bedroom, just got spotted. The Butcher. Shotzi slicing and dicing.
I was really hoping for assassination, I won't lie.
Je sais pas comment il savait.
Est-ce
qu'il l'avait vu, je sais pas.
This guy's just doing some ridiculous things as he always
He's just having too much fun.
He's
We're playing video games.
17 and 8 so far throughout this game. Hook with a big couple of kills in that round. Your ARs are hanging out.
La lecture du jeu, hein. Je pense.
As I think the fans are happy to see them on hotel control.
Yeah. I think that's safe to say. Now, can they lock it down, close it out, move on? You get a quick series here. Focus up on your next match. 5 in a row for Dash. Or sorry, 4 in a row for Dash. 5 in a row for Shotzi. Making
Ouais,
it
il a
for
dû
6.
l'entendre, c'est pas possible
Cruz to
autrement.
work with now at positive 10. My guy is in his bag right now.
Read that again.
And
Oh, it's all
keep
four
following it up.
dead right from the get-go. You're gonna 3-player stack this B zone. You get this done early, it might be game over. They have not lost
Ils sont en
a
train de
life
prendre
at
B.
the start of this round. 6 in a row for
Ils sont
Optic.
tous à B, ils peuvent rien
B
faire.
zone is done for
Là, une fois que les
Florida,
gars
it
sont
is
plantés,
all
c'est
down
mort.
to A. They have to defend this for 2 minutes and 10 seconds. Optic has 30 lives remaining.
Good luck. In the venue, they can feel it. The chants just getting louder and louder. Can Mutineers do the unthinkable and bring this back with 3 straight rounds? It's going to start with this. They just need some kills, and it has been so hard to find.
That's really it. They got to start with this first set, right? Just find anything to
Allez les gars, faut
try
bien
to make this a
défendre
little
A.
bit
Hein.
of a better round for them. But now that you have the Crews to deal with, and I think that's what Shotzi's thinking. Do I want to invest this now? And why not? We've seen players get
Ouais, mais
better
c'est
and
que lui, il est
better
là
deal
depuis
with
tout à l'heure, il
it
va pas
inside A.
bouger
There
lui.
are
Hein.
a couple of trophies on that A point. You have one player off his spawn, that's going to be Havoc, but there is the Crews. I think the problem is going to be Havoc's probably going to find him here. So yeah, Havoc's going to take that kill, but what else can the missile find? He does find one, so it's a 2-on-2 on the map, but Capsule, he's going to find the third to give Florida the advantage.
Yeah, he goes and kills Shotzi. He's like, all right, fine. Just directs the missile right at him. But you're still up 4 lives. Just
Qu'est-ce
do the
qui branle
excellent
ici, lui?
break-off.
Yeah, 1 minute down.
Peut-être
So
quelqu'un.
far, so good.
Yeah, I mean, it's gotten better, really, if anything, over time, just with that one clearance.
Dommage.
Be able to get some space, but yeah, will those 2 kills
Bien joué.
be enough? They're instantly answered by Mutineers. That was Hoop
Oh, le
trying
timing.
to work in, win the fights.
Oh le timing.
Inside Kitchen, he's trying to get hunted by Havoc. Havoc just lurking and able to take down that kill. 30 seconds to go now, Joe. Still 4 life advantage, but not going to matter. It's just going to be this clock.
Yeah, it's just been so well
Eh,
done by
25
Capsule
secondes là,
and
23
Havoc
secondes,
really
allez.
sub-stepping up, but here may be a chance for
Ouah,
Optic.
vas-y,
20
lui, il a joué
seconds
sa
left,
pute. Hein.
2 versus 2. Brack just trying to lock down the angle. The nades are coming in. You can see the 2 players from Florida are all the way
Bien
across
joué.
the map. Brack,
Bien joué.
the last
Encore.
player here, the red
Bien
dots
joué.
around
Ah,
the minimap, and
ça a
that
pas
means
pris.
he's able to find a
Quel
couple of
dommage.
kills. There's going to be the third. Here maybe the last chance.
Oh là là
They
là
have
là
the
là là.
time,
Il
they have
avait
the
fait la...
spots to do
Putain,
it, but
c'est
you do
quel
have
dommage
Havoc
que
on
ça
the
a pas
pinch
pris.
to shut this down. Havoc, what is he
9
gonna
secondes,
find?
allez.
Picked up. He gets picked up. It's Ghosty. It's him. Lock it down. The progress is there on A. The
Allez,
clock
allez,
is
allez,
stopped
allez,
at
les gars, allez,
9.1.
allez sur le
12
point.
lives for Optic. 7 for Mutineers.
Il reste 9
6 minute
secondes.
progress now done. 1 bar left to fill, and the 3-0 is
Bien
there.
joué.
The break is bursting through. Will it be enough? The contest
Bien
is
joué.
in. They've cleared everybody off the point, but Dashi.
Bien joué.
And that should get it
3
done.
secondes.
They're all
Il
squatting
manque un
out.
poil de cul.
Mutineers
Dommage.
just enough
Oh la
to
vache.
continue on.
Eh, franchement, c'était intense. Hein.
Wow, impressive stuff out of Florida. You have to give them their props, and I mean, honestly,
Dude, you said the no red dots incorrectly because yeah, he does not get 2 from that corner. He almost gets 3.
He almost gets 3. Yeah, there's no way. I mean, yeah, that shot out. Yeah, that
Franchement,
doesn't happen.
Sick.
That round's over.
Oh. It's like you don't notice like a ton of plays that are
No, I
well
noticed
played with
it. Yeah, I noticed that one.
Yeah. Sometimes it's like, oh lordy. a little ping and that probably goes differently. But you get the 1 round up of your Mutineers. Can you do it here on offense?
I think if you look at that round, really, the big difference, in that round is Capsule and Havoc really got going. But Florida trying to stay alive in this series. Let's go to a listen-in with the Mutineers.
Cool, get myself right off, please. Got it. He's in Gucci, going satellite side. Alright, Shotzi. One you, Kyler. He pushed in our side right off. Okay, I have free, okay. I don't see him. R1 Hugh, he's R2. Going around side, snake to R2. Alright, Shotzi. I spawned for B here. One single. He's on point on me. Yeah, on the way to me.
bien joué ça. Dommage.
Behind us, battle steps. Ghosty. He went bottom bed. And then Dashy's mid. Nice. D2. Alright, we need to wrap it. D2's on me. No, we can focus. Clear out of the bed.
One
Low secret.
Ah putain.
I'm looking over here, D2. Okay. I don't see anything.
Bien joué ça.
He's behind us bed.
Il est en train de reprendre B. Ah dommage. Allez, reprenez B les gars. Putain. Ok, ils vont prendre... Ok, ouais en fait ça veut prendre B, d'accord, oui, je suis trop con. C'est bon, allez, ils ont pris B. Désolé, j'ai confondu. Allez.
First part's on, able to get B, 2 more segments to get an A, and the comms are a little crazy at the beginning. It was just kind of calling out where they died.
Ça va être tendu, hein. 14-11, il reste 2 quarts, 2 traits à prendre. Au niveau de A, ça reste tendu. Dommage, il était tout seul le pauvre, il pouvait rien faire. Dommage. Là, va falloir qu'ils travaillent en équipe. Voilà, bien joué. Ok, il a l'info qu'il y a un gars ici. Ok. Bien joué. Il le sait qu'il est là, il le sait. Ils sont en train de prendre, allez. Oh, bien joué ça, dommage. Heureusement qu'il y avait son mate qui était là pour couvrir, tu l'as vu. Derrière toi, fais gaffe juste derrière. Bien joué ça. Allez, ça revient.
How the hell does Fellow just run out of freezer?
Yeah, that's what I was gonna say. How does he get all the way there and get the trophy down? Like, he's
just running to a point. I don't know if Optic just saw multiple players on the flank who were setting up for that.
Well, he killed one at first, on like right after his right as he got in. But the other 2 players I thought would like peek him for the trade or slow him down. Like he just gets out. And he plays the bait like perfectly as everyone looks over him.
Yeah, and when you have kitchen control in that scenario, you're gonna have those close spawns. The reinforcements gonna be much quicker for Florida. Able to clutch on up now. That's 2 rounds in a row where you have a great advantage if you are Optic, but not able to close it out. Can they do it in this round number 5? It's going to come down to a defense.
Nobody dead yet. Just explosions all over the map as the utility thrust into it. Hook will be the first to drop it. And Shotzi through on the flank. Surprise,
Bien,
fellas.
allez.
Able to take down
Là, moi, je
Sam,
suis pour les Texans, hein. Les gars de
Floride.
Floride. Hein.
Yeah, but on the other side of the map, two of his teammates go down. So, you know, Florida's just thinking, let's go right.
J'ai pas vu qui c'est qui a attaqué.
They have two players on the desk, right, on that God Heady.
Ok, c'est les optiques qui doivent défendre. Ok.
He's got 33 kills, 33 and 19 from this man. As he continues to go off in the series.
Ils sont tous à A, à B, pardon.
Now right back
Non,
over
A.
towards A as Dashy just playing his life.
Il y a un gars chez les optiques qui est en train de reprendre B.
It's like water flowing in a river, Joseph.
Yeah, it reminds me a lot of your movement.
Yeah. Certainly does. And just able to dip out of that gunfight streak. Continues the 4 before he drops. Ripping one off the head will be Big Bruce. But Mutineers getting closer and closer to this first point. This break dancing and then neck breaking as Brack as his head popped off like a plum. Fell next one in, Ghosty in from behind, and they continue to delay this cap. And the big thing too, the life advantage slowly building now, Joe. They're up 5.
I mean, they've had that though the last couple of rounds. It's been sort of these mid-round moments where Florida have just clutched on up. They do
Il a vu, il a pris l'info. Dommage, dommage.
Trying to get some work done over at A. The first tick not complete yet, but Brack, he's going to find 2 kills. Maybe that's going to give them that first tick. It will. The reinforcements.
Bien joué ça. Allez, ça capture B, vous êtes tous à B. Nickel. Non, il en manque un, il en manque un, il en manque un. Ils auraient été 4, c'était bon. Ça aurait été déjà fini. Allez, plus que A. Allez les gars, un trait à A et c'est bon. Allez, un trait à A les gars. Un trait.
Now you get 3 kills in transition. You're racing across. It's Cap picking up the cutoffs.
Il veut faire le ménage. Il veut faire le ménage ici. Il l'a vu, il l'a vu, il l'a vu, il l'a vu. Ouh, la triple qu'il a mise. Oh là là là. Elle était belle cette triple là. Et ça c'est bon ça. Allez. Allez la Floride. Ils sont bons les optiques, mais ça joue de trop, tu vois.
Clutching up in that round number 3, it felt like the momentum just shifted. There were a few rounds, if you are Optic, you're going to go back and rewatch and say, what the hell happened throughout that? Because it felt like, I don't know if they could get frustrated or what, but they had such an advantage in the lives, whether it was the time, they just couldn't clutch on up.
Oh, some similarities in the overall series versus just what you saw in that map. Like, you had to bring it 3 rounds straight, round by round. Your Mutineers, you're viewing it the same way in the overall series, just map by map. They got one. Can they get more? But what looked like we were real close to this, like a 3-0 kind of domination there from Optic, that is gone.
Yeah, the venue was ready to party. They were ready to get going, but that does not happen as the Mutineers stay alive. They go up 2-0, does Optic. In this round, they have a strong defense. They win that first offensive round. And
I mean, I'm watching Shotzi just like climb around the map and knifing people, 360
Mon pote, je peux te dire, ce qu'ils ont mis, heureusement qu'ils sont revenus. Là, tu vois, là, ils étaient menés 2-0, ils sont là maintenant, c'est 2-1. Donc, franchement, c'est cool qu'ils soient revenus, tu vois. Parce que là, la confiance, elle est revenue, là, à mon avis, je pense. Ah, celle-là, c'était tellement dommage.
Well, it's what gives them a shot, right?
Yeah, it gives them the shot to defend it.
You have to win this round. If you're going to even continue on, but just filled with some insane moments.
Franchement, les 3 derniers kills que le gars il a mis, franchement, propre.
Is it just some undisciplined moments where you have to slow things down a bit? Like we usually
Là, là, 1,
like 6-7 line
2, hop, ça permet à son équipe de prendre A. Le troisième, et voilà. Franchement, bien joué.
All the pressure was over at B. I know they had 2 ticks at A, but it really just felt like instead of going for B one more time, they should have gave it up and set up at A, right? It's just sort of, we saw that yesterday where there was a couple of moments they probably should have rotated the next hill and they did it.
Ah si, t'as quand même des gars qui sont...
needs to be a little bit more assertive in these moments.
Yeah, and those moments are like less straightforward than like a, you know, we just lost a clean A, now we hold on B. Like when there's like a little bit of progress on both.
27-31, 22-24, 19-26, 28-29, comme quoi, hein? Comme quoi?
you can get
Les
punished.
kills ça veut rien dire, hein. Regarde, les optiques ils ont les plus de kills en tout. Ils ont un meilleur ratio, tu vois. Franchement, bien, hein. Pour le coup. Ils ont quand même, je suis désolé, hein. Et les optiques, ils ont quand même 3 maps. On sent que c'est chez eux quoi, au Texas. Hein.
Yeah, and the hard point, you know, we've seen both these teams play recently, but I mean, yesterday for Optic, that Mercado felt like just literally how I view this team. Sometimes maybe shit, sometimes maybe good. Like you don't really know what you're gonna get. You know, it's not great at times, but once they hit that gear, once they flip that switch, they were unbelievable. But that's the one where you have Hook. I don't think he's gonna start 1 and 12 very often. Like, yes, you would think not. And throughout the course of the series, he has been pretty solid. So can he get out to a better start here? Do you not have to give the fans a heart attack with the kind of start you had yesterday?
Can they close it out, or will Florida get us to that game 5 search?
Voyons voir celle-là. Ah, ils sont...
Much better map for this Optic Texas team. But Mutineers able to pick up their first one yesterday.
Ça va être dur.
And now Mercado is about these rotations, these money hills. You chain 2 or 3
Change your name.
You're up 100, 120
Change your
points.
game, pardon. Change ton jeu. Avec Scuff.
We get loaded in quickly and off to the races we go. Mutineers desperately trying to get this to a 5th and final
Dommage.
map. Optic Texas looking to close the door on this series and to move on and continue to fight all day.
Est-ce qu'il l'a vu?
Brack
Il a
just
pris l'info.
lurking in wait. Fellows wants actually able to
Ok.
get the kill, but Brack will get his goodies then shortly after. Just no one really able to retain control of mid-map yet. We'll see if now Mutineers can get some time.
And one thing that Optic's very good at this map is sort of finding a lot of time early on these P1s, right? And you see a lot of teams maybe give it up or have nobody in it. They're so focused on P2.
Wow. Il l'aurait mise, franchement, j'aurais pas compris. Hein.
Those spawns or at least control P2. We trust our ARs to lock it down.
Dommage.
That just a gunfight looks so absurd. There are plus.
Non, non, ils sont en train de se faire fermer, les gars.
You see the lock on the bottom of the minimap. Next hard point about to be popping as everyone gets
Le
ready
next
here
point,
for
ouais,
P2.
le prochain point, ils
Optic
sont
will
déjà
be in
dessus. Hein.
first. They're set up. Shotzi kind of maintaining that left side of the minimap. Watching tunnel is Hook. 2 set up inside. The comms start
Ah
to come
ouais,
in.
tu peux aller là aussi, putain.
And he's already up to 3 and 4, so a better start than
Ah
we saw
ouais,
yesterday.
t'as quand même des trucs.
That first push, it's already 2 dead for Optic. Florida now they're just gonna try to fly and find these kills inside of the hill. Goes able to find 2. Just a bit of an off angle there. The pre-fire is gonna connect, and well, the rookie, he's gonna give them control of this hill. Now with 30 seconds left.
C'est pas leur map, hein, de toute façon.
Ils
l'ont dit, hein, c'est pas leur map.
So Shotzi's gonna have a big one-on-one on the opposite side of the map. As Havoc, he's gonna find the rest of that time, but this is gonna allow Optic to have control of rotation. Now it's just
Pour la rotation, il y a déjà quelqu'un.
Capsule, maybe he gets hurt, maybe he gets hurt. There we go. He's
Dommage.
gonna find it now behind this table. We know how tough it is to deal with a player behind this position.
Especially when somebody like Shotzi, he's like, screw the table, I'm chowing out. Almost in trouble, but Dashi and Hook able to look over him. And due to the one-on-one win, the spawn coming in for your teammates, you're able to pick up some time. But that all starts with the big play from Ghosty at the last hard point. Some big moments there, then just Shotzi.
Yeah, it keeps them that lead, right? If Ghosty goes down, maybe then it's more of an
Il attend, il sait que ça va arriver. Non, ça fait le tour. Si, c'est là.
Ouais,
Ouais, il a fait les deux. Vas-y, lui, genre.
And maybe you go at this one more time if you're Florida, but they're just gonna give this up. You now have what 10 in a row for the side of Optic. Everyone popping off.
Allez les gars là, remontez, il faut se remotiver là. Si. Après il y a les points, hein. C'est pas parce qu'ils perdent celle-là que la prochaine ils peuvent la gagner, ça fait des points en plus. Hein. Allez, la rotation est faite. Putain.
Yeah, when you're peeling people off headies like that, though, you're probably feeling pretty good.
One player in Huto does spawn behind enemy lines. They are going to read it. Shotzi spawns right behind him. And well, there we go. They find all of those skills. So this is what we talked about with Mercado. If you early rotate, you got to cash in.
One going to spawn out all the way behind. We'll see if they can delay this push enough that Fellow's able to actually get back in the mix. You've got
Raison
numbers here
symbole
if you're
sur
Optic. There's
celui-là.
still time to go. You have 30 or so seconds left. They're going to get right into the point. They went through the fight.
Genre.
That's another
Mais
one.
allez, non, non,
Another one
je
for
suis désolé,
someone
mais
just
ça,
did
non, mais non.
ride the
Ils ont la
Optic
connexion, les
boys
gars, ça se
for
voit.
piecing.
Yeah, they are, and they're gonna find those 30 seconds. What was looking so
Ils sont
good
vachement
for
avantagés
Florida.
quand même, les
I mean, you
optiques.
just
Hein.
blink it now,
Je suis désolé,
it's gone.
mais
They're gonna fight for the scrap time. You do have Capsule already on rotation alongside a Fellow, so they're gonna deal
ils sont
with those
vachement avantagés
players.
quand même. Hein.
But that lead, it has not gone away. So more pressure on the Mutineers.
Ouais, c'était dur ça. Hein. T'as vu le nombre de balles qu'il lui a mis?
Up to a 70-point advantage.
Dommage.
Ghosty with the teardrop. Havoc's legs just blown to smithereens, but it's Brack that's finding the kills outside. Looking for number 3. Beautifully done there from Brack. Fourth on the chow. Trying to look left, trying to look right. Too many players for him to deal with, but does Brack do enough to find an opening for the squad? Not sure he has. The kills seem to be going the way of Optic Texas still.
Yeah, I mean, while that goes on, his teammates spun out the middle of the map, and then Dashy and Ghosty are just locking them out through tunnels, so they cannot help out Brack. There's 20 seconds left on the hill, and it looks like they're going to fight for it, but Optic's going to win it, so they're going to have a 100-point lead as we head on over towards P5. Back over to the Cantina. We'll see if they can win.
C'est en train de se faire laver, hein. Putain. C'est vraiment dommage. Hein.
Yeah, there we go. P6. Up 100. Crowd roaring.
Bien joué ça.
But Mutineers holding.
Dommage.
Shotzi able to get one kill. On the opposite side of it will be Ghosty looking for his one-on-one. Ghosty able to win that as he wins that fight. Now the pinch is
Ça va
going
arriver
to open
derrière
up.
toi, les gars.
One head has to turn
Dommage.
to deal with it. You're able to collapse it.
Non.
The stun is going to hit, and that's a thing of beauty there from Texas.
So well done. They find that first kill. Ghosty knows that player's going to spawn
Arrête.
out. Hook now beaming. Ghosty was able to win that fight, and then they collapse. They collapse on the hill. It's a huge break, and this is what I mean. Look at that scoreboard. Now going to be a what? If they find the rest of this time, 190 to 60. Optic. Very close to closing this series
Dommage.
out.
Ouais, ils essaient de prendre le prochain, mais c'est dur à prendre. Hein.
C'est
vraiment dur à prendre le prochain.
But if some of the gunfights stop going their way, like only 10 shots you see go the way of Dashy, the things maybe begin to crumble, or is the lead just got too significant now?
Là, faut jouer comme une pute là. Pour revenir là, ça va être tendu. Hein. Oh, tu peux aller là. Mais non.
First one dropped, and on forward we go.
That Ghosty, he just shoots him through the wall. There's those first 2 picks, and now they're going to fly. This all comes down to Capsule and Fellow. Fellow all the way back quad, trying to stay alive, but Ghosty, his son takes
Timing, c'est juste le timing. Le gars, il a un bon timing, c'est tout.
Another break. This is what you want to see if you're an Optic fan. The breaks have been so much better today, finding the opening kills. And well, turning it into a lot of time on their side.
I swear, sometimes Shotzi thinks he can wall run, bro. Like,
ouais, c'est chaud quand même.
He's like trying to. It's so fun to watch. Up to 207 now is Optic. Shotzi once again. Hello, sir.
Ah, là, j'allais dire s'il la met quand même. J'aimais bien l'ancienne optique, l'époque de Formal quand même. Oh là, mais la vision de jeu quand même.
Yeah, I mean, now you just kind of milk this, right? You put the pressure on Florida to overstep. Just Florida thinking, all right, we have to control P2 to get right back into the game, but
ils l'ont dit, hein, de toute façon. C'est pas leur map, hein. T'as bien vu hein, le nombre de maps qu'ils ont perdu. Ils en ont gagné une sur. Ils en ont perdu 6 alors.
As Optic start to push on through, it's in these moments where they have control throughout this map.
The fight start to go down.
Poignée Shark Fin en tout cas, je la reconnais. Contre leur canon, ils ont ça comme canon.
Wants to just hit this back cut, gets the eyes on one. Nate around the corner has to play it patient. He's like, all right, Brack, you want to continue to back up? I'll continue to find position, but Capsule will shut it down for a moment, but it's Optic in the point. With 50 seconds left to go, they just need 15 of these points, and Joe, they are here to close it out.
Yeah, having Capsule able to get inside, but you still have a couple of players remaining on the side of Optic. It's a nice read from Brack. Capsule
Allez,
able to
reprenez là,
find it.
là. Oh, bien joué ça.
The stuns, the nades, everything coming in for the Mutineer side.
Il aurait pas dû sortir. Ah, si, peut-être pour le prochain. Non, pour le prochain.
Promise, nobody's on the hill if you're Florida, right? Two players are up top. You
Derrière.
no one on it. Finally, Brack will be there, but
Dommage,
there's 20
dommage,
seconds
dommage,
left.
dommage.
Look at the mini map. What you have Dashy inside of the hill. Shotzi, he's broadside
Bien joué,
locking
c'est sur le
that
point.
down. As the rest of Optic
Dommage.
go for it. I don't know. He doesn't not have the tick yet.
9 secondes,
But Optic,
ouais.
they won the rotation while that was going
Il va
on.
manquer une seconde, je pense. S'ils ont celui-là. 2 secondes.
Right to 249.
Dommage.
And they're in the final point. Optic shut it down comfortably. And will continue to battle here on Saturday.
C'est fini.
Green Wall not done yet. I do have another matchup later today.
Yeah.
Against what I believe the loser of FaZe and Seattle Surge. So it should be an absolute banger later on. But I think if you're an Optic fan, that was especially the respawns much
Dommage,
better.
dommage.
I mean, I don't walk away from that
Quel dommage.
feeling like as a fan you're as stressed as you were yesterday. I mean, that London series was something. Like, that took it out of you. That was an absolute
Après, le fait, je pense qu'ils soient chez eux, ils seront portés. Hein. Il y a ça aussi, attends.
But obviously you went away from Fortress that you've been playing. But otherwise, like, it felt more, just way more comfortable. Like, not those massive swings that you would see all the time.
Yeah, and as you said, I mean, they were just winning a lot more gunfights. Outside Florida, a lot here as well. Hook with 26.
Ah, ils se sont fait laver. Hein.
Is this one of those situations where like, you got away with the Eagle Shells? Because, you know, the talent's there a little bit.
En face, il y en a qu'un qui est pas en positif.
A lot more on rotation. They were winning rotation.
C'est vraiment dommage. Hein.
The right team decisions, especially on that map.
Tu vois, le dernier, c'est leur map. Non, c'est même pas leur map.
I think you were pretty frustrated I think yesterday after casting that series, just because you accept players of this caliber on the Optic side, not to make some of the blunders that they were yesterday. You were like visibly frustrated at times just with some of the gameplay you saw, but today you got to feel a bit better.
Yeah, no, I like watching good Call of Duty. You know, that's just what it is. And yeah, both teams making a lot of mistakes, but yeah, Optic a lot better here today.
Yeah, well, Hoop, who turned it around massively. He was fantastic in this series, especially there in the Mercado. He's smiling on the main stage. Let's toss it to Bryson Hoop.
All right, thank you very much, Maven. Yes, joining me here on the main stage is going to be Hugh. So many questions we're going to break down from that one, but first of all, congratulations. Let's dive right into it. Let's start with a negative. What happened in the control?
Bon, je vous laisse faire la traduction parce que moi je sais pas parler anglais alors. En plus, il parle trop vite alors.
Just didn't close out. That's how it be sometimes, but next time, you know, all we can do is try to close it out.
No, that's fair. That's entirely fair going forward. Another point that kind of stuck out for me, I got to talk about the S&D. There was a 1v2 occurring, went down to a 1v1. You didn't even hesitate to just scream back out.
Yeah, I mean, that was just all like.
Bah, je vais aller faire à manger. Parce que j'ai faim. Parce que bon, il est quand même 21h. Je vais aller faire à manger, j'arrive.
Let's talk about the team in general, because realistically, today seemed more confident, more smooth. You looked like a team that realistically could go much further in this tournament than you did yesterday. What happened overnight?
I don't know. I feel like we're here to play the game. I mean, you guys have brought like crazy energy, you know. So you know, we could just focus on ourselves, you know.
I'm going to ask probably the last question then about this crowd, about the home support that has been pouring out for you here. How is it to play in front of something like this?
Oh, it's great. I mean, all we have to do is shoot our guns, and you guys bring the energy. So, you know,
All right, thank you very much. I'll let you get back to backstage and relax with your team. We're going to throw this one over to the desk to break it all down.
Hey, thank you, Bryce. Optic Texas, they get the job done. They move forward. They're now top 6. What a performance that was. I know we got a lot to say about Florida Mutineers, but first and foremost, Nameless, best performance from Optic Texas we had seen. Obviously, only one series to take from London Royal Ravens, now this one, but they looked on fire.
They absolutely looked on fire, right? I did not expect Optic to come out and look like that. It just feels like sometimes when the SMGs are shooting diff, they're going to run over teams. You know, I got caught up in the storyline of Florida versus Optic.
That's
and then
right.
Right when that map one started, you see Shotzi in the water. He's popping off, popping 3 pieces. He's chowing across the map with a Vaznev. It's like, okay, Optic's feeling good today. It might be scary for the competition.
And can I just say, I was so impressed with Optic Texas and their response today. Obviously, that map number 3, I mean, they did choke a little bit of that 2-0 lead, but like those maps 1s and 4s, it looked like a much calmer, a much more fundamentally sound Optic Texas, and that is what we have been missing from them throughout stage 3. It's what we were missing yesterday. I feel like they won a lot based on the talent, on the pressure, but today I saw them making that early rotation. On that Hydro, they broke back-to-back P2s. You know what? The priority wasn't there to rotate, but they were able to push in through the front multiple times, and I was very impressed with their gameplay. So this is an Optic Texas that looks like to me that could really make a run.
Well, Optic Texas, they get the job done, and they earn our Scuff play of the game. They beat their boogeyman. They beat and overcame their kryptonite. What a performance from them from start to finish. They were absolutely lights out. Shotzi was so consistent throughout the entire series. Pook was literally challenging everything. That man is scary.
I mean, these guys are dancing around the map. A little comfortable as well, like not even really breaking a sweat towards the end. The Mercado was effectively a cakewalk. The chows were on point. It just seemed like they didn't get pressured all too much, like maybe a round or two of S&D where they dropped the ball a little bit, but I think for me that series is more Mutineers making a bunch of mistakes, especially so in the respawns. And I think, again, if they're allowed to play comfortable, they are going to look dominant.
Absolutely, and that green wall, it makes a bit of an impact. You would know actually from your history playing as a competitor, Nameless, right?
Okay.
That green wall brings that energy. Clearly, it has something to do with this series, and Florida Mutineers may have not brought their A game. Well, hey, Optic Texas did. You went with Florida Mutineers as your prediction. That's okay. That's a good bet. But when it comes to Optic Texas, are you feeling a bit more comfortable with them moving forward now in the tournament?
I mean, I hate to be that guy. I just don't think they were challenged much throughout this series. I mean, I look at that last hard point, and just so many mistakes were made on the side of the Florida Mutineers. You know, you talk about the crowd, and yes, I have played against the Green Wall crowd before. Sometimes, some players, they crumble in those moments, and
Sure.
I feel like Florida did, man.
From the
Even
very
when we went to
beginning.
the listening in that control, like they did make that comeback, but the listening just sounded like they were a little bit hectic in the beginning, and they were able to cool it down. But anytime things are going wrong for Florida, it just compounded. They
That's
started
right.
to make so many mistakes. Like easy setups on that Mercado, just blowing it away.
Yeah,
Those things can't happen, right? But, you know, that's not to take anything away from Optic. I'm just saying I don't think they were challenged too much, so I need to see them play a top team. They played London, and now they
That's
played
right.
Florida. Not to be that guy, but it hasn't been the top competition, so
Well,
we will see in the next match.
They're going to be challenged, I'm
They're
sure.
still in it.
Let's take a look at our bracket because they will have a challenge a little bit later, whoever their opponent is going to be. And naturally, we are going to see if it's going to be Seattle Surge or Atlanta FaZe, right? So the loser of that one will move down to play Optic Texas. Plus, we also have Beantown coming in, Boston Breach versus Toronto Ultra. That's going to be a great matchup. Can't wait to see how that one's going to unfold and who will play against Vegas Legion. Big Play looking to hold it down. He's demon mode. All right, we saw him leaving the arena as we were leaving the arena. He's pumped up. He's feeling good. And Clay's at his best when everybody, it seems, is going against him and they don't expect him to move forward. So 90th tournament, he's making a good appearance. Hey, check it out. We got a lot of good things over here at the CDL. And Upper Deck is bringing in the action. Start your digital collection today with the 2021 Call of Duty League trading cards by Upper Deck, the official trading card partner of the CDL. Collect your favorite teams and players on upperdeckepAC.com or scan the QR code on the screen. And also, if you want to go ahead and check out the in-game store, the Shinobi bundle is available. It comes with the Shinobi Tracer pack. You get 2 Tracer blueprints, tuned for speed and stealth, and also that Shadowy Operator skin. I've got to pick that up ASAP as soon as I get home because that thing is just, it's just deadly. Hey, that's one series down. Optic Texas, they take it home. Now we need to figure out Seattle Surge versus Atlanta FaZe. Who is going to remain victorious? We'll find out after the break.
up in that Wraith. Check the stats. I ain't got too much to say. I got Gucci on my belt, but my pants sag. Wouldn't be surprised if my biggest hater made a fan page. You taking orders from your boss, you man-made. Grown at getting touched up by the handshake. Don't think you hear me right, let me clear my throat. 100 racks up in my safe. I've been dreaming of pulling up in that Wraith. Check the stats, I ain't got too much to say.
And welcome back, everybody, to the Call of Duty League Major number 3, Day 3. The Optic Texas Major has not disappointed. The Esports Stadium Arlington has been phenomenal. There's Scump there signing some autographs, whether he's on stage being a professional drummer. We can call him that, doing watch parties, pro player, he does it all. But one thing is for certain, he loves his fans, represents Optic well. And I think everybody's having just a great experience, right? Learning about Optic, but also just experiencing the CDL, which has not disappointed. This entire major has been out of this world. And hey, check this out. Speaking of out of this world, for the first time in a long time, I'm going to be joined by Revan on the same desk as GM of the Seattle Surge. Revan, what's going on, man?
Hey, man, it's good to be here. You know, I used to do this stuff, you know, a couple of years ago. In fact, maybe about 11, 12 years ago, we actually used to cast together.
That's right.
So it's always a blast being on the desk. And, you know, obviously my team is played up next, and it's going to be a great matchup.
Got the perfect guy to come on, and he's going to break it down Seattle Surge, of course. And Ali Nameless on the desk, too, as usual. And let's start it off. We got Seattle Surge about to face off against a tough opponent of Atlanta FaZe, who were absolutely lights out, at least day one. 3-0ing LA Thieves. It was a violent matchup, it seemed. They were looking out of this world. And hey, look, I got to set the stage right. I want to hop into it. Let's talk about Seattle Surge. And Revan, I'm going to have you start us off.
Okay, yeah, so this is a squad. Obviously, you know the players we have on our team. We have talent from top to bottom, and really we rejuvenated the squad. We put a big focus on our search and destroy, and it's turned this team around. Before, the only other team we 3-0'd was LAG Academy when we played them at the program.
Yeah.
Now, we could 3-0 any team out there.
So talking about that search and destroy, obviously there was a struggle there for a hot minute, and I wanted to ask kind of about Siv's role, because he's one of the best snipers in the league right now, but he's also one of the best ARs in the league as well when it comes to search and destroy. So what was that conversation like moving forward about his role and when to pull it out?
So it really depends on how the game is progressing, and we have strats around him pulling out the sniper, we have strats around him pulling out the AR, but it's up to him and how the flow of the game is going. If he feels that he can keep the sniper out throughout most of the game, he's going to keep it out. We've seen him hit some insane shots and turn the tide of the match, so it's up to him how the game is flowing. One thing I always tell the players is I'm always going to trust your intuition. Whatever you're feeling in the game, like, stick to it. Always trust your gut.
Yeah, and our player to watch that was just on the screen, Mac. I mean, personally, I think one of the most underrated players in the league right now. I always try to give him his flowers when I can. I mean, some of the most clutches on Seattle Surge are off the back of him. What was it like scouting him for your team?
So yeah, when I was on New York, we actually picked him up for his rookie season. You know, obviously our team was going through some struggles, and he was one of the amateur players out there in the challenger scene just making a name for himself. We actually scouted him through Pro 8s. He was spawned into some Pro 8s lobbies, and he was absolutely frying. So he's kind of taken a bit of a backseat on this team to kind of enable Pred, AG to kind of do his thing on the map, but Mac has that talent behind him. He could be that guy, and he shows up when it's game time.
Revan, I want to ask you a question about the veto process.
Sure.
You used to be on one side of it when you were a player, now you're in the coaching staff, and it can get a bit interesting. We actually have the maps and modes, and I want to go through them with you.
Sure.
So in this series, I think a lot of people, you know, looking at Surge versus Atlanta FaZe, Atlanta's been on a crazy search and destroy streak, so it's almost pick your poison. Talk to me about the approach here, because you see Fortress, Hardpoint, you see Embassy SD at the end.
Yeah, I think the hard points are pretty straightforward in the series, and just looking at how the maps played throughout, I think both teams after the fact kind of went back to their teams and were like, wow, we got all our best maps in this series. So I think both teams were kind of happy with how this played out. But of course, we're going to get some flack for letting Embassy Search and Destroy go through. They're looking like the most dominant team on that map. And I think it's a big reason why we picked Team B in the series. We knew that Embassy Search was going to be played, so we'd rather have it played in a Game 5 when all the pressure's on the line. Our guys usually rise to the occasion. They love to play off the energy of the crowd, and when everything's on the line in that Game 5, that's where we want to match up against FaZe on Embassy Search.
Yes.
Okay.
So ideally, you don't even go to the Game 5, right?
Yeah,
It's
right.
all the way at the end, so I thought you did pretty well. This is a square-up series.
Yeah,
That's right.
There's no funny business going on in this series, and
Can't be.
no, we did play against them in the Major 2 qualifiers. Obviously, we didn't do too well, but I think they must have set a world record speed run on us on Mercado Search and Destroy, and we don't want to go through that again.
Sure.
Yeah.
All right, so you're going against a tough Atlanta FaZe. Some were saying this could be the team to take the entire major number 3. They were lights out, like we said, in that 3-0 series. Slasher's feeling confident as ever. Nameless, these boys are looking on fire.
Yeah, I mean, Atlanta FaZe are looking absolutely great. I mean, this is a team that 15-1 in land search and destroy, right?
Wait, who's that one lost to?
That is to you guys. it was on El Asilo, right? You gave them the opportunity to get their lick back, and they don't decide to do it. But, you know, when you think about Atlanta FaZe, on land, they seem to get better at respawn. And I want to ask you, Revan, why is that?
Yeah, I think a lot of people are going to point their fingers at the sound equalization, but I think this is also a team that rises to the occasion. They're at their best when they're in this LAN environment, when they're in the LAN setting, and you know very well as a player, you know, every series you play on LAN, your team is just getting better and better and better. And obviously they have a lot of experience behind them. They have Slasher leading their team, so it's no surprise that they elevate their game when it comes to these majors.
Absolutely.
I'm nervous about this section. Let's move into our predictions, okay? I think I know where you're going to lie, but Ali, you might have to hold them back because for this series, I'm going Atlanta FaZe. I think they're going to be victorious. I'm sorry. I know we were sitting next to each other. Please don't hit
we were
me.
friends.
We are, and I really hope you don't take it personal, but Atlanta FaZe, I think they got it. And it's scary looking in your eyes as I say that. Who are you going for?
Might be a surprise to some people out there. I'm going Seattle Surge all the way. My boys are going to take it. I got a lot of faith in them. Of course, I can't root against them.
That's right. You can't. It would be awkward if you did. All right, Ali, who you going for?
This is always a battle of the ages for me personally, but I think now that Atlanta FaZe had that 3-0 against the LA Thieves, and the LA Thieves dropped to get that 3-0 to Minnesota Rocker, who wasn't looking good, and then they lose to Vegas Legion. So I'm kind of questioning the actual strength of Atlanta FaZe right now, but I feel like I'm pretty confident in the strength of the Seattle Surge, so I'm going with the Surge.
Valid points, Ali. Valid points indeed. Even got the fist bump. Nameless.
I mean, Seattle kind of struggled against LAG, Revan. I don't know. I'm going to go with Atlanta FaZe. I think they come in here and they take this one. The search has been too strong, but I do think it's going to be a battle. I think it's going to be a battle. I think we go the distance. It's going to be crazy.
Well, it's going to be a great series nonetheless, and both teams undefeated. We'll see who moves forward. Landon, we got you on stage. Bring out the teams.
Yes, indeed. Texas, how's it going? All right. Their boys managed to survive, and they're still feeling good. But now it is time for, honestly, one of my favorite matchups that we've got in the CDL today. Atlanta FaZe taking on the Seattle Surge. Last time that we were in a Major 3 event, these teams were squaring up in the finals, and right now they're looking to get to the winners' finals. This match guaranteeing top 3, but we've got to introduce our roster. Starting things off, it is the Atlanta FaZe! Celium, Sif, Abizi, and Slasher, Atlanta FaZe.
I mean, just dripping with confidence. Slasher has some words for the opposition when he gets these wins. This is a team that won Major 2, and they're breaking records for Search and Destroy. They got to go up against Seattle. Let's bring them out.
Yes, indeed, Nameless. Like we said, this has been a legendary rivalry since its inception that occurred last season. Trying to drown out the Atlanta FaZe. Ladies and gentlemen, make some noise for Seattle Surge! Civ, Accuracy, Mac, and Pred, Seattle Surge.
Since this roster has been formed, they have turned around the Seattle franchise and also been one of the only teams to continuously push Atlanta FaZe to their limit. They're here to defend their Major 3 championship from last year, and they're looking good doing it. It's time to get this match started, Lando.
It is indeed, Ali. It is going to be a blast. It just feels like every time these teams match up, it is always a banger. Miles and Chance, take it away, guys.
Thank you very much, team. Yeah, it's going to be a banger indeed. We're excited. Since Vanguard Chance, these two squads have always put on a good show for us, and hopefully, no doubt, today will be the same. Find out how this one goes down. Playing for top 3, sure to be spicy indeed. Woo!
And I I mean, again, it's going to be a fun, heavy-hitting matchup as well because these guys love to play each other. It's sort of like a situation where, like, steel sharpens steel. They make each other better, and there's, like, so much on the line as well. Not just for winners. These guys squared up all the way back at Major 1 repeatedly and have traded blows. And for the fact that FaZe is 15-1 on land in Search and Destroy, the only team to give them that loss to Seattle. And I know Seattle are very hungry to break the S&D spree they're currently on.
The only team to defeat them on land. We'll see if they can do it again. Seattle Surge, will they have the number of Atlanta FaZe in that Search and Destroy? A lot of talk, a lot of chatter going into this one. He's not a picky blinder, but that is Sam Phoenix on stage there. Well,
Bon alors, ils en sont où là-dedans là?
Coming out dressed to the nines for these winners bracket matchups.
I mean, look, Crowder's been on point.
Ah, Atlanta FaZe
just like crazy. So I
contre
suppose even
Seattle
Seattle is
Surge.
trying to
Eh ben.
match it blow for blow against this team.
Everyone looking fantastic. Hardpoint though, that's going to be the first mode we play today, and this is how things have looked so far in the stage. Two players we're going to be watching go toe to toe, Selim and Sib. Both of them fantastic numbers, Chance.
And I mean, you know, Selim is like a guarantee at this point, right?
Oh.
So I feel like Sib's the guy that has to step up just a little bit because I know in the head-to-head.
Ils ont presque les scores similaires les deux là.
Especially accuracy
Ça
struggles
peut être
just
pas mal.
a little bit. So if Sib can be there to help with the AR gunfight, set his boys up for success. I know this embassy, it is the third time these two teams have gone after it. And Atlanta FaZe, they currently do have that 2-1 edge.
We cannot stress it enough. This is a heavyweight matchup, ladies and gents. We're going to start proceedings here on Embassy. It's time to rock and roll into this winners bracket matchup, playing for top 3. First and foremost,
Okay,
though,
première
their
map.
records being bad.
A devastating record as well, but I'd say one of the most important things, that rotation rank for Seattle, I know it looks so much better compared to Atlanta FaZe, but quite a few hills on the head-to-head. Atlanta FaZe, they're a break team. They'll give you the roto. They'll break you down.
What we're saying there is Seattle Surge most likely to get there first. Atlanta FaZe, they'll take it right back. Let's see if that's how the game plays out. In we go to the map. So far, no one ready to dive into that point too convincingly yet. Seattle with the hard point. Cellium with a power position. Here he goes. Eyes on the point. Toe to toe with accuracy.
Bah, t'as toujours quelqu'un là-haut. C'est obligé.
Eyes on P2 as well. Bottom right hand corner of the
Il est chiant ce point parce que ça arrive de partout à chaque fois donc.
They know the opening break and they almost play it like a round of Surge, waiting for the gunfights to continue. But as soon as something starts to pop off, Atlanta FaZe snap, and again trying to stay nice and controlled. Simp 3-1 just to open things up. Wants to focus on that P2 side of the map, but it's a P1. Not a lot of time to be got on this hill. All about the rotation, and Slasher 3-0 heads up gameplay already.
Yeah, if that was the search at the start, this is certainly the destroy.
Allez, on va choisir une équipe.
All in his own. 66 so far in the score. Very low scoring hard points.
On va se mettre pour Seattle.
B2's up. That's the parking lot. Low right hand side. Swarming currently with Seattle Surge players. Here comes Simp Zelda.
C'est vraiment dommage qu'en France on n'a pas ça.
Oh, that is such a lucky sort of break as well on the truck exploding, killing the first one, and then Simp gets sent in for the kill as the chaos ensues. But that's the situation. Surge, fantastic at rotating. Atlanta FaZe, not a care in the world. Take it right back.
There you go. The stats don't lie. Back now on the counterattack. No hope in hell against Cellium in a spot like that as he will slither his way through the backside of that truck into a 5 spree now. One more. And he gets a cruise missile. No, not going to get it. A BC will though.
Il y a un gars qui l'a eu.
Right? You get that man in the right position, and he is just going to live there all day. Still in his spot, and he's got the teammates there for the trade, and he is happy to play nice and slow, collect that little bit of scrap.
Il n'y a plus beaucoup de personnes hein, quand même. Maintenant que les optiques sont passées.
Seattle down, and Fred might get the errant kill, but he's on the wrong side of the map. All this pressure towards AC. Simp trying to deliver, but it's still the 50-50 fights.
50-50 fights, and now the odds are certainly in favor of Atlanta FaZe. That's going to be the hard point in their hands. This is an important one. We call this AC. Atop of this side building here, servers in-game. Abizi prowling the halls. Fred cuts him down. Pressure from the outside now. It's a high ground battle. As Fred will be the pinch. Here it goes. The trades are finished, and it's all Cellium left alive in the point. Here comes Sib on the outside. Will he be able to poke him out? He does. Hard point breaks Seattle.
And what a big battle as well for the Sim versus Cell. You think Cell's going to live in that spot all day, but as soon as Seattle stabilizes just a little bit, this is the hill that has caused them problems, but now they're here to deliver. Mac 30 seconds in advance is thinking about that rotation, but Atlanta FaZe, they don't want to give up the scrap. Cellium's going to fall, but they're still sending bodies over towards AC.
It's a difficult thing to do. You have to balance yourself between the old hard point and the new one, and FaZe, they've opted to try to do the best they can on both. Sim loses sight to Sib. That's a nice 3 spree from Sib here. Wonderful time now starting to get picked up by Seattle Surge. It's going to be a tight game.
Allez, reprenez le point là, voilà.
this pace has just been slowed down to a halt, right? Seattle nice and comfortable inside the point, back hits the calm, and, well, might have thought where the pressure was going to come through, but Atlanta FaZe, nice little break. They had extra men there for the job, but accuracy already swinging around, applying that pressure on the left side, waiting for his teammates to pinch.
Lead change once again. It's a classic Atlanta FaZe break. Accuracy through the back line now, a little slow.
Bien joué.
Gun. We're now going to find a way onto the point now as it is Seattle Surge back in the driver's seat. Look to see that lead change once again. Here comes the counter-attack from FaZe.
Yeah, that is just so calm.
J'ai hâte de voir les ultras, franchement.
Approach to break the hill, and now inside one direction to look, it's down the halls, the double chow coming through, and Mac gets a couple extra tags, but it looks like a BZ tear number 1 there for the feed. And Pred, the man that is there to match him, just a nice back and forth battle we had here on this last hill, and now it's just about the rotation game. It has been neck and neck between these two teams. It's just a back and forth game towards them.
So little separating both of them. Now to the kitchen.
Les gars,
A very
shoot, hein.
spicy hard point indeed here on Embassy. Close range engagements. Look for those submachine gun Vaznevs to start screaming. The man on the moment though, accuracy, trying to creep his way forward. I think he's gone
Oh là 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 là. Mais ce manque de timing pour lui là, le pauvre.
That's a good bit of hold now. Here comes Seattle though. The side pitch through Cafe. They're on there for a few moments. Can Mac get any more kills? No, Cell Slash right back at it. Sell him on the re-break, and again, it is non-stop, back and forth between both teams.
Yeah, Pred gets shut down as well as Cell's the man that gets inside the point. Little bit scattered of a push there for Seattle in Atlanta FaZe, taking full advantage, collecting the time, and playing a very tight setup around the hill as well. Kills getting
Ça joue quand même que à l'attaque 56, c'est Vaznev.
for the battle, and I think Cell worried about the pressure. Nice pinch from Seattle, and a nice 3-piece from Pred. Seattle taking that hill right back.
Fred starting to get things going. Of course, it's first to 250 here in hardpoint, so this game feels like it's taken a long time. Sim though, 12 and 10 start things off, keeping things going. Now for his boys, can't get that one, but Fred, he's there to help out. Accuracy stays alive. A couple of seconds go to Surge, and chance by the end of the game, those little seconds, those moments, that could be the difference maker.
I mean, yeah, with a 7-point game like this that we have, every little inch is going to turn into everything for the team. Now it's the battle for the power position. Slasher trying to get up top. You see Sib there on the other side, and Sib shuts down both the tears as well to keep that top bathroom control. Now the question is, can your teammates actually get inside the point? Mac goes and finds his home.
Such a close hard point. Back over now towards the middle of the map. We find ourselves in the second set. A hard point, Celium. Somehow pulling that one out of nowhere. Final 30 here on P1, and this is already a much stronger look from FaZe.
Le problème du point au milieu, il faut se dire de toute façon quoi qu'il arrive, tu vas mourir.
And let the Terrors try to run the show on the rotation, but it was sort of the theme we had going into it. We're expecting Seattle to get to these hills first. They will be at P2 as this hill pops. The question is, can they stay up off the pressure and hold FaZe back?
Trying to hold them down for now, but rotation's complete. Again, still such an unbelievably close game. This is what great COD looks like.
J'arrive.
P2. It's just popped up. Slash. First man hit from FaZe, trying to cover the boys on their approach. A BZ stunned. And everyone there from Seattle, guns are up, locking it down. Can Civ stop the bleeding? That trade, though, will help out. Cell, he's there in the back line to try to make something happen. Here we go, FaZe through the front, slow and steady on the approach. Accuracy wins a big one. It's 2 for Lamar. He's going to keep the point in hand until a BZ dives in. And again, back and forth we go. FaZe get the break.
I mean, just so annoying. You do everything right, but it's the final player in the mix to pick up the 3. And again, Atlanta FaZe there on the brakes. Always annoying to deal with, and honestly for Seattle, too much time to give up. You got to fight for this final 30, but you are fighting into a BZ, and he's got the help as well. Finally, though, the last man standing, just trying to milk every last second before he falls, and as he does, turn your attention over towards New, and again, Seattle, they'll get there first. The question is, how long can they hold on?
Seattle. En vrai, Seattle, c'est serré là.
This time round, we're going to see Seattle in there first and foremost. And FaZe.
Après, FaZe, c'est quand même une grosse team, mais...
Now, guns will be up from Civ. No one coming in from the top side. We're going to see FaZe have to hit from down low. Perfect time to go for a quick listen in. Seattle Surge.
Hold on. He could be gas, maybe. He's on stair. One shot. Stair block. Can't flank gas, guys. Gas, okay, I'm gas. Tree block, tree block, tree block, tree block. Tell him I'm one bullet. I'm holding tree block. Top cat, absolute. Oh, office, top cat. Top cat's absolute. Close up, and he's weak. He's one shot.
I'm flanking that kid.
Top PD dead.
Nice.
I'm pushing this time, bro. I hit H2.
Ah, c'est vraiment serré, hein.
He went stair door. Lamar, I don't see anything in the back. I'm running along the wall. Orange.
Okay.
I'm
top PD. I'm
in deep back of me, deep back dead. Nice.
There's two.
Bien joué.
I'm gonna fly it.
La deuxième.
I need an AC, watch out. Oh, dead. Nice. I got Oh, what the fuck? In the stairs.
Where'd he go?
He's stayed or inside or selling him.
I'm rapid boys. One PD, one shot.
He's so Stater, so Stater.
Nice.
One shot
Stater.
PD. One shot Stater, absolute
Okay,
Stater.
almost front PD.
He's absolute.
Front PD's weak.
He's so Stater.
He naded me,
Pinning
bro.
house,
Oh
pinning
my
house.
god. Sedo naded me. Top PD,
In the back,
Chair side time.
Les grenades, elles sont vraiment abusées dans ce jeu.
He's in every flank Stater or bathroom.
Cheers.
He's in every flank bathroom or
I'm
Stater.
chilling chairs.
I can't see Stater.
Mais vraiment.
Left side chairs, left side chairs.
One
Left
time, one
side
time.
chairs, left side chairs, one shot.
He's left side time and right side
I'm
time.
coming back though. He's left side chairs.
Tell cheers. Hey, guys, behind the thing.
Circle dress,
He's
man.
on the
Side,
right
one
side.
side.
Cheers.
Dommage.
He's
Watch out, you hit backdoor sip, okay?
We need to get away. I'm holding
Yep,
off.
yep, yep.
I'm in the side.
Nice, nice. Sim
I
can
can
flank
hit
you
you,
too.
okay?
In the back. In the back. One shot.
It's outstanding communication chance from one side of the stage, and now slightly developing Atlanta FaZe. Now it's time
What's
to
up?
hear how they sound with a listen in.
Orange set. Nice shit. I spawned orange. They're gonna be going through mid. I don't see the mid. He's always nice. Missing one. I'm in the back and new in a corner. I'm holding orange, okay?
Yeah, great. Okay, I'll P2, I'll P2 here.
I'm gonna try to get to new.
I'm P2, I'll P2, okay?
They're laying down mid alley, one shot.
Mid alley, nice.
I have P2, that was funny, I would...
I'm trying to come first time. Yo, one's
One
P2
P2,
on
yeah,
MC.
I am.
MC should get kills. Hold on, I'm behind him.
Yeah,
They're orange. The back side.
Side.
Anti press on. Sign that. Nice. Hold my back alley, Max. Still, chime it out. I'm trying to chill time with this.
I'm trying
Wait, chime me.
One more time. I'm taking time, Chris. I'm trying.
Close right.
Nice shit.
They're gonna be front. They're gonna be mid alley. One's in laundry, one
Yeah,
shot.
I'm
One
trying,
shot.
yeah.
I spawn your holes. I'm trying to get your mid.
C'est important de jouer en équipe, hein, moi je vous le dis. Hein.
Hold back the press, please.
Laundry. I have your back, MC.
Sinon vous pouvez pas avoir faire tout ça. Hein. Faut être concentré et tout. Hein.
Back gas, Lamar. Stay left from back door. Look back, I have your mid.
Yeah,
Just stay down. One more. Back door, Lamar. I have your help. Nice. Mid alley, dead. One more mid alley. This is really good time. I'm needed. Mid alley, dead. One orange. I have your orange. These are trees, done. Nice, you done.
One side. I'm staying alive.
This is a really good time. I'm
One
gonna
out, bathroom.
He's got shot.
Starting with Streaks, final 20 seconds for the win here for FaZe, and they've just started to pull away. Chance seemingly nowhere to catch up.
I mean, the comms are so clean and composed that it makes the trades inside the hill so easy. No chaos, no confusion phase, know exactly where to look time and time at 10. And now you go to a P1 where they only need 12 seconds. Atlanta FaZe might have this one in the bag.
Can definitely get it done here in P1. You're going to have to see Seattle hold onto this with tooth and nail. Here they go. Time now ticking. Looking out for FaZe, just keep eyes on mid, don't let anyone get close for now, as the final few moments are here. There we go, final 10. Massive pressure now from Surge, they got to hit the go button, and they got to go now. There's 35 seconds on this one, and for FaZe, it's throw bodies. It's get in there and just find that time, and that's exactly what they're doing. Here comes accuracy though, trade it out immediately. Slasher soaking the time, final 5 for the win. Surge are nowhere to be found, and as Mac can get it, he gets one, but there's more. Where that came from? Atlanta FaZe, squeaky clean.
Ah, ils ont fait des beaux moves hein, quand même. Hein. Putain. Ah, il y a quand même des fans de la FaZe.
Indistinguishable. It sounds the exact same. These guys are comfortable on the main stage, and obviously FaZe a little bit more so. Wheeling and dealing, outslave, massively selling him with the most comfortable game you could possibly ask him to have. It had 28 non-traded, 30 bomb in the lobby, and a minute and a half inside the hill. That's a complete cakewalk towards the end. Even Simp was able to turn into this super soaker. And if you have Simp, a guy like that, that's the one collecting the hill time, things are easy for Atlanta FaZe.
It's safe to say, arguably, this is one of the this is the weakest point in FaZe's game is hardpoint. That's the one that other teams seem to take off them. We come to local, we come here to land at the major, and they're handing out a big dish like that on Seattle Surge. Highlights now from Embassy to start this one off. Things get real bad from here on out, though, Mac, because we're going to play Search after this.
This is going to be potentially brutal. Atlanta FaZe do look like they've hit their stride. I know hardpoint's sort of their weakest mode, but even Slasher has commented on the difference between online and LAN. And if your comms are sounding like that, that is as efficient as you could ask the gameplay to be. In ordinary for Seattle, it's guys like Pred that pop off and massively outslayed, but they just got contained. There's no
c'est beau à regarder, c'est impressionnant.
Like a nice rotation coming in from Seattle. FaZe were very on point, taking their time to break it down, and I'd say it was a very much direct back and forth battle up until this hill, and then the lead started to get a little too far out of control, and then Seattle have to play more panic, have to start flooding in, and again, just comfortable.
C'est beau et impressionnant à voir.
It was genuine, it's just easy.
It sounds so easy, it sounds great, but it is not easy to do. That's what makes FaZe so strong.
C'est ça qui me manque, un peu de shoot quand même, je crois, dans mes parties.
And even from like
Ce
the
soir, je vais
opposite
repartir en
side from
ranked.
Seattle, we're hearing their comms were also on point, but the moment they're calling out,
De
hey,
toute
like
façon.
your dash side is open. Sid's turning completely on point, but FaZe are just a little bit too fast. Calling out a player in the stairwell, Celium's too quick on the chow, and you just hear the frustration of how difficult it is to play Atlanta when they are on point like that. Again, Celium, the standout in the kills department, you get the man in good spots. He'll have KDs like that time and
Il a fait
time
mal, lui,
again
hein.
just to come to game.
Everyone there on FaZe having a great time.
Il a fait mal quand
I mean,
même.
that's a
Putain.
frightening prospect chance for everyone here in the tournament seeing FaZe play like that. They're one of the front runners for a reason, front runner in the league, and now they're looking at that back-to-back. They've got to get
Tranquille.
through Surge,
14
they've
morts,
got to get through the
7
winner of
assists.
Breach, and of course Toronto later on in the bracket today. But for now, we
Prochain.
look to Hotel, Search and Destroy.
And as far as Search and Destroy goes, this is probably the map you're looking at
bien,
for
les
Atlanta
gars.
FaZe. If you're another team and be like, I want to play them here. You're not excited about it. Still Atlanta
Prochain
FaZe,
hôtel
Search
est
and Destroy,
arrêté.
but it seems like your best opportunity. They only have a 4-3 record. All three of those losses, though, were online. When it comes to LAN, they have been absolutely perfect. And I know Atlanta FaZe, they're on the massive spree. They've got one of the best S&D players in the world as their coach. And they already have the record. They're just trying to run it up. But if there was a map to look at for Seattle to try and take them down, it would be on Hotel.
This was such. I had conversations with a lot of the guys from Seattle Search, a lot of the coaching staff, and of course Revan. We saw him in the desk. They are incredibly confident that this is the map, this is the time to break that record that FaZe have set. I wonder though, man. I mean, right now it's one thing to be super excited about it and to have the game plan there, but you have to execute now against four of the
Il n'y a
finalists.
pas clavier, souris, machin, non, c'est vraiment PlayStation, hein. Regardez, ils sont connectés. Il y a une manette PS4, lui.
Let's see if we get another moment to the book.
Ça se trouve, ils sont
Make no
sur
mistake
PC
for
alors.
Seattle. They played well in map 1. The teamwork was on point, just got broken down towards the end. So no moment for this team to try to slow down or get in your
Parce que
head.
ça, c'est une manette
They need to
PS4, hein,
strike back
clairement.
instantly on Hotel. And I know Fred is always a standout player, but I think Map will be the guy that I'm paying attention to. One, for the OBJ work. Man loves to plant bombs. He was also the guy that was popping off on this exact map to break that, curse they had in Search and Destroy. But obviously a 13-game win streak, it is impossible not to talk about it.
Yeah, it's impossible. It really, really is. Well, here we go into Greenberg Hotel map number 2. FaZe looking to take the lead 2-0 in the series. They need to win 6 Search and Destroy rounds to do so. Seattle Surge, what have you got? Let's get
On
it.
est en...
If there's a first blood
On est
battle
ready?
to be had,
Ouais.
Abeezy's going to be in the mix. And versus Fred might be the square up all day long, and
Oh, wow.
that's who the stun connects with. You already know he's not going to waste too much time, get set up and ready to go, but it is a spread across the board for both of these teams. But Fred being very aggressive. Question is, who's going to pounce first?
Way aggressive.
Allez, frérot.
In this venue, you can hear a pin drop. You could hear a mouse let one rip.
Oh, la
Fred,
vache.
he knows it. Waiting for anything to come his way.
Ah
And
ouais.
it's Abeezy. First blood.
Every time, man, it is so perfect, but Mac is there for the trades. Has the bomb in hand as well, and you take care of Simp, and I think you're doing the right thing in trying to rotate, except for the fact that Slasher has it locked down. Pick your poison. You want to deal with Cell, or do you want to deal with Slasher, one of the best of all time?
J'arrive pas à voir le canon
Looks
qu'ils
like
mettent.
trying to go
C'est
to
celui
B, but
d'origine
in a
ou...
2v3, not going to be simple.
And again, Atlanta FaZe have read the, maybe they're going towards A push, but no one's going to be home.
Non, je crois pas que ce
Abeezy
soit
will
celui
be the
d'origine.
lone man to push forward. He will be that force recon, trying to find out what's going on in on that B bomb site. What can he hear? What can he see? Because no dead silence just yet. He does have access to it, but as soon as that bomb gets planted, Slasher's going to be there with a nade. Oh, this is going to sting. No, Trophy's there to save him. The play is now on though, Sib. Guns are up. There's the fight. Trying to take care of the trophy system. Here comes FaZe. Abeezy through the side door. They've got the bomb down. They've abandoned the site for now. Is that going to pay off, Mac? No, he doesn't look the right way. He's not looking. And the gunfights are there. Sib gets brought down as well. FaZe with a round.
I mean, like clockwork, clean and easy. Slasher right backs to one side. Abeezy going back and forth between the bomb and middle of the map. Happy to give up the bomb plant and make sure Celium gets in the mix for the 3v2 retake. Literally, as clean as that could possibly get. Abeezy gets sent in for the kill. It's literally, everything was just done perfectly.
It's 3-0 from Abeezy on that first round. It's a tough one for Mac again. He's watching the players in the flank, but sadly, FaZe were all outdoors. They were touching grass.
S'ils sont sur PC,
inside
autant pour moi.
Greenberg. Now though, round 2.
Je viens de voir un clavier, des
Seattle
claviers.
got
C'est
an
bon.
offense.
Ils sont tous à la manette par
Celium
contre.
putting in overtime to try to keep that hair and big brain down, but gotta watch out for Abeezy. 3-0 start, already halfway to streaks, already fighting for that next first blood. Gotta find a way to contain him.
If he gets it in this run, we need to find a way to really accurately display and describe how very hard it is to get the first kill in a search and
Les
destroy
gars jouent
round
sur
at this level.
PC.
Hey, that's
Good
the way to
job,
shut it
Sim!
down, though. There you
go. Laser beam him on the way down.
Great shots there on the cross. Perfect read. Take care of Tyler Farris here in the round. You're looking a lot happier, Seattle Surge. What can they do now, though? There's plenty more phase players to deal with.
Yeah, I was going to say, keep in mind the second part of the dynamic is the 3v4 clutch potential for Atlanta FaZe is still completely absurd. So, no time to stop. Can't let up the gas. Got to make a play. Sid's going to pop Daddy.
Allez. C'est AB là.
Push back and might be enough
Ah,
damage
pardon.
done to allow Sim to try to get this bomb down.
Tu l'as vu. Mais là en fait ce corner là, enfin là où il est le gars en train de poser, franchement,
Yeah, he managed to get across though. Here comes Fred, looking to get into the fray. Tags are in, selling
Faut le
down.
savoir.
Oh no, it's all down to Slasher, and he's not in a great spot. There we go.
en vrai faut le savoir.
Seattle Surge, an immaculate round on defense.
That is a beautiful retake as well. Things feel dangerous once Sim crosses the bedroom, but he loses the 1v1 gunny. That is insane shots from Pred to kill Selim in that spot. He is like fighting a pixel, like every half frame is all that Selim's popping up for. So great retakes, great game plan there.
Allez.
Tied up the score, shut down the streaks. Everything is going right.
This is a great start. You can see those dead silences for both teams. That's going to be both Abizi and Slasher, Accuracy and Mac. They're going to be locked and loaded for the next round. So expect a lot of movement from both teams here on Greenberg. Dead silence, one of the field upgrades here in MW2, essential to make plays in Search.
Allez, les FaZe Atlanta là, faut aller les monter là. Allez les gars.
Played the 2-2 split early on, playing for picks against Atlanta FaZe. They give that a shot. See if they stick to the same thing, but
Le public est vraiment plus calme hein, depuis que c'est plus les. Bah après ça doit être. En vrai ça doit se passer au Texas pour qu'il y ait autant de personnes qui gueulaient tout à l'heure pour les optiques.
All the precision of a Swiss clock right now from Atlanta FaZe. Feels like we've seen this one
Dommage.
before, but Sim, nice reads, good shots.
Ouais, vas-y, ça c'est
Great
abusé.
work out, Sim.
Ridiculous
No way.
spot as well, but
Quand
Del
même.
eventually gets the trade. Del reads accuracy as well. Still in the
2v2,
pinch, but
dommage.
Sim's got the coverage now. Sim for the 1v1. Going against Mac, and you already know if you're Sim. Mac has the bomb. Question is, where does it go?
Both players roaming silently now across the hotel, and it's going to be a square up 1v1. Mac with the bomb though. And I
Ça manque hein,
think
quand même
this
une
may
team
work out.
FR. Hein.
Creak the door slowly. You smash it open, you get heard. There's the player on the cross. The tags are in. It's a 1v1. It's a fight. And Mac is banged up.
And Sim might have got baited. He knows he crossed the bedroom, but Mac might have made the quick call to get this bomb out over towards B. So everything's effectively just got reset again. Simp is guessed wrong. Now the tide's turned. Advantage in this round goes to Mac.
1v1, l'autre il est à l'autre bout.
Advantage Seattle Surge.
Ok.
The Sim's got to make the play over towards the kitchen side. He has to deal with Mac and get the defuse. And he has 35 seconds to do it.
Running out of time and trying to clear things out. And then maybe another thing on Sim's mind is he knows he got shot at
Faut
by
qu'il
a
regarde la
gas net,
bombe.
so he's expecting a gunfight
Il
to
va
be
arriver.
up close. Not going to be the case.
Check every single possible corner now. Just wait for the noise cues. Wait for anything.
Il a vu.
He's going to see. There's nobody home. What does that mean? He means he's outside. 20 seconds now. And Mac, he's trying to make
Oh le
something happen.
bâtard, le fils de
Sim,
pute.
he caught him out. Sim,
Ça va
check
passer?
it, check. Damn!
C'est passé.
What in the Jesus, son? We were getting
C'est
ready
move.
to start playing that Seattle song, but okie dokie. With 2.9 to spare.
It's going to be so. I can't make a play like that online at all. That is
Ce move il est vraiment passé putain.
to be able to run around without the
Vache.
dead silence and to gun him like that.
Jesus.
Wonderful timing. Matt gets the first shot, but again, I think he had the wrong
Après, c'est
gun
avec le
for the
timing,
job. I think he might have had that tack out.
Did he had the assault rifle out? If he had a submachine gun, that might have been an easier round. But look, it's so hard to read these plays. Brilliant round phase.
Non, l'autre il avait une
What
manette
FaZe actually do with
PS.
this bomb, 'cause
Oui,
they
c'était
just dropped it on
PS4.
the floor last time. Well,
qu'il
they
avait.
keep it in hand now. Easy actually quick with it. He got caught on the cross last time. Now he's getting baited like crazy.
Whoa.
Gets taken down for the first blood
And
again.
it's an absolute melee over towards
Allez,
that
3v3.
one side. A is popping, and so far though, it's all on Celium. Tactical retreat now, back on up. Allow the boys to find their kills, and that's what they're doing.
And Sim's doing it from range too, from downtown. He's able to pick one up
Oh.
and does get traded, but look at the nade. Sim does it
Dommage.
all. Selling him for the cleanup. Didn't even need Abizi to get in the mix.
I mean, that was a great round from both teams, man. You got that excellent use of lethals there from Seattle Surge. Eliminate Abizi, don't let the bomb get planted, but then the trades come through. Celium with the pullback there. Getting himself to safety, allowing Simp to hit the pinch. Magnificent stuff.
Yeah, plan A feels great. Everything's going sweet, and before you can think
Ils sont
about
vraiment
what the
proches, hein, au
second
niveau
step
de
is,
l'écran.
you're just getting picked apart by Simp. Atlanta FaZe pushing the pace. Only 5 minutes into these games, but as big as this map is, Atlanta FaZe not wasting too much time.
Yeah, they're making Hotel feel kind of small right now. That's nuts. We're just over 5 minutes into this one. 3-1 is the score. Halfway mark for Atlanta FaZe. Here we go. Nades up. We're going towards A on the defense. That bomb, though, this way towards B.
This is as aggressive as it gets as well. Slasher with the tag, jumping up the child out towards A. And if you've already stacked this on 4, you're going to have to fly through. You know where Sib's going to be. Difficult gunfight to win. And you see what they're going to do. Get out of dodge. The bomb is not there. Seattle, it is a wide open B site. And Sib right now trying to control that pace as he's getting left potentially. I mean, there's like a corner fight on the bottom side of the map. Everything else towards B.
We're going to smash the doors of Kitchen wide open in a moment. The bomb has been planted. 40 seconds, it goes bang. And Seattle Surge, they get one more in the round. Can they hold it? Siv there, good work. Take care of one. Mac, here come the nerves. Oh dear, Selly manages to catch him through the wall. The back line now wide open. Accuracy, can he win the fight? Watch out for the nades. Here comes the pressure. Prez to help him out. Great work. It all comes down to Slasher. He finds one, and he somehow made it into the site, and now it's a 1v1.
And all he knows is that Sib was towards the middle of the map. After that, it is pure guesswork, and Sib has cleared the bomb. He's going to be behind him, though. Sib here.
Bien joué, ça.
Away. And there you
Ça, c'est
go.
bon, ça.
The
Allez, les
sound
gars.
coming through for him. No 1v3 for Slasher. And Sib is making high IQ plays in that round. The read he had to worry about that late flank that Simp was trying to set up.
Il a quand même eu de la
Shut
chance
him
quand
down.
même. Hein.
Clutches up for his team towards the end. And Sib, by the way, 8-3 so far in this game, making the big plays to keep his team alive.
One of the
Quand même
problems
eu
with
de la
having
chance.
such a great spree in Search and Destroy is that, you know, yeah, not only are you doing a good job and you're winning, but everyone has so much tape on you. They've got so much footage. And you can tell Seattle Surge, they've put the work in and they're playing this intelligently, but it's still maybe not enough. We will find out. Another round now, FaZe stopped by 1.
Yeah, Atlanta FaZe doing the thing again, dropping the bomb and giving themselves options of either player to wrap back so they can move towards either side. So they're getting tricky with it, but it's the trickiness on the trades, and Mac can't get traded. He picks up 2.
Il a fait la moins 2 quand
Now,
même.
well,
Hein.
you think you have an advantage. There is action all over the place. It's a 2 versus 2, but that's why you drop the bomb in a weird spot. It's so you have options.
You don't want to drop the bomb in a good spot. Or in a bad spot. It's
Il va
going to be
l'avoir.
tough to get the recovery. Mac taking the longest of long routes.
Non,
He's
il est
going to
passé de
come back
l'autre côté
to the
au
fight in a
final.
moment. Accuracy, he'll be in that lobby side.
Au
He'll be able to
final,
fight a little faster. But Selim and Abizi now pick a corner, any corner. Try to identify where the attack's coming from, and here we go.
And they just don't know. It's all about the reaction
Ah,
time.
c'est mort.
Beezy squares up, so he heard him jumping around, and you got Selim to try to slow it down. You got a Beezy set up for the kill.
Dommage.
Jumps in for the easy 2. Atlanta FaZe, the adjustments on the fly are on point. They are getting bodied in the first blood battle for the moment. You got Mac picking up the 2. Seattle constantly have been playing with the man advantage. And Atlanta FaZe barely care. They got the 4-2 lead.
I mean, it seems so simple from Aviz. It's like, I'm going to sit in this corner, I'm going to let this guy jump onto the bomb, I'm going to kill him and find his teammate from where the gunfire was coming from, right? You don't have red dots on the minimap. Those headphones are cranked. And right now, FaZe, 4-2.
And it almost feels like a long-term thing. If you have a team
Allez.
that's well experienced in S&D because they're not
3
taking
contre 2, 2
practice
contre 3.
seriously at the start of the year, Atlanta FaZe, they got the reps in. They are ready for every single situation, but we go again. 2-2 split for the 3rd time we've seen from Seattle. Slasher with the first blood. You shut down Fred. Now we get to test the clutch ability of Surge when they don't get the first blood.
We've seen the same round, same way.
Il y a des
3
potes qu'il
times
faut
now
que
for FaZe, and
faut que je
every
rejoigne
single
des
time
potes.
they've done it a little
Attendez.
differently. 4-3 now.
On va voir.
Surge, the man down. They're creeping towards that bomb site.
que ça va
This is
marcher
Sim.
ou pas?
He's got eyes on it. That frag grenade tickles him just enough, though. Cell manages to get a kill out of it. Abizi finds another one. 4-1 now, all on a Mac. And he's got that bomb in hand, and he is totally surrounded. Here comes Sim. Around the corner, guns are up. Oh, melts him. We take that one. Mac, though, now scrambling to stay alive.
He has dead silence. He wants to give it the old college try, but now they know where he is. He got the coverage. He got him trapped, and you gun
Alors, je vais
him
rejoindre.
down. 13 search and destroys in a row for Atlanta. A 15-1 record on land. With a 5-2 lead right now, just looking to add to the pile. As again, even when they're getting first blood, they still put up a fight. And when they get the first blood, it looks efficient.
It is map point
Okay.
Atlanta FaZe. One more round, all they need, and they go up 2 in the series. We throw to a break and we think about control.
pas comment
Right
je peux
now,
faire.
you're not thinking
Rejoindre
about
mon
that
poteau.
Seattle. Head back in the game. Let's find some special sauce here, boys. You're the only team in the world to take them on land. Here in the mode. Can you do it again?
And once again, Atlanta FaZe just giving themselves
Okay,
options.
donc c'est
Happy to
pas
play
grave.
with any
Hop,
situation
on va
they
revenir.
get. And Abizi,
Hop.
happy to be aggressive to
Hop.
find the first bloods. But the stun clears out couches.
Voilà.
The players are over by the bedroom.
Qu'est-ce qui se passe là là-dessus là?
This opening salvo. Seattle's actually stacked up this B site.
Voilà.
But no one has
On
made
est,
a mistake.
on est
I mean,
revenu.
FaZe are like water, my friend. They can fit into a cup, they can crash against the waves, and Sim's moving silently again. So Pred has got no idea. Unless he smashes a door open, That's what you're working with right now. And that might have been it. We could see Pred now spring the life in a second, but at this moment in time, it is Simp with top side of the map control. Things are going to get ugly.
He got spotted though. He did get spotted on the cross.
Juste en
Accuracy
dessous.
stalled, so everybody
Bien joué.
turns around with the late term read.
Dommage.
Accuracy's there, but you get the first blood. Doesn't make a difference because BZ instantly responds. Cell now goes and collects that bomb, and look what FaZe want to do. They've showed the pressure at A. Now they've got a 2-on-1 over towards the B site, at least for the next few moments.
Oh, à mon avis.
Towards the site, Pred's got to go absolutely huge here. He's going to be the sole
Il n'a
man
pas
for
entendu?
Surge for a
Oh la
moment.
vache.
He's got a couple of players of FaZe to deal with, and things are about to get spicy. Less than 20 to go. There's the gunfight, and it's going to be Accuracy helping out. Oh my god, Lamarcus 2. Into the point we now
Bien
go,
joué.
and Surge. Love it when a plan comes together.
And Accuracy icing up just a little bit in that round. Has great timing to catch Simp on the cross and finds a massive 2 kills after the fact. And Pred just gets hand-delivered the final kill. So that is very patient play from Seattle. Pred found his spot, didn't leave it the entire round. And you had Accuracy just getting to think. Let him sit back, analyze the situation, and try to pick him apart. Seattle still alive. Little bit of fight. Long way to go.
Yeah. 5-3. How many rounds can Seattle Surge string together? Is this the making to the comeback?
And finally mixing it up as well. No more 2-2 splits, no more playing for picks. Let's be aggressive. Let's just go to the B side.
It's a gun up run. They're going to fly forward. Sib's going to be flying solo here alone, though. He heard plenty. He's playing the same
4
game.
et
The rest of the team
3,
has
5
hit
et
B.
3, pardon.
And now FaZe know. Here go those red arrows across the map. They're going to now search out kitchen, try to find something.
Lui il
It started
attend.
differently, but we've had this round before where Sid was playing the late flank. But this time for FaZe, it is all 4 players stacked
Oh
up.
dommage, le timing, le timing.
First blood, he's in on the site. 1, 2.
Oh.
Oh my god, for a BZ.
L'autre
Pred
il est là.
is right back at the same spot. Can he find anything here as the life count has dwindled? Seattle Surge are running out of options.
And he's just waiting for Sid. He's waiting for the flank to come through, but Slasher's staring at it. He knows what
Oh,
this is,
dommage.
and he takes him down like clockwork. Atlanta
Oh.
FaZe pick him apart,
Shit.
drop him down, make the adjustments, and that is now
Ils sont tous avec
14
des manettes
in a
PS4.
row for Atlanta.
Well, it's going to take some kind of miracle to force that game 5
Bon, bah, ils
for
ont fait
another team to
3-0.
have a shot at them here in Search and Destroy.
Dommage.
As I tell you what, friends, nobody does it better, and I don't know if anyone ever will.
And Atlanta just made the better
Dommage.
adjustments, right? They almost mirrored the round
3-0, hein.
exactly
Putain, c'est
where you
chiant.
had Simp playing on couches, you had Simp there for the late flanks, and they said, you know what, if Simp's going to play like that, going to play on the
Non,
island,
2-0.
let's just leave him. Let's just stack the
Ah non,
actual
pourquoi,
site, go
non,
gunny on
2-0,
gunny,
je suis
and
bête,
it's
moi.
not like they needed everybody there because the BZ just picked up the big 2, but they made the
Et normalement, le
adjustments,
prochain c'est
had the
contrôle.
read on Seattle's game plan, and a 6-3 cakewalk again, Atlanta
Je vais mettre
FaZe
mon casque
so
pour rejoindre mon
comfortable
poteau
on the main
et
stage.
j'arrive.
Unbelievable, man. It was a 10-minute game. It was a tense one at times, but 6-3, it is strictly business for Atlanta FaZe.
And I mean, hey, you beat them on the first blood battle as well. That was 5-4. So Seattle, at least plan A, was working so well to take it easy down, but the adjustments after the fact, absolutely not there.
Crazy stuff. Well, that's going to be that for the Search and Destroy. We were looking forward to it indeed, and I know Surge were. I think they'll be thinking about it a little differently after this one. We stay on Hotel, though, for that control coming up in a moment. And man alive, this is where things get spicy. This is a big comeback moment, though, for Surge. Control has been the swing mode all year long. We'll find out if it happens again.
I mean, hey, they played a few times as well on Hotel, but even there, Atlanta FaZe has had the edge. They have them 2-1.
Well, let's find out what happens, ladies and gents. We're going to go to a quick commercial break on the other side of this one. Hotel Control. Is it going to be a 3-0, or do Seattle Surge have that special stuff in the tank? Can we see the reverse sweep? We'll find out after this.
Je sais pas comment je vais me démerder pour sortir le son de d'un peu partout du coup. Allô? 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 Oh là putain, tu m'as gueulé dans les oreilles. Tu m'as gueulé dans les oreilles. Attends, je vais baisser ton son. Vas-y, voilà. Hop. C'est pas grave. Yo. Hop. Ah, et je suis en train de live le code de championship. T'as vu, ça joue fort, hein? Ah, quand même. Ça joue fort quand même. Hein. Et ils ont du shoot. Hein. Non, ils sont à la manette. Ouais. Là, ils remontent les meilleures actions. Putain, j'espère que là, Seattle Surge, ils vont revenir dans la bataille. Hein. Bah, moi j'attends les Ultras là, à 4h30 de l'après-midi chez eux là. Là, en vrai, j'attends justement. C'est des Canadiens. Ouh. Dans l'équipe là, t'es fou. Moi je mets Replay, Zoria. J'aurais mis moi et toi t'aurais été notre coach. Par contre, tu vois, ça manque d'équipe française, tu vois. C'est ça qui est dommage. Non, mais non, il n'y a pas d'équipe française là-dedans. À l'époque, ouais, t'avais les Face, t'avais les Triple A, t'avais Vitality. Et ils ont tous, je pense, abandonné le jeu, quoi. Là, il y avait les Millennium aussi, je crois bien. Je vais voir. Attends. Je vais voir. Par contre, faut que... Ah, t'inquiète. Ah, je vous ai fait tomber, les gars. Attendez, je reviens. Non, c'est pas... Voilà. Eh oui. Voilà. Elle est là, la DualSense. Voilà. Tac. Je sais pas si on voit bien là. Tac. Elle est là, la DualSense. Allez là. Sans les palettes.
The Call of Duty League is presented by the GMC Hummer EV Pickup,
oui.
the world's first all-electric super
Par
truck.
contre,
Upgrade your
non,
game
je sais ce que
with
je
the
vais prendre.
Scum, the official
Je sais ce que je vais
controller of the
prendre.
Call of Duty League.
Welcome back to Major 3 here live from Arlington, Texas, as we're having a good time. Seattle Surge not as much because to the surprise of absolutely nobody, the
50
search and
utiliser la
destroy
dernière
went
manette.
their way. You've been great crowd, we've loved you all week long, and we're not done yet. What's up, guys? How you doing? And we're ready to party though into Greenberg Hotel, map number 3. Let's get into this one. We're playing control, and you know what that means, Chance. That means there's an A and a B. That means there's 30
oui, mais alors
on
lui
the
aussi.
side, and that means that somebody's probably going to get defense at the end.
I mean, my brain is stuck. To talk about hotel control real quick, FaZe have had the edge, slightly better on offense, slightly on defense. In the pure head-to-head, yes, Seattle have beaten them.
Là, je vais m'acheter, je pense, le truc là, parce que c'est trop cher les manettes à palette. J'ai pas les moyens. Je suis pas un streamer professionnel, j'ai personne me donne des dons. Du coup, je vais acheter le truc qui coûte 50 balles là pour mettre derrière et puis voilà.
You got the trades already, or at least a clean work there from Seattle. No trades.
Bien sûr, j'en ai regardé une dizaine. Ouais. Allez là, allez la Seattle là, putain. Ouais, tu l'avais prise en photo. Ah, c'est la même que la mienne. Ah.
Admiration for the artwork as well for Abizi.
Loves to look at it, loves to get the kills, and him and Celium working perfectly in tandem. You know the trade's going to be there. 0 time wasted. At a point, it was a very slow capture. As you see Atlanta FaZe, all they were doing in the meantime is just vying for pressure. Slasher's got in a position where Seattle, they're going to be consistently spawning out as soon as his teammates get the kills. So Slasher,
Seattle mène.
game,
Allez.
setting his teammates up long term. However, his teammates do need to start winning the gunfights because Seattle, meanwhile, are just
Ils doivent défendre, ils doivent
Yeah,
défendre.
Seattle are starting to bully them. They're coming for lunch break, hitting them hard. But that's a 4 life differential right now. It's FaZe. They cannot stop Fred. He's on a 4 spree. I should know he's on 3. Accuracy's on the 4.
Oh, and they killed Slasher as well, so this is just straight up spawn killing at this point.
Oh no.
Everybody's in
il est
great
beau,
position. Max over there staking with the great gunny as well in FaZe. Almost desperate just to get out of spawn. Now with 7 life deficit they're working with.
Mais
the
non.
good news is this ain't TDM. You can be down on lives. You're looking towards the point. They're trying to
bien
pull
joué,
their way out of
ça.
the A zone. And Seattle are just
Parce que tu l'as
suffocating.
repeint, parce que t'as changé la
3
coque.
players to bring down Civ there. Is he still going? Accuracy, 4 spree, no deaths just yet. 13 to 21 FaZe. They're looking like Morpheus right now. The first time Agent Smith got a hold of him, that was a brutal fight. That's what it kind of looks like now. Let's see what happens. Could be the sequel. Rolling through now. Is Lamar holding this angle, not letting anything get through Pred? Seattle Searcher, pump the brakes. Wow, yeah, 2-piece out of Civ, all dead.
And let's see where they go as well. Off spawn, what do they leave open? How quickly do they trap? But it's the chaos spawns. Number one,
Il faut
Celium
peut-être
actually
que
gets in
je
the mix
baisse le son
behind
de
them.
ton micro,
You might just wait for
justement.
Cell to go trade out one of the kills to try to open something up, but even when he gets it, you still got such a long way to go.
7 to 20 right now. Atlanta FaZe are getting the
Il y a des échos
snot
sur
beat out
quoi?
of
Il y a des échos
Here
sur
on
mon
offense.
live ou il y a des échos sur toi? Ou moi quand je parle ou toi quand tu parles?
I mean, so far, this is one of the best rounds on defense we have ever seen on this map. Seattle looking perfect, but
C'est toi,
now
en
they're going to
fait.
play a little bit tight, turtling up towards that B zone. And Atlanta FaZe only 6 lives. They could still make this happen.
Final few moments as the clock is ticking down quickly. 15 now to go. Anyone there from FaZe able to come to beat?
C'est un autre niveau quand même, hein.
Make these moves all brought down though. The
Donc
lives
là-
are done and the time will be done. Also, can Sim get it? No. What an unbelievable round.
T'arrives toujours pas à
from
mettre plus
Seattle
le son de
Surge.
Twitch
They
sur
take the
ta
lead.
console alors?
18 to 1 on live.
Putain.
Most dominant
Ah,
round
bah voilà.
we might have ever seen on defense. That was clean, even when a weird
C'est
spawn
quoi?
came through for Celium. Didn't make any bit
Ah,
of
on va
difference.
monter le volume. Ah oui. Ah. Attends, il y a eu un petit bug là. Sur la retransmission là. Voilà, c'est bon, c'est reparti. Putain, tu te rends compte? Il y a quand même presque 100 000 personnes qui regardent sur celui-là, et quand tu vas sur un autre gars, il y a 60 000. C'est dingue. Hein.
Just a little bit better, but they are absolutely looking to strike back on Hotel.
It's a heavyweight matchup.
C'est que des Vikings.
2 of the toughest teams we've got here in the league, and they are going for it. Here we go.
Que des Vikings.
Seattle Surge now, they will be attacking to see if they have the same amount of
Mais j'ai demandé s'il y avait des Français là-dedans, il n'y a aucun Français.
as they try to get their way in towards both A and B at the same time. A is actually wide open. They don't know that, but we do, thanks to the extra emote
Allez,
here on
contrôle.
podcast. And Sib trying to find his way through that middle of the map, trying to find a couple more kills. Not going to happen. Trades though wonderfully on point. We're now on A.
Yeah, I think Seattle were, wow, Jesus. I think they were really trying to see if they could actually make a play over towards the B zone. If the round sort of fell into their lap, but after that opening break doesn't pan out, it is right back towards A, doing the standard sort of push, and you got the flanks coming through, dealing with it so far. Abizo still behind enemy lines, but Seattle, they're looking everywhere. They're taking care of business, and honestly, just like the comms, I have to imagine for Surge right now, completely on point.
Yeah, super cool. First segment A,
Pour discuter sur le chat.
on its way out. It's a single stack though from accuracy. He's the man sitting there getting the capture done. The rest of his teammates pushed on out. They want to be as far away from that point as possible.
C'est une
Trying to buy
double
his boys time. Sid, he
authentification.
had a couple more kills. 11 and 6 already. He has looked stunning.
Allez,
Here
les
on the control
Seattle.
so
Ah,
far. Great
dommage.
shots, not enough to get rid of Cell. Here comes the trades though, or FaZe.
Bah,
Starting to
bien
go forward.
sûr.
Now it's time for accuracy to get in the fight, and he gets 1. 9 and
Bien
2 for
sûr,
him.
on a joué.
Streaks in the back pocket, and there's A.
Il m'a dit qu'il allait se prendre la manette DualSense là, 200 balles.
Each other, but this time Surge much quicker to pounce, many more lives at their disposal. They got trophies out and about. Oh, quick to be in the mix and Celium over challenge. Accuracy gonna catch him. 10 and 2 by the way, and now you got the pressure on the B zone.
You're on a B, all but a BZ in from behind. Great teamwork out of Surge. They stay alive. Guns up, ready to party. You're getting the capture. Slowly for now. You're waiting for more players to get here. You have to hold this spot down if you're Sib. Celium taken care of. Sib gets 2 somehow. So Seattle Surge, they stay alive, and this is a big stack. You've got 1 player to deal with now. The rest of FaZe are nowhere to be found.
Just got to catch him on the flank. You got to read it easier. Maybe he doesn't even have enough time.
Oh, no
3
way.
players on the zone. How quick can you be? Can you gun them all down? You can't. Seattle Surge, 2 clean, easy, efficient rounds on hotel control. Offense, defense, it doesn't matter. Icing up and looking good while doing it. Everybody positive.
C'est chez moi qu'il y a de l'écho.
11 and 3.
Comment ça, il y a de
On the
l'écho
flip
chez moi?
side, how often do you see Simp triple negative? How often do you see Slasher? I don't even know what to call that.
Tu fous ma gueule.
Quintuplet negative. Man's only done 300 damage in the game.
What?
C'est chelou ça.
Okay, we'll deal with that in a moment. But it's map points, Seattle Surge. Those boys are frying.
It's like Atlanta FaZe said, hey, we have embassy map 5. Let's just put the feet up
Attends,
and
je vais
wait till
baisser
we get
le...
there. I mean, that's obviously not the case, but
no.
Surge have turned into bullies.
Fred's just going to
Pas
do
les
some nice
enceintes.
work as now we press forwards. Atlanta
Je pense
FaZe
que c'est
now trying to attack. And again, if you
le
go in
micro à mon
here,
avis
once
de...
again, it is Fred.
Il faut que j'aille dans les paramètres.
Just there too
Putain,
fast,
j'arrive
too
pas à
soon,
m'y faire
gets himself onto a
à
2-man
l'interface.
stack. FaZe are looking to get this done a lot quicker than Surge did last round.
Let's see if Atlanta FaZe can sort of snap back into reality and get the gameplay flowing. But Surge, they're sort of setting up the trap again.
Ah oui.
Accuracy is never going to leave that bottom left corner of the map.
Là,
That is for spawn manipulation. The rest of his teammates trying to keep him contained over by the A zone, but
Là, c'est bon,
committing just a little bit. Quite a few players fall, and Atlanta FaZe now have a lot more freedom on the map.
So much freedom. When we check that corner, Fred's going to get a couple more. We check this one though. What in the
Là, c'est
Who
bon.
hit him? What the frick was that? As
Normalement, là, ça doit être bon. Là.
Another. Sib there, back over to Celium. Can Fred catch this kill also? How is he still rolling here?
Bah, il est déjà sur les oreilles.
He is always in the mix, and now on the flip side, you got Slasher looking for kill number 4. You know the idea, if accuracy is manipulating spawns on one side, Slasher is trying to do the same on the other, but not able to get in a position just yet. He's got Celium to work with as they're pushing the deep flank with both these
Mais là, plus maintenant, là.
FaZe have already managed to find something here in the tank to force what has been a much better attack.
Là, c'est bon, là.
22 lives apiece. You've got a bit of a sneaky play from Abizi developing over by B. He's waiting for the boys to show up. Fred still a stalwart of defense, a 2-piece on the back line. That is huge.
Yeah, Fred is too good right now. 21 in 9, and you would have Beezy maybe the opportunity to make a play, but I think he spent the past few minutes just looking for accuracy. He was found an even deeper corner of the map. Finally, he falls, but everybody else from Seattle in position, still getting kills. And Max staying alive is massive in the moment, but where he gets traded, now at least the front spawns are open.
Open for now. How long though? Fred on the cross catches another. Here come the streaks though. 12 and 4 out of accuracy. He's going to put this to good work, see what he can find. Push those players inside. Don't let them get anywhere. No kills.
Ah, il faut qu'il gagne celle-là, là.
Everyone from FaZe now, shoulder to shoulder on the bedroom side of the map. Set up for the kill now. Fred sent in to try to find something. Sim though in a easy read. Oh, Jesus. They keep getting a kill.
And they got the trade. This is the only moment of opportunity for Atlanta FaZe to win a round. They have gotten picked apart and bullied, but now they got the pressure on the zone. It's going to be a 4-man stack once they get it. Maybe if Beezy wants the front line kills because you know he's going to get them.
You find the kills. Just out 3 in a row. The second segment gone. Looking at the round in a moment. Let's Fred could go. Can Fred get in there? Accuracy with a kill.
8 gigas de MB. C'est possible ça?
Somehow unable to contest as FaZe steal the round and stay alive.
And if they manage to find a way, all 4 players negative to try to turn things around. Fred, that has been a monster, 24 and 10, to still get the dub. That was just eventually. I mean, if Beezy had to have waited, I don't know, a year and a half before he killed accuracy. But as soon as they cleared out bedroom, you see how quickly that round can collapse. That is why Beezy is simply different. He's not
Ça s'appelle touche pas ça, petit con. C'est ce bouton-là. C'est celui-là, il fallait pas toucher. Oui, ou un scotch, tu vois, ou un truc comme ça. Un scotch.
Towards A, quick check, lovely stuff out of Sib there. Close range with attack, unheard of.
Yeah, that is a snappy gunfight win from him. That is the flank getting red from accuracy. Beezy, though, obviously not a care in the world. Applying the pressure on the flank, he is going to be that constant thorn in their side. Everyone from Seattle, this is where your comms have to be on point just to try to deal with all of the funny business. You got a Beezy on one side, Simp on the other, and you know that collapse is happening.
Well, there's nothing funny about it. This is going to be horrible. As the collapse, though. Yeah, it's coming through the front. Trays are going to be there. A Beezy waiting for that moment to strike. You might give up A. One more hit at it.
Voilà,
Selim
mais
somehow
même
found
pas,
a
il
kill.
met un
He's
bout
in,
de scotch
causing problems.
sur le...
Accuracy proned up. Can he get it? Oh, it's the wrong player. That was a body. No way. Matt gets the kills trades once again. And it looks good for
Sinon il met
now.
un bout de
Simple,
scotch
he's
et puis
keeping
voilà,
the play
comme ça
alive.
tu peux
He's
pas
snuck
appuyer
in.
dessus.
Can Pred get it? Yes. A is still going right now for Surge.
Yeah, one more flank for Slasher, but it's just going to be
Il
for the
touche à
air
rien,
kills.
il
That
touche à
A
rien
zone
alors.
is going to get captured, and Pred looking to be aggressive. Might have found the opening. Him and Sim stall each other, but Sim takes him down. To Surge, who was trying to fight that two-front war, and it gets slowed down just a little bit. Because now that sort of vie for bedroom control. Sim has an important job. Keep it clear. And so far, so good.
A tough moment there, Selim, just not able to really echolocate exactly where Sib was coming from. And now you got full bedroom control from Seattle. This is an important position. You need it if you're able to get bodies on B. Here we go. Seattle looking to take the map here. Can they get players on? They have to deal with a wave of kills of FaZe.
Yeah, they have time to work with. Minute 40 left on the clock, so that's why they're so hyper concerned about the flank. That's the man that we're worried about. The other two players in couches, they're looking for the trades, and then you can jump on the zone. So accuracy making the moves towards the objective. Everybody else worried about, well, the spawns and the bedroom players.
Got at least one player on towards the B zone. That's going to be accuracy. Slow capture, but no coverage. No one ever there to help. So it's 17 lives apiece. You've still got a little bit of map presence now for Surge, but they are waiting patiently, and they're trying to make something happen. FaZe, though, right back in it. They've got the advantage.
And FaZe are just so on point. There's always that extra player to get behind enemy lines and keep that pace nice and slow so no one can stack that zone. So Atlanta have stabilized, but there's the first blood in this engagement coming through from Sib. Obviously, Pred, he's going hunting. You have to clear out that.
He's got like a second left of dead silence. There's one. Any more out of this life would be absolutely insane. Less than a minute to go, 14 lives apiece, and he's not going to check that corner as he knows that player slipped out. So Pred now, he's the tip of the spear for Surge. Drive, that trident, deep into the defensive line of Atlanta FaZe. There's one. Gets to get the second. Yeah, no, unbelievable play. Oh, FaZe hold the line.
And now Surge a little too quick in the moment because Slasher was able to find the opening and go through on the flank, and that battle from bedroom just commences once again. Accuracy waiting for a little bit of help. He's going to have Pred by his side, but it is operation. Keep FaZe away from shooting you in the back.
This is going to be tough.
Ce timing.
Back at it, a absolutely Herculean performance. 32 and 15, 3 dead. Selling the last man in a tough-to-read spot. He's still chilling, though. Anyone there to help out? Here comes Pred from upstairs. Straight onto the play we go. Abizi the lone man now. You have to get going. The trophies are in position. Have to bring the fans into the fight. One down. Here comes the second. Oh, the cleanup. Gets them all. Wait a minute. No, Slasher's there for it. 10 seconds to go, and we're going to a final round.
Atlanta FaZe are getting it done, and they got someone behind enemy lines in the meantime. Sim for 2. And with a gunny like that, I don't know how 15 and 26 Atlanta FaZe making the comeback. Absolutely bodied in the first 2 rounds. And that slow, overwhelming trickle weighing you down.
Start up with the trickle is now a little bit of a waterfall. Oh, baby FaZe. Looking at the reverse sweep, one more round is all they need. Can they do it? I cannot believe what we are seeing. For the 3-0 in the series, FaZe need one more round.
Atlanta FaZe have been striving for perfection in every game mode.
Et c'est quoi les casques?
They had to drop a map, and they are currently dealing with Pred in his finest form, and they have forced the round 5. It's going to be Atlanta on the attack. And Seattle have been on point on their defenses. They have looked good when they've got it. Atlanta, they are just looking for a moment. An opening break exactly like Search and Destroy as well. Abizi, though, is the first blood. Reaver will get another to the list.
Another day in the office. Mac, though, head help out. Could have been the nade. Couldn't really tell Fib. Flash of pressure.
Ah, mais il n'y a pas un 105 points là-dessus, non?
Towards that A zone, we once again go. It's been captured in every single round without fail, and this one probably no different. Can Surge try to stop the wheel, try to break it, and change their fate?
And Atlanta FaZe also doing extra, right? Abizi getting in position, trying to clear out that bedroom side of the map while the slow captures coming through. So they're trying to keep track of all these Surge players. But Surge are going for the flanks. Accuracy swinging all the way around. And this A zone not quite captured
Ça coûte
yet.
combien un casque comme ça?
Sim didn't see him for the moment, and accuracy, again, just here to slow him down.
Well, this is a big change here. It hasn't been captured. There's a lot of pressure towards the back line, an unfortunate team kill. So now you're on towards B. 2 players there, make it 1. This is a different look here in the defensive round.
Sally playing as slow as he wants, and Surge, the question is, do you leave him, do you try to hunt him down, or do you swarm back to the zone? So maybe Atlanta FaZe making a big mistake, trying to make up for the mixiness. Now just right back towards that A zone. Cellium flanking to get back in the picture, but Surger taking the fight to him. Mac picks up 2. Cellium finally back though, and it looks like the A zone eventually going to be secured.
of the slower rounds of control we've seen.
It's cost a lot of time for FaZe. We're 42 seconds on the clock. That's going to become 1 minute 42 once that A zone gets complete. And don't forget Selim 6 spree. Right now, he has streaks.
Yeah, it does have the
Moi
cruise
aussi, mais
missile.
bon.
Could be nice for the intel. You got Slasher trying to have a little battle against accuracy on the bottom left of the map. So contained fights, nice and slow all over the place. And it looks like accuracy wins the one. FaZe are going to be spawning out, and they just got put in the blender. Simp gets hunted down as well. So well contained. Seattle Surge still clean on D.
Speaking of contained, this is what you're looking for right now. Fred finds one, the second, and there's a third around the corner, but the perfect flank from Selim stays alive and keeps that pressure open. Now, you can run across the map FaZe, but no, wait. Sib is here. Can Sib get two? Nearly tagged up aBeZy, making moves forward as Seattle Surge starting to tighten the grip.
Here's another flank coming through. I mean, talk about how annoying this is to deal with to try to get out of your spawn, but now it's about the timing. Mac able to get one, drag a little bit of pressure back, and doing such a good job of staying alive and keeping the pace slow.
Drawing that aggression. FaZe though,
maintenant il faut aller sur B, les gars,
oh my god, two clean kills. They're making their way forward. Fred's got to go big. No, Selim does it again. Now it's all down to accuracy. The last hope right now for Seattle is going to take on this entire onslaught from Atlanta FaZe, and they have gone straight for the jugular. They're in. FaZe now on the point. There's the stack.
It's going to be all three, and Slasher contingent flank as well. He took care of business. Guns all forward. Atlanta FaZe looking to get this done.
FaZe goes straight for the kill. This is it. No one from Surge is close. Waiting for the fight. Anyone there? No, wait back. Make something happen with the kill. The last second. Contest. It's not over yet. I can't believe it. Slasher's got to go in.
I mean, still, it is 30 seconds. It is time for FaZe to work with, but Fred shutting him down.
Là, monumental.
But now you got the cruise, you got the intel, and you got the flank as well.
Here we go. Streaks land. No kills. aBeZy on the flank. We all got a little lightheaded there. The hip fire, no. Accuracy's in. 10 seconds remain.
And it's the funnel through mid. I think Seattle might have done it by the hair of their chin. Picking them apart through mid. The last ditch effort. The door gets closed. And Seattle has done it.
Bien joué.
It took all of that just to get a map.
Seattle, pas mal, excellent.
For a map in the series.
Ils ont bien remonté. Hein.
40 kills out of Fred. A unbelievable amount of damage between he and Sid. And they know that cost them a lot. We'll see though if the momentum pays off in the next hard point.
That is bar none, without question, the best map of control we have seen all year from both of these teams. We have been watching some ridiculous Call of Duty this week. The crowd maybe getting in like teams' heads and like making them have mistakes. No ego challenge in that. It's crazy plays, but it is efficient. It is the comms on point. It is both teams playing the map the way it was meant to be played. And just those engagements when you are like slowing the pace down, waiting for the first bloods to come through. It was beautiful to watch, and obviously typical from Seattle.
Wow.
Stats got padded in the first 2 rounds, but Fred never slowed down. Clean 40 bomb coming out of the superstar. Him and Sid getting things done.
Moi, mon X tactique, il fonctionne
The
très
last few
bien.
moments of that game, we're going to see how this went. And this is textbook chance, 3 players on point. That should be a capture. No questions asked, the round should be over. In comes accuracy, in comes Mac. Look at that last minute contest. Once again, from Fred, sensation.
I mean, that's also accuracy, finding the perfect moment to be aggressive, right? I know he's the slowest player in the league, but when he's got a dive bomb towards the hill to set his boys up, he knows when he has to make that kind of play. So massive gunfight wins. They dealt with the cruise missile towards the end. Even the heads-up awareness from accuracy at the end. Him and Mac to worry about the flank. aBeZy obviously gets caught popping to dead silence, but the awareness was there. The setup was clean. And no matter how difficult it got, Seattle Surge able to deliver. I mean, that's why even the listenings we were talking about in the hard point were so clean. Heads-up gameplay, one of the best maps of the year. And these two teams looking like some absolute juggernauts. Hey, just another 40 bomb for Fred, added to the collection.
Ain't nothing but a bang for Fred there. What a run that was. Well, a brilliant Greenberg Hotel control comes to a close. It buys Seattle Surge a lifeline in the series. I'm not sure if it'll be enough. We will find out in the next hardpoint, but until then. Oh, and also, here's the tough part. Like, Fortress hardpoint is one thing. Embassy Surge
I want to see the game 5, man. If you let Embassy through, you got to have a game plan. I wanted so bad to see what Seattle have cooked up because Hotel, a couple ideas were there, and then FaZe ended up picking them apart. But even for the map one, the score doesn't look great, but Seattle did still play a pretty clean game. They just got beat. It happens. We go to Al-Bagr. The pop-off potential is always going to be there. If you remember the last 2 times these guys played it, Seattle Surge went up by 100+ points. And Atlanta FaZe just went on a tear and made
Ça joue,
the
ça
comeback.
joue.
So you're
Putain, j'avais pas vu, mais en fait, on est
expecting
150 sur le live.
arguably the 2 best teams in the game at this point in time. They're going to be getting after it on Al-Bagr.
We're talking about an unbelievable level of confidence
Je rigole, on
and
est deux.
performance out of FaZe. And right now, for Seattle, you bought the lifeline, you've got a bit of momentum. Can you keep riding it through onto Fortress? That's what is, I mean, yeah, you can. It's totally possible, completely doable. But now it is strictly business. Coach Crowder there going to get off the stage, finish things up. We're going to see Sam Phoenix here on the other side of the stage for Seattle Surge, pass on the last moments of wisdom for the boys, and then let them rip on this Fortress.
And I suppose we also very much get to test what Revan was talking about on the desk of like how his team rises to the occasion. When the pressure is on the most, how can they handle it?
C'est quand les promotions sur
Just got
Amazon?
smacked around for the first 2 maps, right? Like it was just such a tough one, round after round. Even when the game plan's working,
Pas
and
pour
you're
ce que
getting
je vais
the first
acheter.
bloods, you're getting picked apart after the fact. Completely iced up into control. Had 2 beautiful first rounds, and even when the pressure is getting applied, the round 5 as icy as ever. So the pressure's been getting higher. Seattle's gameplay looking even cleaner. See if they can carry it into map 4.
Speaking of map 4, this is the last time they played all the way back in Major 4. They had exactly the same map 4, and that is what Chance is talking about. 250 to 234. Atlanta FaZe walked away with the victory there, and that was the massive comeback. Now this looks so different. I mean, LSE Low Search that final map with that. Who knows, man? I mean, Embassy's a different beast altogether. We'll see how that one goes, because 6-2, all many months ago, back in December, these teams have changed so much since then.
Regarde
the
le
game has
X
changed. The way
tactique,
we
il
play
est dans
has changed.
combien?
Will
Le
it change
X
the
tactique
result?
de chez,
And what many think will be a
Charfoun, voir
FaZe
combien il
victory
est.
here today. Let's get it, ladies and gents. We're going to Al-Bagr,
Non, mais-
playing hardpoint.
We have also talked about how clean the gameplay has been for these 2 teams. If either squad makes a
pas chinois,
mistake
c'est
and gets
français.
put in the spawn trap blender,
Non, je
I
crois
know
pas.
Al-Bagr hardpoint's not as bad as control, but you can go on massive runs. And obviously, when you're looking at the stats right there, much cleaner overall for Seattle. The only win Atlanta has, though, is against Surge.
Whoa, here we go. Man, this is going to be a big one. Game 5 will be something. But for now, Fortress. Check for the traps, check for the spawns, check for all them kills, and here we go, and it is a bloodbath to start things off. Fred playing a particular corner here. His game plan right now is not only to find these kills, but to get himself inside that fortress.
Bien joué.
And that is one step closer to it.
I mean, that is
Allez,
literally
les gars,
the
prends le
only
point, là.
opening plan is to get Fred out of the
À
spawn
côté. Oui,
trap
tu
to
l'as
set
vu.
him up
Bien
to
joué.
get a couple kills so we can open things up for you after the fact. So even though they got bodied on the opening break, Fred got into his spot, but now you get cleared out. This is where the danger is going to lie. Accuracy needs to find at least one. Maybe Mac with the spawn.
Damn.
I guess he didn't end up in the trap, so I guess he spawned up at P2, trying to take full advantage.
He was close enough to Blacksmith to get out. Will he be able to check this corner? Oh, timing is sweet. Mac, he's on a bit of a run right now. These are important kills. Sims up next, managed to get a little bit of revenge. Payback. Ching, as he's in the feed. Time, though, still very much in the hands of Atlanta FaZe. Spawns for P2, though, are very squirrely.
Faire la
FaZe
retard,
are
les
right
gars.
on the side of the map, and now you've got Seattle on the point.
Yeah, he dodged the spawn
Ils sont
trap
déjà
for the
sur le
moment,
point,
so
c'est
Surge with a
bien.
little bit of life and now pressure towards the
Il y a un
back.
gars
Selling
qui est sur la
still alive,
gauche, la droite,
Slasher,
pardon.
meanwhile, actually in his home, but he's last man standing. He
Bien
gets
joué.
spotted. He gets taken down and Surge with a clean little wipe off P2.
What?
That's all for flip the map
Vraiment,
on its
ça?
head, and now the opportunity to add a lot of points to the
Ah, ils
dice.
sont forts, ils sont forts, ils sont forts. hein.
Two. And
Allez
now
les
the
gars là,
eyes are
c'est
up,
bien.
the guns are going. He's starting to find himself here on Al-Bagr.
Hey, this is tough because you're rotating 35 seconds in advance to the hill. This is all the time in the world for
Dommage.
Seattle to try to break this down.
Again, that's the way this
T'as
is
pris
going to play
l'info,
out.
tu sais
That
qu'il
next
est là,
hard
il t'envoie
point
une
is
grenade.
so difficult to break. Even with a record like FaZe, even with Seattle's prowess right now, this is not going to be an easy thing to do. Not only that, you're going to get trapped on that side of the map towards the
qu'il est
end
là,
of the
non, il
hard
sait
point
pas.
also. So here we go. Surge, how's the break looking? You're a man down on the approach, and Mac's not waiting for anyone. He's going to be chilling for a second. Here comes the hit. His teammates are taking the fight on the other side of the map, and it is not looking good so far. But take it all back. 3 down. Last man sim. No way! They got the break.
They just wasted 35 seconds on P2 to try to secure the rotation, and they get broken down instantly. That That is perfection from Seattle. The game cannot be going any better.
I don't believe what we've just seen. That is outrageous work from Seattle Surge. That lead's going to get way bigger after this. And they're trying to set themselves up in a position where they've got a highway. They've got an exit from this point as well. We'll see what happens in a few seconds, but for now, that score's going to go way up.
I mean, that is honestly just straight up devastating. Again, you chalk 35 seconds for that rotation, and you basically get 0 points off of it, and Sid was able to get a cruise. In the meantime, Pred looking to get an extra cruise in the meantime. In the slowest game of Albagger Hardpoint you are ever going to see. FaZe trying to be nice and secure on the rotation. They got picked apart last time, and Pred hasn't slowed down.
Allez là. Ça se voit que c'est leur map, hein, les gars. Putain.
Really nice bit of work.
Ils sont bons.
The approach now from Surge. Drive forward, fly forward into cannons. This is the next hard point up. Mac sneaks through. Mac is making a meal of it. Oh my God, Slasher, what a win. Stays alive, but you got to get on the time because your boys just got smoked.
I was going to say, either way, Atlanta FaZe rotated, still not able to collect any of this time, and just having to deal with the chaos of trying to keep Surge contained. Atlanta FaZe, they're rotating, but they are not having any success. And I know we talked about how they made the comeback last time, but being down by this much is not going to be fun. Surge still applying the pressure. Maybe the first bit of life Atlanta have had in such a long time, and even then, Pred's in the hill being annoying.
I mean, are they just like setting up for the world's greatest comeback? Is this going to be the moment? We've already seen a few bangers here in the tournament alone, but
DTS, je crois que t'as plus de passe, non?
Pred coverage again. You're seeing Surge
Y'a
go
pas un truc
further
comme
and
ça, je
further
crois?
into the lead. Blacksmith Hill up next, and this one can be a hotly contested one.
It has just been completely unstable for Atlanta. They can't find a good timing. Can't buy anything for the rest of their lives. Maybe a 3 down and the opportunity to try to set the map up. Trying to get wheeling and dealing, but you got to worry about the spawns. Players out P1, pressure over towards Arch. Abizi, it looks like he's reading for the moment. It only has a little bit of help. And meanwhile, Sib is going on a massive flank to try to break this down.
Break it down to try to play for the next. Sib, here comes the streaks. This will take care of the player in the hard point if you need to. No, you can now change course, deviate for another player, no problem. Top map's cleaned up. Flashbacks there of the previous major. Slasher now, he's going to be taken care of by Pred. Lovely work again from Seattle. They are burning hot right now.
And even the route that Sid just took to go on the full flank to call on the cruise is just
Oh
to
là là
force
là
out
là là,
those
ils ont
spawns
des
for
shoots,
Atlanta.
les
Who ended up
gars, il a
spawning
un
over
bon
by
shoot.
P1, so
Putain,
Surge playing they
Pred, il a
clean,
vraiment un bon
comfortable
shoot.
game right now.
Oh
They got
là
the
là
spawns
là
they
là
want.
là.
They got the gunner they want. Another 4 spree for Pred, who is trying to turn this into his playground.
He is absolutely unbelievable. It's a 5 spree from Celium comes to a close. Done. Accuracy in the hill. As his stats are bizarre now. There's 4 and 9, over a minute 30 in the hill. He's killing it.
4 kills and you got an 80-point lead. Like that is literally Seattle Surge doing what they do best.
Playing the game for the win. Can Matt get another right here? Yeah, Matt's all secure. 50 seconds up, we're back to P1, and now we reset things. We're in the second set of hard points and FaZe. Is this a new look already?
This could be it again. If you make one mistake, you get put in the blender. This is when you have the opportunity to make a run, and you have Atlanta FaZe this time blocking those P2 spawns, trying not to let anybody out and about.
Okay.
Surge, this is where you start to feel the heat.
Oh, you might have pissed them off, man. FaZe now, they've got their hands on the wheel and they're running the shit. Accuracy, that 4 and 11 doesn't look so hot anymore, as now he's trying to find his way out. Over 100 points FaZe have gone, and they have not slowed down whatsoever.
Anything Pred can do, Simp wants to do better. In 8 spree for him, the gunny right now against Pred, and Pred just getting back down. Seattle, they've been stuck in the spawn for the longest of time. Simp playing with a little bit of freedom. Finally, though, he gets caught right as that new hill pops.
New hill pops. Full control and at FaZe. They're looking right back at it. And I tell you what, ladies and gents, I was joking about that comeback. And now this joke is a reality. You've got streaks for Simp as well. Abizi now on the wraps, looking to find anything and everything he can. Spawns in the far left. And look at that, Simp isn't on the point. Can he get one more? No, he can't. Abizi, 8-13. Slow as ever, but he's going to do what he can to get back into this as Simp. He finds another.
Yeah, you get the spawn, but it just turns into trades. And now you got the heads up on the flank, but a nice angle from Accuracy. Takes the deep route. And you got Seattle looking to pounce on this time. They get the kills. They get the clearance, but can you get the collection? Accuracy back to where he wants to go. And he wins the gunfight as well. This is where Atlanta FaZe made the biggest mistake. It was on this rotation. And now this is where the pressure's up once again because Seattle still end up spawning towards the back. Atlanta FaZe keeping things much more controlled.
Big wins out of FaZe, 10 seconds. Yeah. Looking towards that bottom side of the minimap now. Will you see another clean break? Will lightning strike twice in this series for Seattle Surge?
Ma PS5
FaZe with a deeper
est
defense. They're not letting anything get away with it. Slasher top side of the statue. Guns are up. And they are smoking still. Nades are there. Can FaZe get onto it? Into the push we now go. And it's good clean kills from both teams. Anyone there? No! Slasher cell. They hold it down. FaZe remain in control.
Surge don't get through instantly this time, but Max just got the closest spawn. They just spawned right at Gate as soon as he got the kill, and it doesn't make a difference. Atlanta FaZe just closed the door and continue to collect his time in what was a ridiculous scoreline originally. Atlanta FaZe now have the lead.
Now we've got a game on our hands. FaZe back in it. They're taking the lead. Can we see something from Surge? A last-ditch attempt. Trades are still there on point. Mac for the last few moments. Mac wins 3! That's the break. That's the hard point for Seattle.
You ask him to attack, he delivers. Picks up the 3, and well, Seattle take the read right back. Salim trying to rotate over towards New, but his teammates are getting picked apart. And look at where the spawns for Atlanta are going to come through. One dead center of the map, another guy in Mapton. They'll take the closeness towards this New hill. They'll take the clearance for the rotation. Much more secure, but a 20-point deficit. And this is the hill where Surge last go around. Very annoying. Slasher, though, keeping him at bay.
What a map this is. Slow things down. Slowly, surely. Seattle Surge approaching towards the hard point. One gunfight at a time. Sib's there. Here comes the BZ up next. Refires the pants off him. Slasher's cut down from the back line, and that's the break from Surge, and that's the lead again.
Yeah, accuracy at the start, milking all the hill time. When he needs to start gunning, he's just going to start shooting you basically through walls. Surge get the clearance, they maintain the lead. It is going to be a nail biter of the game. It's the battle back in time. The kills going back and forth. Sib looking to get inside, but you got the tears at bay. Even Slasher in the hill. This is a battle we have on our hands.
What a war it is, and Sib wins another insane gunfight. Accuracy in stables. He's kicking. Lead for Seattle now growing a bit longer, and this is where things are going to get really tough. This is going to be a first finish.
Nice trophy as well, helping for the little bit of protection. Accuracy trying to slow 2 players down, and gonna do what he can. Sell for the free got that well. Fred doing it with the TAC 56. That is clearance, but now the question is, can you read these spawns?
Here comes the streaks. This is going to soften up the hard point at the very least. We saw Sib do it in the first go-round in the first set. And a different look here. Sib, no joy. 2 kills for his teams otherwise, as the pressure is now on. We are running this one up, Seattle. Can they get the game 5?
This could be the game. This could be the game. Mac and Pred to put the stamp on it. Seattle back in Blacksmith. They're going to get it done.
The iron is hot. They are striking. One last hit from FaZe. Oh, they get the kills. The hot point's open. Atlanta FaZe are in.
There's surely no way. It's easy for 3, trying to get out of bounds. You can dive at this hill. Atlanta FaZe has to be perfect. Sim trying to fly.
Je suis en plein stream, je peux pas me permettre.
Maybe Mac wants to get set
up.
Maybe you push for the end.
Oh, that's it. That's the done deal. He's managed to get the final kill. Pred's found it. The hard point will tick over, and no matter what happens, Seattle have done it. What?
Ouais, j'ai fait ça, mais je sais pas si ça va être bien. Je vais voir.
We have a game 5. And I don't know what the script says, baby, but damn, son, what a
il y a du monde hein, quand même, il y a une bonne ambiance. Hein. Les optiques tout à l'heure, il y avait une bonne ambiance de fond. En même temps, je pense que ça doit se passer à Texas.
Simpson, a tough spot, had to call it in when he spawned up towards Gates. His teammates get stuck, and you get punished after the fact. A clean game, honestly. I know there's a few moments Seattle might want to have back, but that is wonderful work there on Albagra. And from being down 2-0, from being nearly reverse left into control, looking to complete a reverse sweep of their run.
Well, I was joking, and again, I didn't think it'd be possible to get another shot trying to crack.
Ah, hésitez fort, hein, putain, sur cette map.
Embassy is going to be the final playground. It is not a good sign for Surge statistically, but we'll see how this goes. Because this has been one hell of a series. Anything can happen now.
It's just the perfect setup, man. Seattle Surge looking to end the S&D spree. They're the only team that has beaten Atlanta FaZe on land in the game mode. It was a game 5 last time. They beat them on El Asilo. Obviously one of FaZe's best maps. Well, now it is their best map on Embassy. They knew they let it through. They have a game plan for it. And even what Revan said on the desk, we like our team. We like when the pressure's on. That's where they perform.
T'as vu qu'il a été retardé Edward Legacy pour PS4? Ah, pour la PS5, moi je l'ai. Elles sont pas chères. Je peux t'en avoir une à 700 si tu veux.
That is the absolute question. But again, they've risen to the occasion so far. But make no mistake for Atlanta on that map, it has never been close. They have obliterated everyone. So you know they're feeling good going into map 5.
J'achète sur Amazon 600 et je te la revends 700.
Will the spree continue or or will it come to a close? Everything has to end sometime. We'll find out if it's now. We'll find out who gets top 3 after the break.
Vraiment, tu vas la vendre? Non. Bah non, moi j'ai allumé, il y avait déjà une mise à jour alors. J'ai pas vu. Ouais, bah oui. Ah, mais je sais même pas où il est Discord. Du coup. Bah je le ferai alors, comme ça je... Quoi, il a reçu quoi? Un colis collector sur collector PlayStation 5? Impossible à acheter. C'est quoi cette boule? Ah oui, en fait c'est ah oui, c'est un espèce de VR. Allez, moi j'ai hâte de voir les ultras, hein. Franchement, vivement.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to this Game 5 Atlantic Phase Seattle Surge. I mean, we told you it was a heavyweight matchup. We told you it was going to be a banger. We have no idea. Look how close we came to a 3-0.
I mean, this is utterly ridiculous. I can barely see the space for the zone not to get captured. But that's it. That is the difference between being 3-0'd and potentially winning a reverse sweep Game 5 series. And I know for Seattle, they were talking about it on the desk. They knew what the game plan was.
Ah.
They purposely picked Team B to let Embassy
Moi, je l'ai
beat
que
the
en
map 5.
code.
They've calculated this the whole way through. They wrote it down. They know what to
Ah,
expect.
bizarre.
Now the question is, can they
Moi, j'ai
get
que
it
le code.
done? If you want to be the best, you got to beat the best. And it does not get better than Atlanta FaZe on Embassy.
This really will be something special.
Je préfère l'avant en galette, mais bon.
Mais
de toute façon, il faut que je fasse le 4. Et après, il faut que je fasse le 5.
You said it a moment ago. To go from MVP last season, from Rookie of the Year last season to potentially MVP this season,
Ouais.
this is the kind of series that will certainly make it. Wow, what a massive contest this has been. We will find out what happens.
Pour ça, je l'ai acheté à 619, tu vois.
Incredibly strong advantage for
Donc
Atlanta
t'enlèves
FaZe right
moins
now.
80 € parce que c'est le prix du jeu en dématérialisé, tu vois, au final, ça revient à 540 quoi.
I get Shakespeare eventually. The first good Shakespearean series we have had of the day, but those again, look, they have
Ouais, mais
utterly
comme ça j'avais le jeu aussi, quoi. Mais je l'avais déjà acheté. Je l'avais déjà acheté 2 jours avant que tu m'envoies le lien. Après, je l'avais déjà acheté avant que tu m'envoies le lien, tu vois. Je l'ai commandé le dimanche. Ouais.
Find out if it's destiny calling. Ooh, and what have you done? You've taken care of the first blood.
R&D.
And what did we learn on the
Allez les gars,
hotel? They
c'est la
had
grosse
the
finale.
strats to take
Enfin, la
care of the
grosse.
BZ for the first blood.
C'est la finale,
That
il y a
is not a
2-2.
guarantee to win the 4v3. Still a lot of time in this round.
Lenny. Stun check
Mais
lands.
t'as
Those
fini,
kind of
oui, je
phases
peux
is
pouvoir
really
monter
for a few more
tranquille ou
moments.
c'est
Sid,
comment?
Lovely work. Dodges the nade. Wonderful precision there. We
Bah
have
attends,
seen
je me mets
players
bien,
get
hein.
that down
Ils sont tous là-haut
absolutely
quoi.
perfectly. As FaZe now will
Les gars, ils sont tous là-haut, c'est un
cascade
truc de
their
ouf.
way across the top side of the embassy under great covering fire. Mac, oh, he picks out one. Doesn't manage to get anything away from it. 3v3.
And you got the double chow coming through from Cell and Slasher to take care of Sibs. You got the power position taken care of. You got the bomb down, and you got players like Celium in the clutch spot. But you got to help him up top. Pred looking to pounce. You got a massive flank coming in through Surge.
And this is an incredible moment now. Celium, he's setting himself up to avoid the fight from Pred and maybe take care of accuracy as well. But accuracy, he's crept through. You sneaky devil. He might be able to win the round.
C'est dingue, hein, ils sont tous en... Mais non, mais...
It's all about this accuracy for the timing. Wants to get up top. You got to take care of those
Oh là
clutch
là,
spots.
le timing.
Slasher wins one. You got to kill them both. It's Cell last
Le
man
timing,
standing. And
dommage.
Craig takes care
Ah non,
of
bien joué
them.
plutôt.
They make the read. They clutch the 3v3, and both those ARs get rooted out. That position that Celium is in, belly down, he knows someone's behind him. He knows the full flank is through, trying to give him nothing, but perfectly calculated towards the end. We're talking about Pred for good reason. You got 3 in that round.
That kind of mistake won't happen again in this matchup. 3 from Pred. 1 from accuracy there. That was incredibly important. FaZe, though, they managed to get that bomb plant. And that could have changed everything. Very, very different look here. 2-2 split here on offense from Seattle Surge.
They're able to get straight out towards that B zone, or B side rather. No nades coming through for the first bloods, and well, there's the nades after the fact. So Mac a little bit of pressure, only 40 HP, but takes him down, hits the first blood. Abizi drops it again.
2 for 2, being taken out in first. And the phase when it works out for him, sure does, but this time around, very different. Celium, he is here. Again, watching as much as he can. The bomb does get planted, and Slasher takes care of Mac for that. He will pay the iron price. It is now a 3v3.
Well, it's also Sim by himself on the flank, and he just shot in the feed. So Surge know where he's at, but they're waiting on Sim to make the play. He almost has to do this by himself, waiting for the shots to come through for his ARs, but he hasn't been given anything just yet. He has the read for the first, but you are running out of time, and Pred is behind enemy lines.
20 seconds to go, and Pred has tucked himself away. So is
Dommage.
Sib's taken care of. Final 15 seconds. You know Pred is going to be in a spot to try to challenge this out. Will the timing work out? Will the coverage be there from FaZe? Final 10 now is the moment as the player is on the bomb. Perfect. Is his
dommage.
Simp is nowhere to be found. No hope on the defuse. And Seattle Surge go up by 2.
And without question, the best Call of Duty we have seen all year long. Every single play down to perfection from both of these teams. As good as it gets for the opening break. You get the ARs helping each other out. It's the teamwork from Cell and Slasher. Cell's got him covered, so Slasher can jump over and kill the bomb planter. He's got the help to get Simp in position up top, but that is the difference a bullet makes. Pred just a little too quick. 2 rounds for Surge.
Close enough for that player where you can certainly hear him dive onto the bomb or make noise. Positional advantage played perfectly. Simp, the coverage was there, not enough to get it done. What an unbelievable search and destroy we have so far. Here we go though,
Voilà.
Phase.
Petit blocage entre
Slight
les
misstep
coéquipiers.
here on the attack. We'll see if this slows them down at all.
Well, here's the difference maker. Abizi is free. Finally doesn't get first blood, at least not initially. And you know he's got an ego. He is not scared of it. Shao, he's got vision, and finally the Reaper has come to collect.
Not only that, with the first blood, you're immediately going to get the plant down as well. We'll see how Surge be able to at least rebound here. Abizi guns up, ready for this one. His teammate Sim. Perfect spot to be in. Mac manages to get one out of this, so it's a 3v2. Surge not out of this yet, but FaZe, what a spot to be in.
And Abizi doesn't have to overchow as long as he is alive. He is in position to make the play. Wants to go see if that bomb is still clear. He's going to take care of that. Fred takes care of up top, but as soon as Mac falls, Fred, almost impossible to lose. Too many clutch spots to check in Atlanta
Allez,
FaZe.
2v1, 2v1, ça peut le faire,
Finally
2v1.
going to get their first round.
One may be enough.
Ah, dommage.
FaZe are back on the board. This game 5 was never going to be an easy one for either team. 5-1 out of, or 5-2 now out of Fred, by the way.
Tu vas mourir.
So far, this has been the square up.
C'est même
Get
pas
first
tu
blood,
bats le
win the
boss, non,
round.
c'est tu vas mourir.
Not easy to execute for either team. And Abizi, all the pressure on him, or at least all eyes and attention. You know
Vous
he's
jouez
going
à
to be
quoi là?
involved.
The expectations for FaZe are so high. Search and destroy has been the, I mean, bread and butter. It's almost been the whole diet. When it comes to Abizi, different looks.
Tu l'as vu?
He spotted him.
Alors c'est timing vraiment.
Oh, the sniper, there you go. Sid found an opening.
You hear that shot ring out though, and Abizi, he might start salivating, knowing that something's up. But Sid with the immediate reposition, and Sid with the immediate reposition, absolutely rips him. 2 now on the round.
He is feeling it indeed. And Mac, even with 2 HP, gets out and alive. He's got the help. And all of a sudden, Slasher, last man standing for the 1v4. But Surge keeping it. Mixie, Sid gets the stun as well. Sid is just one team this round.
Here
Ah,
they
il était
come.
mort, il était mort. Il y avait 4 contre 1.
And Sid,
En face,
what
c'est
an
pas des guanquignoles
outstanding
donc.
pair of snipes. Here it was. Abizi, right place, bang! Sorry if that made you jump. I'm actually not sorry, headphone users. Lock in. The score is 3-1, Seattle Search.
They do love this map. Sid does love to snipe, and honestly, that could be the last round he uses it, even when he got the 2 kills.
Ils sont quand même jeunes, hein,
He's
les
gonna be
joueurs.
playing with confidence, whatever he's feeling, they are gonna rock with. Revan spoke about that as well. We're back to the first blood battle. Abizi loves to fly out towards the B site. And those nades, we'll see if they connect. I think Abizi barely gonna make it through. He does get tagged up, so he's gonna be a little bit slower this time around.
Trying to save him, that concussion doesn't help. Sell him with the first blood. Fred, though, he knows Abizi's on the bomb site. Will he check it? Will he fly out? Will he add another kill to the pile? Slasher gets his as well. So that's a 2v. What?
Whoa!
Oh, God, what a gunfight from Fred. Over to Sib.
And this would be a 2v4, 2 Rookie of the Year
Ah, il est
candidates, and
important
one they
celui-là
got it,
comme,
trying to clutch
comme
up
kill,
against FaZe. Already with the advantage and out with 16 HP, and they are reading this push towards A.
That is an unbelievable win. Slasher now checking over towards the A side of the map. Here comes the play, and here's kill number 9. 1 HP remaining for Fred, finally taken care of. It's a 1v2 from Sid.
Wow, Sasha's got the angle covered, trying to back him down, and Salim going to be able to go for that plant.
Ça va être dur, ça va être dur, ça va
Unfortunate
être
for Sib in
dur.
this moment. It's a trophy system.
It's a bloody trophy. Here comes the fight. And this time, finally, FaZe can deal with Sid. The score is 3-2.
And again, Fred, by the way, 9 kills in 5 rounds so far. Stepping up to the plate. That first blood battle, though, it has been consistent for both teams. Get the first blood, win the round. Celium this time is able to deliver. Him and Slasher able to play for picks. The teamwork has been on point. And Atlanta FaZe down for the moment. Desperate to maintain that spree.
FaZe defending. Throw the nade a little wide, try to catch the player on the cross. As Mac has already made it to the bomb site, you know that FaZe know it's there, but wait a minute, accuracy somehow finds it. Selim now trying to get over towards that B-bomb, trying to help out, not on the defense, but he's going to snake all he can. There's a lot of guns up looking at him. There's Sib, backs on up, the flank though, not a safe place, Sib's hit.
Sasha gets taken care of though, so now it's about the clutch spots, Mac 1 HP. Celium's gonna get sent in for the kill. The drop's down low. Now the question is, can Sim get up top? He's popped dead silent to try to make the play, but this is 2 players to root out.
Oh, Selim's been spotted on the bomb, and here comes the hit. No, accuracy's trying to keep him off of it. You have to now watch out for the player upstairs. Big tags, not enough, 20 seconds. Pred with immediate reposition. Here we go, as Selim seen him.
They saw him.
They saw him. They're waiting for it. Here comes the kill, and they can't get it done. FaZe have found the equalizer.
And they have bumped up the pressure just a little bit more, even with the bomb down, even without a player even up top for Atlanta. Surge feeling the pressure, trying to go for those routes, but getting caught the whole way through. A beautiful retake. And that is the first time we have seen the team that got the first blood did not win the round. Abizi might have gotten caught, but his teammates deliver. A massive round for Atlanta FaZe.
Unbelievable work. And the synchronicity towards that final kill as well, no matter what happened there. Pred was dead and the round was won. The score is 3-3.
T'as fini tes bêtises.
Here we go. Abizi, uncharacteristically slow in the kills. 2-5 overall. Stuns.
Putain, il
God, all
résiste.
the
lui.
stuns in the
Oh.
world! And Pred nearly kills his bloody teammate! That boy is twisted!
That is the aggression you love to see. It gets out of dodge as well.
Ah, il a une vie
The
limitée, lui, c'est pas
ballsy play
possible.
call pays off. Every single nade lands on their forehead.
Oh my god.
Now for Sell and Slasher, their teamwork has been on point this game. It's going to be a 2v3 for these guys to try to collect. Playing for picks. A standoff by the Vans. Slasher, yep, he gets caught. The explosion's there for the damage. Accuracy for the cleanup kill. And Celium now getting played with. Maybe Sid overheating just a little bit. He just opened a door.
Not over yet. It's a 4 spree from Celium. If he can get a couple more kills, that might help out a lot. But right now, Seattle Surge have put themselves in a great spot to get this round. If you check the stairs, son, there's a booty on the other end of it. Now, will Celium check this or will he play for the streaks? I don't think so, son. I think Pred might have another. 13-4 for Pred.
I don't let it slip that time. 13 kills, a record-setting pace for Seattle, and look at the play call. Every single stun and nade lands right on top of the Terrors.
Look at this!
Sent in for the kill, and don't get it twisted. He is.
Bro, I mean, right now, get out of the way. Pred's coming through. We saw him do this once on Vanguard. I'm pretty sure it was against FaZe as well. An outstanding performance on Desert Siege. Once the thunder from down under stops, the forecast just says it's going to rain, all sorts of bad on top of your Pred. Here we go. Tagged up heavily. Surely FaZe, they press the advantage here.
He's making moves with dead silence.
Oh,
yeah, this is no
moving.
time wasted.
Ooh!
Celium, though, hyper-aware, gets him the first blood.
That's unbelievable. Bomb will be planted, though. Abizi, he's on close orange. He's going to be able to spring straight into this one. Mac knows, though. You crack the door. You pique his interest.
He's got a trophy as well. Selling didn't hear that, and Selling hears that from a mile away.
Wait.
And Sib gets spotted. Selling, even with the perfect shoulder, Sib gets overwhelmed. An accuracy to Iceman for the 1v3. Time is on his side, just not the man advantage.
I mean, Iceman ever to live up to the moniker. Now is the time! But Celium with an outstanding round. Back and forth we go. The score will be 4-4.
And a Swiss watchmaker would be so proud of Atlanta for the teamwork and coordination. Salian perfect on the shoulders. As soon as they get the intel, everybody jumps into position. Accuracy knows that the players are coming up top to hunt him down, but it doesn't matter. They were hitting it from all angles. 4-4 tie. And if you're Surge, you need another first blood.
What a search, man. History in the making. Here we go. Just a reminder, in case you forgot, it's 14 search and destroys in a row. The record is on the line. It may never be met again. Let's find out what happens. Slasher, he's played this angle so many times, so many different ways. In this different look, Pred, will you read it? You have been seemingly unkillable so far.
The absolute standoff between these two. But Slasher is by himself.
Slasher, qu'est-ce qu'il fait lui là? Il est obligé, il faut qu'il attaque, qu'il campe.
Oh, c'est dingue ça. Advantage Atlanta.
Wait, Atlanta, that advantage, will they push it? And I mean, Pred and Slasher, they're still doing it on the other side of the map, man. They're still chilling. Bomb down a beat. Here we go. Plant. The post plant now from FaZe. They've got all bases covered. Pred, oh, he's got ants in his pants and he's jiggling. Slasher, will he make the move? He does. What a run. FaZe, massive advantage now, 4v2.
I mean, what can you do in this situation? Accuracy finds a pick, Sib getting back down, and yet there is nothing on the map available. Perfection again out of Atlanta. This is without question the most they have ever been tested on this map. But with an 8-0 record, they are one round away from just continuing the streak. And it goes back to that first blood battle. When you have shut down a BZ, when you have found success, when he gets that freedom, he has picked you apart.
And it's the first time we've seen him do it in quite a while on this Search and Destroy. He has been quiet. The team have not.
Ça peut être la manche décisive.
Snipes up from Sib. Different look once again. Will we read it? Close. No cigar. The second attempt, nigh. Will it be the third time to shine? As again, Cell. Perfect moves from him. Immediately reads the ladder.
Well, Pred might just be able to jump on this. You get the bomb down. You still have everybody alive, but Sim's up top. How good is your shot going to be, Sim? Not quite good enough. The trades are coming through.
Trades are through. Pred gets another one out of it. Oh my, ladies and gents. It's not over yet. 2v3. Surge with a man advantage.
And you got accuracy in the back as well. He is just a guarantee at the end of the round that you don't even need. Sim, no time to make this happen unless, for the first time in a long time, maybe we get to see the snipe, but Pred playing it too safe.
Ouais,
Here we
Dernière
go.
game.
Round 11. Pred could break the kill record in this round. And Seattle Surge could snap the streak.
The final round here in the series. Seattle to break the streak. Pressure is on.
And for how close they were in that control to getting 3-0'd, they made it all the way to the end.
What a rivalry these two teams have with each other. Outstanding matches. This is what the Call of Duty League is all about. Here we go, round 11.
And they're taking it slow as well. Sim, the most aggressive one on the map. A BZ challenge with the attack for the first blood. You gotta get this trade.
Gotta get the trade. Dated there, 4 HP. Somebody pop on him. Sim, get two!
Bien joué ça.
He found at least two of it. Sim now in trouble. Pred looking to apply the pressure. It's a 2v3. Simp and Slasher. Poles apart. Slasher trying to keep that bomb well out of the hands of Surge.
The bomb down and tennis court for the moment. Simp is repositioning with Slasher. Sib's got the intel.
And that's going to keep Slasher's head down for a long time. Sib will reposition eventually, but until then, oh, he's going to try the patience of the Mad Titan. Surge moving now into effect. Is this it? The second shot. Slasher re-chows. He's holding the line. Nerves of steel. Here comes Sim. Strikes.
Dommage.
Somehow stays alive. On the flank, it's Pred. Sim's done it. He finds another outrageous kill, and now it's all down to Sib. Dead silence activated. 20 seconds. He has to recover the bomb. Can he do it?
This is it, dude. Sim, you want to beat the best, you got to be the best. And he just gets gunned to bed, tagged up, one shot, no time on the clock, and he's in a pinch.
Here he comes.
Good luck with this.
Here he comes.
Ah, dommage.
Shut him
Chier.
down.
Dommage.
Nice try, Seattle Surge. But it simply was not enough.
All of that, Miles, for a drop of blood.
Atlanta FaZe take game 5. You all forgot Chris Blair Sim. One of the greatest to ever do it. An immaculate round out of him, 10 and 8. Not only did he body Pred, he clotheslined him in bottom orange. We saw it all, man. The two pieces
Bon bah allez,
Sim
je vais
start
sortir le chien
around.
les gars, j'arrive.
It was just an unbelievable
Parce qu'en plus là ça va être...
It is
Tu connais hein, les ultras de Toronto après qui vont jouer hein.
That's the best series we have seen all year,
J'arrive.
bar none, without question. Best Call of Duty that has been played. Typical out of Seattle. Ballsy from Sib to pull out the snipe in the round 11 and to connect with it. But in the end, you know players like Sib, if they're alive, the round is never over. Gets the 2-piece to win and secure his team the game. And make no mistake, this could very well be the rematch in the grand finals. And they squared up on Embassy. Seattle Surge knew how it was going to go, pushed them to the absolute limit. Just a hell of a game from both of these teams.
There you go. The record remains intact, and Atlanta FaZe secure top 3 here at Major 3. Tell you what, ladies and gents, what a series that was. We'll be going back over that one with a fine-tooth comb. You'll be the watch parties, you'll be salivating. As I certainly know we were here. Look at that series. Unbelievable stuff. That Fortress hardpoint, outstanding hotel control. That's where the series really began. That close. I mean, how close? Couldn't have been close. Could not have been close.
And, you know, honestly, one of the interesting things about this, I'd be very curious the next time they play. Like, Mercado's Search and Destroy was banned by Seattle, so Atlanta had options. A match that close, I don't know if they pick Embassy again or if they go to a CeeLo, but I think a long-term game might get played.
Well, that is that for what was one of the most fantastic series we've seen in a long time. Over now to the stage, Lano's talking to the man, the myth, legend, is talking to Abizi.
That is exactly right, Miles. I'm here with Abizi from the Atlanta FaZe, buddy. That was absurd. That was one of the best series that we've seen of this season, bar none. I want to get to it. Game 5, round 11. What are the comms like? What's the confidence level at right there with the team in that moment?
Well, it's a 2v3, and I feel like our situationals this year have been so good. So, I mean, like, Chris literally shotgunned the guy bottom orange. Like, he just insta-killed him. It was mid-Deddy pop. So I was like, dude, that is insane. But, I mean, glad we could clutch up.
Absolutely, especially versus the Seattle Surge team who, you know, have had your guys' numbers from time to time. At least last time on land, they were able to do that. Yeah. How good does it feel to get those guys out of the winner's bracket?
Oh, it feels good. I mean, last time, obviously, at Major 1, we lost to them, and felt good to get the revenge, for sure.
Absolutely. Now, we got to talk about it, dude. SD win streak now up to, what is it, 15, I want to say, on land. You guys have lost, I think, like 1 search destroy so far throughout this season. I know you've talked about it, whether it's situationals. I've tried to get it out of Slasher. Maybe you can give it to me. What's the secret sauce behind your guys' success, continued success, unbelievable success in this mode?
Listen, I can't give away the secret sauce. But I mean,
okay.
Like I said, our situationals are very good. Like, mid-round adjustments were just really good. Like in those moments, and I mean it shows in the games we win.
Absolutely, man. Well, you know, we're doing our best. We're all trying from a rank play POV. We're trying to figure out what exactly we can do to improve our search destroy game. But now you guys have guaranteed top 3, right? You're moving into Championship Sunday for the 3rd time. Yep. You're looking to go back to back. What gets this team over the finish line and to a 2nd championship?
I mean, we got to keep up what we're doing. I mean, obviously, they almost came back after those first 2 maps. We looked really strong those first 2 maps. The control, it was like so close at the end. It was so close. But I mean, we're playing really good COD right now. We just got to keep up what we're doing.
Definitely, man. Well, any words to the Texas fans, the Atlanta FaZe fans out there?
You guys are amazing. And I appreciate all the, you know, the loudness and everything. You guys are unreal. Deadass.
Absolutely, man. Absolutely. Well, that's going to do it for myself and Abizi here on the main stage desk. Take it away, guys.
Unreal series, map 5, round 11. I mean, an incredible comeback first and foremost for Seattle Surge, who, you know, went the distance going into a map 5. We were talking about the prospects of Seattle Surge beating FaZe Nameless. That hadn't happened since when?
Since the first major in a game 5 where Seattle beat them on LSELO. That would have been the 2nd time, man. It would have just been so sweet for them, but man, FaZe are just the hardest team to put out. I mean, you look at all these maps, even games 3 and 4, like Seattle, they were on the brink of getting comebacked on. They closed those out. In that game 5, they had an advantage. They played it very well. Like, let's be honest, that series was absolutely incredible. Nobody has gotten that close to beating them, and they had the advantage in the round 11. Just some individual skill comes out to show, and Sim gets a big 2.
Well, we talked about Abizi. He's been our player to watch several times over when it comes to FaZe. Let's go to map number 2 for a scuff play of the game. Abizi's performance just absolutely unreal. He was just popping off.
Best search and destroy player in the game, bar none. This guy is incredible first blood statistics off the wall. I mean, it's insane when you look at the numbers that this guy puts up in this game mode specifically. The perfect player in search and destroy, but in all honesty, he was getting bulleted quite a lot in this game, but still brought up so many big moments for the team.
That's what I was going to say. It's like his team is able to clutch in these 3v4 situations that just allows him to just keep going forward and keep making those plays. Yeah, like you said, it's situational. I mean, there was one moment where he ran back to Kitchen, ran back to B, and like he knew they were going there, but he knew that he could beat them into Freezer and just jumps through, makes the play, gets a 3-piece. Like Abizi's just different.
Different indeed, and Sim's different in general. Ali, who was the star-studded player I actually want to talk about Seattle Surge. Who was the star? It had to be Fred. I mean, he was doing
dropping
everything.
40. Yeah, I mean, you have to say it was Fred in that situation. And I mean, 40-24 to almost get comebacked on when they were up 2-0. So I think Seattle Surge, obviously, we saw way more life out of them in the later half of the series. After that map 1 and 2, it was kind of like, oh, okay, maybe Atlanta really is hitting their stride during this event. But thankfully, Seattle Surge fought back and gave us maybe one of the best series I think we've seen in a hot minute.
I think it's fair to say this major
gonna
has been
push.
incredible. Like pretty much every step of the way from day 1 to day 2, now on to day 3. And there's been a lot of great, at least I would say moments, but there's not been a greater moment so far.
Ah, il y a les ultras là, je veux voir ce qu'ils vont donner là.
Send it over to Simp. Simp in that game number 5, round 11, Nameless. He got the kill after popped and Deddy. Yeah. I mean, just literally milliseconds.
I mean, this is insane round 11 player. Like odds stacked against him, Slasher's trapped up top right. He knows there's something ahead. So Simp comes out at one to get that kill. When he turns back around, I thought he read the Pred flank, but he pops Deddy. He just hip fires him. I mean, that is just the Vaznev OP.
Vaznev OP
I don't want to hear it anymore, man. It's a Vaznev world, and we are all just living in it, especially on land.
And don't forget, Ali, Simp like hit a nice 2-piece, one with the nade, and I think he got the shot onto a second. So he picks up 2. It's looking like it's over from that point. If Simp doesn't make that play, this series is over. Seattle Surge win.
We were talking about on the desk, though, they're in a good spot. That we're moving very slowly, though, because Simp with that sniper, you got to kind of try and play around it still. It's still like a 2v2 with the normal guns. You're trying to find something extra just to solidify it, but they've been a little bit slow for me. It's hard to say, though, isn't it?
It's hard in a round 11 in that scenario. You also, like, you have Slasher trapped, right? Like, you know exactly where he's at. And Pred, like, made a good play. If Pred wins that gunfight, they win that game more than likely. He can hot bomb. He can look above him, like, look right above him at the AC with the sniper. So it's just unfortunate, honestly.
It is. Well, hey, good news, though, for Seattle Surge. Despite them taking the L, they still are in the tournament. They dropped down to the elimination bracket. Speaking of which, let's see how it's shaping up, because as they drop down, well, they got Big Optic Texas next. That's going to be an absolute banger of a matchup without question. Of course, we still have to get the answer. Boston Breach, Toronto Ultra. We've got 3 rookies about to face off against each other. 2 of them first major appearance, and they're looking to fight to go into winners finals against Atlanta FaZe. Bracket is looking absolutely solid. Vegas Legion, though, who do they get, we think? Boston Breach, Toronto Ultra. What do you think, Ton?
I mean, look, a lot of people would say Ultra, but Breach are a really solid team. That one could go either way. We got banger games all day long here.
Absolutely. It's great. We got to keep our energy up without question. Hey, you at home, though, I hope you are earning your incentives. You're watching and win. If you haven't already, if you're watching from home, link your Activision and Twitch account to earn rewards all weekend long. That Ninja Diffuse emblem, I love that. And we also have our watch parties, which we all know and love, right? Get a difference of opinion if you don't like what we're saying anyways. There's been a lot of great people involved, and who have we been looking at, Nameless?
Hey, man, listen, we always show some love to, the mainstays. I'm going to show some love to my man, Ocean Ops. He's a Warzone streamer, but he's getting into the CDL side of things, doing a watch party.
That's right. Well, hey, winner's bracket. We still got to get through one matchup, right? We got Boston Breach, and we also have Toronto Ultra. Who's going to drop down to face off against Legion? Who's going to meet Atlanta FaZe? And winners, we'll find out after the break.
Allez, les ultras, voilà. Ah, il y en a, ils ont du shoot que là, putain. C'est dingue.
Before we let you go, one thing that is going to put Boston Breach in the spot that you guys want to be, if it's a player, if it's a map, a mode, whatever it is, if there's one thing that's going to promote you guys, what is it going to be this tournament?
I think everyone knows. Obviously, we play Toronto now. Me versus Scrappy is what everyone's been waiting for. I want to take him down again. Last time I had my feet up a little bit, but I really want to bring it to him this time.
And welcome back, everybody, to Day 3 of the Call of Duty League Major at 3, the Optic Texas Major, live at the Esports Stadium, Arlington. Our second winners matchup about to take place. Boston Breach facing off against Toronto Ultra. We just saw Beans there saying he's about to take it to scrap. Well, let's see if he puts it to good use. Miles is here. Hopefully he's caught his breath. That series was nutty.
It was about as nutty as it gets. I mean, I hope you don't have a peanut allergy, otherwise it might be game over right here, right now.
Wait,
what?
What? All right.
Okay, well, hey, look, love you to death. I'm happy you're here, brother. Boston Breach, Toronto Ultra. We have 3 rookies about to face off against each other. Scraps, obviously a rookie, but he's got the major experience. Hixie, Beans, though, first major, different teams. It's going to be a lot of fun. Let's actually talk Boston Breach first off, and specifically Beans, right? Being his first major, I think he's rose up to the occasion. We've highlighted him many times. Nameless Beans, he's making good work.
I mean, the guy's a monster. I mean, he's almost breaking records. He's number 3 overall in stage 3 for First Bloods. We saw that come out to play against Optic and also the clutch. He had 17 and 5 he ended that with. The series, he had a 1.6. That's a big time series for your debut here at a major against the Green Wall. So Beans is full of confidence. And the last time that he went up against the Toronto Ultra, he forced him to make a team change. So in his head, he's like, I am the man. I'm ready to go up against them.
That's right, Ali. This is moving quick. I know we got maps and modes coming up. I think what makes Beans so strong is the fact he's not giving up under the pressure. That's hard, or that's a hard thing to do because, I mean, you had Optic Texas for your first series. So he's getting that pressure, he's processing it, and he's moving forward. Let's look at our maps and modes. Ali, what do we got?
I mean, to be honest, to me, this is just a complete square up across the board, except maybe that game number 5 leans a little bit more into the Boston Breach's favor. But the last time these two teams matched up, it was a Fortress hardpoint to open it up, but Toronto won it by 30. But friendly reminder, Beans dropped a .54 on that map. So he wasn't really there, and hopefully he'll be here today.
All right, we're moving quick. All right, I want to get this series underway. Plus, you got to catch your breath. So for me, let's get into our predictions. Hey, I'm sticking true. I'm going Boston Breach. I've been pumping them up all weekend long. It's one of my favorite teams out there. I think they're taking this series, and they want to play against Atlanta FaZe. Miles.
Reflections, I think that Toronto take this one. I believe that they've got a very strong camp. They've got the right fire in their belly to roll through this one. It's going to be a hard-fought battle, but I'm going north, baby.
There you go. Ali, what about you?
I think these two teams mirror each other very well. I think they play very, very similarly, but I'm going to go with Toronto Ultra.
No shot. No Boston Breach. Okay,
I mean, both these teams are unreal, right? I feel like Ali said, they do mirror each other, especially in some of these game modes. I'm going to go with the Toronto Ultra, man. Scrap's going to come in here and have himself a good series.
That's okay. I'll stay here by myself. Hey, Beantown all the way. Bryce, let's get the teams on stage.
All right, thank you very much, Tess. Yes, let's get this next game underway. The winner's side of the bracket is exciting and brilliant. We've got rookies, though, on both sides of this stage. But who's better today? That is going to be the question. Please allow me to introduce our first team to the stage, Texas. Make some noise for Boston Breach! Vivid, Beans, Awakening, and Nero, Boston Breach!
They are definitely the villain here in Texas after what they did yesterday. This team has been fiery since they made this
ça surjoue un petit peu quand même.
Has been what they needed, clutching up in game 5, dominating in search and destroy. Can they do it against Toronto? We're gonna find out. Let's bring them out.
Thank you very much. Yes, the team in green are sat, and now they need their opposition. They've been good so far, but will they be great? Only one way to find out. Please welcome to the stage, Toronto Ultra!
Ils sont plus humbles. Ah non, peut-être pas.
Scrap, Pixie, Insight, Kleenex, your Toronto Ultra!
Toronto Ultra looking to change the tune about their performances at major events, and they're almost all the way there. They do have to get their revenge against the Boston Breach. I know I saw Scrappy get on that stage with some serious energy, Bryce. He's gonna need it. Let's get this match started.
Energy everywhere, Ali. Thank you very much. Well, the game is ready. The maps are set. The players are in their seats. Time to get this game underway. Handing over the two beings forged by the gods. The cast Call of Duty. It's Merc and Maven.
Wow. Well, Bryce, I don't even know how to respond to that. You're beautiful and delicious, man. And yes, we are ready to get going here. This is what we're hoping is a battle. We knew the last one was going to be. That matchup always is. I feel like this one has a ton of potential with the way Beans has been playing, the way the Hixie's involvement now is elevated. Kleenex, you feel like these two teams should be going.
Yeah, I mean, last time they did online, it was very close. You know, both the hard points were very close, but it was the last time that Ultra played with Standy before they brought Hixie in. So, you know, Beans wants to play these guys. He kind of talked about it on the stage. He was excited for this matchup. Two of the best control teams. We're going to have a showdown in game number 3, but they're sticking with Fortress Hardpoint. Again, a very close Hardpoint online. We'll see
what happens here. But that man on your screen, Kleenex, he has been an absolute monster since they brought Hixie in.
Is there anything like on the Boston side, if you're going to slow down Kleenex and this pace he's been setting, the way he's been playing, how's it going to happen?
Well, I think Vivid and Nero have always set the pace. I thought they were, they're one of the faster submachine gun duos in the league. It's more just about playing consistently, and I think there is going to be, a little bit of pressure on Hixie. We're talking about them winning this match, getting into that top 3. This is what they want. This is what they want to do, but you can see right here, I mean, this is Boston Breach's map. They play it a lot. They're 5-2. Well, obviously, a lot of those games are close because 7th and 8th in those rankings, that means it goes down to the wire.
Allez,
We
ça
just saw a
commence.
wild Fortress Hardpoint in the last one. Here we go. Let's get into it. Ultra versus Breach. Beans has been a beast, and he's beaming out the gate. What is he going to bring to this matchup? So far, he's not missing bullets, Joe.
Yeah, nice little start there. Awakening, I believe he finds 2. Beans as well. Awakening, by the way, the last time these two teams played, just absolutely fried. As we know he can. Big
Voilà,
weight,
enfin,
had like a
détruisez-le,
1.4
putain.
around there, I want to say, versus Toronto Ultra team. Can he get going? But there's Hixie immediately with the response. He hit some P1 control. Insight working the spawns for P2 alongside a Scrap, but there he is, Awakening with the 2.
You try to double chow that. Think one's going to get the trade, but not going to happen. Awakening refuses to be traded. Now back to Beans we go. Off the 4-1 start. Looking for number 5.
Bien joué,
Good luck
ça.
back there. Just tucked away. It's a vicious heady. It is Scrap. That's all 4 dead. And now a moment to breathe and get set up. If you are Ultra, you got to be liking this. You've got 2 able to push out mid-map. 1 just soaking up time.
Yeah, and they are trapped back P, behind maps. You do have 1 player spawn up P1. That's going to be Beans. Maybe start to work the pinch. He's going to find one as alongside Vivid. But the way Ultra could play this now is playing
Allez,
from
ça
the front,
prend là.
right? We've seen it in the last series. That P3 is
conteste
so
pas.
crucial for both of our teams on the stage. So I think that's what they're going to try to do
Dommage.
with the way that Inside is playing towards the front. But Vivid and Nero there to find the openers. That's going to be 3 dead for Toronto Ultra.
Inside, he gets 2, but right after that, he's going to drop 20 or so seconds remaining. The hard point, 10-point edge for
Ooh,
Ultra. Kleenex hit the
Skinny.
shots and the nade. But now they're just going to think about getting set up. You see 1 person still put in shots. That's Scrap. The rest of rotate. Now the call is going to get in. Everybody back up. Boys, it's time to get set up and try to lock them in.
Boston are going to go. Scrap should spawn out here. He should spawn back P2, and that's going to be it. You can see where he spawns up in number 5. So they know they have a 3-on-3 on this new hill. Nero with the opener, Hixie and Kleenex, though, trying to hold on to the spawns around this gate area. They're able to connect, but it is scrappy. This is exactly what you want if you are Boston.
So is that just a situation? Maybe Scrap should have backed up a little bit earlier, not had the death come at that time?
Yeah, I mean, that's not when you want to die. You're hoping to find a kill, then you would get a safe spawn. But they dealt with it for now. With 40 seconds left, it looks like they should have hill control.
Yeah, I mean, Hixie's too. Obviously,
Ils sont
super
2 à
crucial
l'étage.
in that moment. But now,
Bien joué.
breaking through maps,
Deuxième,
trying to
ouais,
find the
nickel, ça va.
opening. Kleenex there though for the trade. That's going to be 4 in a row.
Nickel,
Looking to
nickel.
dial up number 5, and there's the 5th. But it'll end there. No cruise earned as the shots
Avec
come in
attend comme une pute au balcon.
from the open window. The nade going to hit there as he tried to push out the cut as well. Now you just soak up the time. Considering how scrappy it was early on, that's a great hold from Ultra.
Yeah, they have, around a 30-point lead right now. They're going to try to work outside of this side of the map through gate. You have players inside of maps, but that's exactly what you need to do now. How did Boston want to play this? P1 side of the map is open. They're going to work inside of Art. There's nobody top rails, nobody top dark. That's going to mean, hey, this is a free hill. And they find the kills as soon as that hill does pop. And, well, now Ultra with a huge break with map control. You see the feed is all purple as Ultra getting the hill.
And this is one we're looking at Kleenex, man. He is 16-7. Look at his numbers compared to everyone else in the lobby. He was on, what, a 5? Into a 4.
Bien joué.
Now back to a 5 streak at positive 10.
Dommage.
Drops right before the cruise again. But he is leaving his mark on this map early and often.
Okay.
Hixie, the
dommage.
sub duo, right there behind him. You do battle back in, you get the 4-man clearance, and that's big from Breach, because you get all that time if you're Ultra, you're able to chain the other 3 and 4. Suddenly, like, you really are running away with this game.
Yeah, no doubt about it. As soon as we were talking about Kleenex, yeah, Boston, they just punch right back. They were able to get on that time. It's really splitting the
Ouais,
hill.
c'est les verts.
Well, now they're only down 22 points as we head over to P4, P5, and get set up at Blacksmith. Does Boston Breach?
What can Beans do in the top window on 3? worried about the flank through, and well, that's going to be the case. The stun is in, but Vivid there to help him out. Now peeking for the angle, a deep player in Stables is going to drop. So far, so clean for Breach. They're looking for a lead change, and they are getting close. You've chained these together beautifully, but now you're going to be 2 down. Going to be on Arrow to try and step it up. Able to take down 1. Beans through on the feed as well. They're getting enough kills, and Beans 5 in a row, make it 6. Beans popping off. There's the cruise where Kleenex has fallen short on a couple of chances. You get it here. Now, this is a map where we've seen some interesting result from cruise missiles, though.
Yeah, and you can have big swings as well on this map, but so far throughout that first set of rotations, just very back and forth. No one really able to find those clean holds that you are looking for on this map. So props to both of the teams. It's a 6-point lead for Toronto Ultra right now. It's Kleenex on one side, Beans going off on the other, but they're with 3 dead at P1. Some map control for Ultra. Boston, they're going to have to try to push on through.
Now let's see who can improve here in the second set. Pixie, oh, it's awkward. The melee comes forward, but the shotgun hits. 3 down. 4th is looming. There you go. Vivid gets 1 before he drops. So Kleenex again, man. A 5 spree. Can he get the cruise this time? His 3rd 5 spree of the game.
That's on 25 already. Yeah. We're only halfway through the game. 27. Kleenex is an issue right now. 8 in a row from Kleenex, and now the biggest lead of the game for Toronto Ultra.
I mean, from the get-go, the man was setting the pace in the stat line, and it is just continued. Spots another, and the Vaz is hitting, shooting rockets out of his Vaz currently, but up 40 points. Still very much in this is Breach, but I gotta hear the comms from Ultra. Kleenex is lighting up the scoreboard. Let's hop to the listening.
He's on top double weak. There is top double now. He might go back. He's open on yourself. Be open on yourself, Scott.
Lots of time.
He's still laying down. I spawners. Absolutely. Cages, maybe. Yeah. Nah, P5. No, I spawn here. Just hold. I think there's 1 cage as well. Careful.
Maybe gate behind you, Charlie. Take a look.
He's dead. Big one, bro. I'm strict. 2 off. 1 to bullet. 1 open, 1 close. Close guys. Yeah, get all this time. Get all this time. I can cross. Single. Nice. One shot open. He's still close. He's still open. Inside open. Shot flip. This is a good flip. This is big flip. I'll get the corner again. Come back here. Also have a straight.
Yeah, we're dropping this, Scrap,
Yeah.
I'm
playing green box.
Shoulder your front, Scrap.
Yeah, I'm playing green box.
I've got gate.
Don't be first engagement gate. I'm sitting in the D corner. I have to shoulder.
Je pensais qu'il parlait français, tu vois.
I'll dive to.
Let me chop first.
Yeah. Green. Straight.
They're gonna throw shit front.
I might have to shout gate there.
I have a trip in myself. Might kill you though.
I'm dead as well. Yo, 1 front at least. I'm telling you now, check out.
I'm green. Green's hitting in the bout now. 1 on time, 1 green.
Yeah, fine.
We're blocking.
Came out open.
I still have streak. Going open really weak, Vivid. He's gone. Bottom green. Gonna go top green. Yeah, top green back. I have a streak. Yeah, okay. You can use it now if you want. Yeah, down.
Want to top green?
It's on S1 Scrap. Yeah, kill this guy.
S1 and we're low green. He's not green, front green. He's low green.
Low green now. Dead.
I appreciate time.
The streaks are all hit now. I was thinking just lack of trophy, maybe the issue there. The fact that I was able to get 2, you respond with your own streak. You get back in with about 25 seconds. Everybody investing every ounce of utility to try and fight for this crucial time.
Yeah, I mean, that's just our players knowing, right? They know how to avoid the trophies as best as they can. You hit a surface a little bit above, it's going to connect on multiple. But Ultra in the listening, just very calm. You kind of heard Scrap. Let's be hard kills. Let's not give them freebies. They had exactly what they wanted, but the streak from the Boston side keeps them in this game.
Yeah, it feels like Ultra, maybe just the hot hand of this Kleenex. He's on 34, by the way, on like record pace, depending how deep this is going to go. But Nero, Beans, they're able to open it up with 3. Into the point they go, Insight just waiting on the reinforcements to rally in. They're spawning out Narnia and trying to rally over from Old. Just playing his life for now. And now this will become the big break opportunity. Kleenex has been the hot hand. We got to swap to his POV to see what he can do, but gonna get gunned to sleep. So far, so good. They are holding inside. Breach has been unable to kind of get that lead change. Go out in front, maybe rack up some time. Their opportunity is now tied up. Lead change. Boston Breach go out in front.
I mean, a hell of a job here by Boston Breach to give them the lead. I mean, you're looking at the scoreboard. You're thinking Ultra is destroyed, but I mean, they have stayed alive in the key moments. They had the great streak out of them, and it feels like Vivid and Nero are winning some clutch gunfights, you know, to break some setups for Toronto Ultra. Ultra do get the lead once again, but Breach keeping it close.
Yeah, I mean, you invest a lot with not a whole lot of time left in the hard points. You give an opportunity here for Breach to now get set up. As the key gunfights go down, you see mostly purple. It's 3 kills through from Ultra, but the difference maker might be Vivid. Keeps his team in the fight. Feels like so few 4-down scenarios where a team's really been able to get set up. It has just been battles around the objective throughout the course of this game. Beans just sitting at +1, but looking to turn up here down the stretch.
They're just trying to stay alive. This is a good time here for Boston Breach. Now they're going to try and get pushed up behind those 2 kills. They might just do that. They want to try to flip these spawns for P1 and P2. Vivid, he's got Denny Pop. He knows where the spawns are coming in, trying to play his life. He is connecting right now, and now Toronto Ultra have to worry about him. So these final 20 seconds should be clean for Boston. Now their biggest lead, as they had a big, switch right there. These last couple of hills for Boston Breaches, as I said, Vivid Nero starting to go off.
Yeah, I mean, it was all Kleenex. It felt from a submachine gun standpoint, but as he slowed down, the boys on the other side have really started to pick it up. But now you're back into the hard point if you're Ultra. Cruise missile gets activated by Insight. Cobb's coming in, looking to line it up. Player will drop. They'll actually take out 1. That'll then be 3 down. Some quality time here. Well, nobody in the point for now. Sorry, someone's got to rally into it. Now we'll throw it back into the point. But it's like every time somebody gets in, they're cleared out of it near instantaneously. They can't keep somebody on the objective. So the streak doesn't lead to much.
No, I mean, that's just a good nade by Awakening. There's no trophy on the hill, but the kills this time going the way of Ultra. But it looks like Vivid, he spawns behind. He's able to push on through near this forklift. Does get taken down, but again, just so scrappy. Right, yeah, Boston making sure that Ultra do not have a clean setup to get trapped. Back maps and now winning gunfights in the middle of the map. Nero 32 and 31, leading the way in kills and engagements. They have slowed down Kleenex, and now Boston Breach somehow 19 points away from winning this map.
Yeah, Kleenex has slowed down massively. Don't get me wrong, he's got 38 on the board, but there was a moment where he was double positive. And now, just 10 seconds needed. Can Boston just shut it down right here? Scrap trying to find the opener. The lovely little snap on the 1. The trade comes through on the 2nd as well, but Beans is still here.
That should be it.
Laid it on thick. Nobody close enough to get there. I don't think they can touch. There's a contest for a moment, but that'll end it. And Beast is roaring on the main stage. Beans feeling it.
Unbelievable out of Boston Breach. They just never let Ultra control the game. That lead got to what, 40 or 50, but there was always a response. And I gotta look at that second piece again. If that Cruise doesn't hit 2, I think Ultra probably go up 80 to 90 points, maybe put the game away. But that was a key moment for Boston Breach. And then what, Vivid starts to come alive. Nero was really stepping it up, and it slowed Kleenex down.
I'd really love to know, Kleenex's stat line, midway through the game and what it ended on. Because it felt like, I don't remember what it was, but I swear it was somewhere around a 34 and 18 or somewhere in that ballpark. From there on, I mean, they just take over. And you felt it just seeing the plays from Vivid and Nero. Just from a spectating POV sometimes, right? You're watching the hot hand, the observers do a great job of just seeing who it is. You're watching Kleenex over against. He was 5-3, but then who was it? It was Vivid getting through on a flank. It was Nero winning big one-on-ones. They just turned it around massively.
No, they certainly did. I mean, right from the get-go, just a hot start from Kleenex in Toronto Ultra. But you just watch the scoreboard. It never gets out of hand. They made sure when the big breaks needed to come through, they absolutely did. Beans was fantastic from the get-go, just staying consistent for this team. And you're thinking right around here, okay, maybe now, right? The trap is in, 40-point lead. You chain P1 and P2 together, but that doesn't happen. It does not happen. And right around this moment, right before here, you had the Cruise missile connect.
It was 34 and 19, I think is what it was. So from that point forward, he went 4 and 12. 5 and 12, somewhere in there. Yeah, I mean, they definitely started handling that much better.
As you said, there was just always one more player or one more kill that didn't allow sort of the trap to be set up for Ultra.
Well, we talk about in various modes, control and hardpoint mostly, but when your team gets paced and you've got one guy left, when that player is able to get 2 and stay alive, that is the difference that might keep it scrappy for the next 30 seconds where it maybe wasn't going to be. And so many times, man, it felt like they were able to do that. Because you said it during the midway point of the game, when you're looking at the game Kleenex is putting on, just like the scoreboard overall, you feel like Toronto would be up a lot, but they just weren't. They couldn't pull away. They could not pull away, and it's Breach that are able to do it late. But really, I mean, yeah, you're what? right around even, negative a couple kills. It definitely comes a whole lot closer, but it's really like earlier in the game. They're probably getting outplayed by, I don't know, 10 to 15, somewhere in there.
I mean, Awakening, I mean, we've talked about just sort of how talented he's been, especially in respawns and hardpoint for this team. He's thinking, if I got a .84, I got the least amount of kills on the team, and we're winning hardpoints. All right, lock me in. Let's get it.
100%. What a heroic effort it is there from Breach. So now you take control of this series. We're going to stay on Fortress now for Search and Destroy. And all that momentum, you start to feel rally. I mean, I'm loving Beans has become instantly one of my favorite players just with how, I mean, his interviews have been incredible considering these are some of his first time on the main stage, first interviews. See how well-spoken he has been, how fired up he's been, like a lightning bolt for the league. And he is feeling it now. Whereas on the Ultra side, you got to bring it back. And yeah, he's all smiles, just joking with the guys. Awakening is like, thanks for the hard carry.
Well, we kind of, heard that, some of these guys were just very mellow, very chill, and maybe they needed someone like him to bring out their confidence, to get fired up on the map. And yeah, he seems to be that engine for them.
Yeah, it probably just depends on the players sometimes. Like, some people probably like to play with that, some people don't. I mean, but it feels like, yeah, his energy has just been electric for this Breach side. But now can you take it further to Ultra? If they bring it back and take this Search and Destroy. And the control is going to be an interesting one too, because it's a map and mode combination that both these teams were solid in during the qualifier when you look forward to it. So who knows which way is that going to go? You think you really just want to get this tied up if you were Ultra as you head to the next one, because it was something like, I think, like 9-0 in round count for the control. So for Breach, that is. So it's like you really want to get a map win if you can here. But we're going to talk about the Search and Destroy a bit more as we wait for the restart. Apologies for the delay at home, but they're going to compare a couple of players here before we get deeper into this one.
Yeah, two of the ARs. I mean, two of the rookies, Beans and Scrap, we're going to take a look at stats-wise in Search and Destroy. But there you can see, and this is just from day one. But look at Beans, 3.4. I mean, he had 17 kills in that game mode. He was really the one that really changed it for them all the way to around 11 where Scrap, this is what he has done all year long. He has been so consistent for this team, but it's really that map number 3, that control where he stands out.
Side-by-side shot of the guys. I mean, pretty quiet and locked right now for Ultra. I mean, I feel like Beans has just been smiling and chatting it up throughout the entire break. Maybe sometimes just it could be like a nervous tick where you're just trying to stay loose, maybe just trying to keep the guys staying loose, but he just seems to be having fun, which I really enjoy.
Yeah, having a good time. And you talk about the Rookie of the Year. I think for everyone it was Scrappy's, Scrap, like no question about it. But remember, we have a lot of COD left, and if Beans is the guy that really turns this Breach team around, he is right to that conversation.
It happens so fast, man. It just feels like
just takes a couple of big wins.
Overnight, man, he just becomes the spark plug and instantly in that Rookie of the Year conversation. What are you talking about right now if you're Ultra? Like, how do you think the team is feeling after it feels like you're in control throughout most of it, but just kind of let it slip down the stretch?
I mean, I feel like, there's a lot of sort of experience on that side, right, with Kleenex and Insight. They've been in these longer series before. Not their map pick. You're going to a Fortress Search and Destroy, which they're very comfortable on. Then maybe they knew that this was going to be a grueler, a long series. Just got to forget about it, focus on this next map.
Well, I think everybody knew, like, I think Beans kind of alluded to it in an interview, like, we're known as a great scrim team. We've been a great scrim team. We've, like, done well in qualifiers. It's just, like, can we play that game on land? And, like, so far, as of day one, yes, they were absolutely able to do that. So I think if you're on the Ultra side, yeah, you're always a team that's tough to put away. You're good in every mode, but, like, same could be said on the other end if they're playing that type of Call of Duty. If they're able to transition their kind of scrim play to land. It's one you feel like you're going to war in.
Yeah, I think Ultra, I mean, listen, I feel like they were in control a lot of that series. There was a couple of plays. If they go differently, they probably win that map number 1. They understand that. I would say, if anything, you really want to focus on the comms, make sure everyone's talking, trying to pick each other up. But we're going to take a look at Boston Breach, what they have done so well so far. Again, they've only played 1 match. Or sorry, this is stage 3. Okay, so all of stage 3. And again, Awakening, what we just talked about, he had that 1.2. You didn't see that in map number 1, but it's the rest of the team in Search and Destroy and Control.
Yeah, it just feels like it probably speaks to the the fact that they're going to be a team that's tough to beat across the modes. Like, yes, somebody spikes in one, falls off in another, but there's somebody to pick it up. Like, somebody's thriving in every mode. I mean, Vivid's probably the guy that, you know, stat line isn't the prettiest across the board, but I don't know, hot and cold at times. But, like, I think you saw in that map 1, man, when he really started to get in the rhythm late, like when the pressure was on. I mean, if you have a 0.5 the rest of the map, but you're making a play down the stretch and you're keeping it close, that's all it takes.
I think you probably want that a little bit better, right?
Yeah.
Like, you know, we can always say those fast objective type entry players you usually want like around a 0.9.
Well, it's the same with like Hixie and Kleenex on the other side. You saw the stats from Boston. As you know, again, apologies, we're preparing to hop into this as quick as we can. But Joe, this is a look at the Ultra side.
Yeah, hardpoint, you know, pretty back and forth, similar to what we just talked about. You know, maybe the one surprising thing so far is maybe Insight and Search and Destroy. And you can see down the line, Search and Destroy is where they have struggled throughout Stage 3 with that sort of team change coming in. Maybe they need a little bit more time.
But Hixie's like literally, it's almost identical to like what you saw from Vivid, but it feels like the guys that are getting the most benefit for it. Like it's very clearly Kleenex on one side. On the other, it feels like it's your ARs pretty often that are kind of carrying the way in the Awakening and Beans conversation. I mean, it's a tough role, bro, being a Vivid or a Hixie. It's a tough role.
Yeah, gotta run first.
Yep.
Gotta run first. But there you can see Fortress this season, very good for Toronto Ultra. One player to look at is always Kleenex. It feels like he is always involved early in those first bloods. He was just having a great map number 1. We'll see if he can do it again here in map number 2.
Right back into it we go. A bit of a pause, guys. Chance to kind of talk through things. Now we get into the swing of this map too. It's narrow. Soaring on in with that first pick. Man advantage. They get a 2-man advantage to breach as Beans pops off the skull of Scrap. Hixie though, spotting one in the corner, slowly bringing it back down for Ultra.
Yeah, always tough in this early rounds, right? Get into a spot, you don't have Teddy, you gotta wait for it, and they know that he did not leave that position. But do they know Vivid is here? Yes, they do, but he wins the gunfight. The Vaz has the advantage. Hixie going for the trade, able to make this a 1-on-2.
So you pull off the 1-on-2, this would be for the ace. He was able to get the first pick to give them a chance in this round to begin with. He's got a trophy though. 40 seconds to go. See if he can bait one up close. He might be able to catch one. He couldn't finish the kill. Now you got to get out of there. Not quite able to do it. That's a clean pick, and he gets out. A real chance to win that round, but Boston Breach able to get it done.
Yeah, I mean, Awakening somehow stays alive. I think it's one more bullet that is needed, as you said. Beans there for the trade. And I think what he's hoping is that they're watching that cross. Maybe he can bait one of them into close to have an earlier 1-on-1. But a heck of an effort there out of Hixie. Maybe next time just go for that bomb plant, but still, just such a tough situation. He's the trophy guy. Won't have Deddy to really finesse around the map.
Yeah, but he gets like what? Another bullet in. Not sure how weak he got Awakening, but good job by Awakening staying alive in that situation. Trying to get shots in through the gate. Nade's gonna hit as well. You're just clumped up now, kind of playing this retake.
Hey, B.
Type defense, maybe get some wall bangs through the doors.
Showing our form, looking good.
Hey.
His Awakening is, you know, he's got the bomb.
Your quads have got to be just jacked.
Just absolutely. You should start doing these, dude.
Probably. Yeah. What was it like back in like high school last week? Like the wall
Je
sits.
dirais il est bloqué, lui.
Quads be burning.
And form on point for Awakening. He's got the bomb. So really just waiting on him in a very slow round.
Oh, yeah.
For both of these sides. I mean, Ultra's just waiting for Boston to do something. And well, B's looking for the gunfight. Nice shots in. Here comes the rest of Toronto Ultra.
Vivid got spotted on the cross. He will get dropped. Able to get a pick though. 3 versus 2 now for Ultra. Bomb slowly working up. Hixie is tucked away in a corner. Here's the chow out. Thinks he dropped down low. Stays up high. But Ultra ultimately able to take it.
Dommage.
Yeah, I mean, Beans, he just hits
Vas-y,
shot on side of stage. Insight able to find the second. That's what he stayed alive with 1 HP there on that trade. And then he's just got so much work to do.
I mean, how much time passed before bullets started flying? It felt
like 50 seconds, near a minute.
ish.
Both sides just waiting for maybe a moment of impatience or.
Well, I mean, you got to think a lot of the times, right? Yeah, defensive players, you're trying to jump up into those windows, make a deady play. The offense is just waiting. It's not a very big map. You can get to a bomb pretty quick.
Yeah, true. Well, Nero's got a long ways to go towards Daddy. All the utilities still to use. He's just tucked away in the corner. For now is good. Now working up for the plant. Scrap is getting just fried. I don't know if it was just a bit of awkward movement.
He's
trying to figure out where he's getting shot from.
He's going
gonna
for it.
stick it through. He's got 2 HP. 2 HP and gets it done. I think it was like a stun hit him from 4 to 2. He somehow stayed up, but it's inside, left alone. Boston Breach able to swarm. Somebody already going to be on it. Looks like he is just going to hold his Deddy for now. Rips one off and to get to 5 in a row, but another there quickly for the trade and the defuse.
And he's just hoping maybe he's got a chance. Maybe it's a 1-on-3, a 1-on-2. But yeah, the wall bank comes in, and then I respect that out of Hixie, right? The hero that you need.
Well, it looked like Scrap was going to try and like dive across, but then he sort of like stutter stepped there for a moment. I don't know, it was just a bit of like awkward movement.
Damage comes in, whatever it is.
Yeah.
Just kind of gets slowed down. And that's just what's difficult, right? You know, our defensive teams are just getting so good at hitting those team shots in that stage. Just wall bang right through it.
2-1 now for Breach. Hello. Nate sticks right on the inside of the doorway, but Nero able to just back up for now. First person in, it'll be Kleenex. He is dropped. Hits him to 65 HP. Hixie waits on the chow and then gets smoked as well. Nero just taking over in this round.
Yeah, and that's why you see patience from our offensive teams, right? That's what they were waiting for last time around. Insight does make this doable, though. 2 versus 3. Scrap now trying to find his first kill of the map versus Vivid. While that's going on, bomb being planted on A. So he's trying to team up with Insight. Maybe they could push this out in a 2 versus 2 because Vivid, he is all the way across the map.
Nero, though, for the ace! Different doorways, same result. One an instant chow. One time coming in 1 by 1, but all 4 get cut to ribbons.
That's just a great round out of Nero. Again, just the patience up top. Hixie was not fast on that trade. And well, then right there at the end, that close, I mean, he's just got all the advantage, right? Those are 2 AR players. They have to walk right into that door. Easy peasy for Nero.
Yeah, you think if he was able to deal with the 2 Vazes, probably be able to deal with the 2 Tacs jumping at him.
He's got a Cruise now as well to work with, so maybe invest in that early if they want to. Again, just a very slow round for Ultra right now, just trying to see if they can find anything, and Nate does connect on a Nero. Looks like they might want to try to work through P1. That's going to be Vivid in Awakening, trying to find an opening.
He's got this Deddy to use.
Bon on you, nous.
Just walking it up a little bit. Insight wants to go ahead and pop. Able to get that first pick. The window goes inside, takes down 2. Puts him in the 3 versus 2. The window tried to get out, I thought, but just got across for now.
Yeah, he might be able to, but he's going to go for the chow. That's a 3rd in the round. We had 1 ace in a round. Are we going to have back-to-back? No. But a hell of a play out of Insight. You know, he pops the Deddy, gets aggressive, is looking for info. Well, he just finds 2 players outside of close, one doing the window hop, and they're able to hang on.
Yeah, it looks so awkward. Like, hello there. You shall not pass.
Well, a huge round there, I think, for Ultra. Don't want to go down 4-1, but Insight leading the way at 9-3. Scrap still looking for his first.
I mean, you've got 3 on Hixie, 1 on Kleenex. It's just Insight. Like, he is the hard carry, whereas Nero, I know, had that incredible round, but he saw, what, 3 on a couple, 2 on Awakening. Like, Insight really doing it all from a kills perspective.
Last time around, right, they tried to get aggressive through the top window. Did both of the SMGs, maybe a little bit differently here. Going to try to wait out Boston Breach. And you still have this cruise on Nero. Bomb starting to work over towards A.
see when that streak comes into play. For now, just holding. Here we go. Cruise missile in.
Well, they all back up. They're all inside a map, so bomb going to be planted. He might not find a kill, but he at least is going to buy time for the bomb to get down into a 4 versus 4. Now, all of Ultra right through open and close. Are they going to be ready for this? Beans, he's got to give them the comms. He's going to need some help.
They just instantly send it. Beans not going to be easy to deal with. The trophy just gets down. Is it going to protect him there in the wood stack? His teammates all step up. They fry everybody. Scrap still looking for a first. There it's going to be some lovely shots. The 180 snapback to try and hit it as well. But there's only 20 seconds on the clock. They get that fast plant behind the streak, and he will get cut down. Breach another round to get the 4-2.
Yeah, I thought that maybe that Cruz was going to get inside of maps and maybe find a couple of kills, but it at least allows them to get that bomb down. Cross. And able to get out with their life. But Ultra, they were fast on that. That was a very quick response out of them, but Boston, they were ready for it.
I mean, you've struggled for Ultra to like get these 4-on-4 retakes. Anything you try a little differently defensively? I mean,
Il y a 3-3, on a 4-2.
It's Fortress now.
Yeah,
Get aggressive if you want. It looks like Beans is going to pull out a sniper, and they're going to try to play aggressive, but this is the problem. Scrap and Insight, they're ready for that. Now as the sniper in a 4 versus 2, you are going to get smoked.
It's just on Big Wake. He has been spotted. He's got 5 health and tries to get away. Lovely headshots there with 5 HP, but fast trade, round. The aggression just gets shut down there from Ultra. And yeah, maybe that's what I was asking. Maybe you need to see more out of Ultra, but you see how fast they get shut down from Boston.
This reminds me a little bit of map number 1, right? I mean, just a way, but it's kind of the opposite, where Boston are in the lead, but Ultra just sticking around, winning some of these crucial rounds to keep this alive. Boston just cannot create any more separation.
It's true. Like, they, regardless which team, just hanging around, like, cannot put them away. Cannot find that big margin in the lead. Scrap this time with a big stick. Oh, Beans' right ear nearly gets ripped off. Sorry, left ear. But he'll keep his ear for now. 3 in a row, though, for Scrap, who has stepped it up with that 0-4 start. Xyz's got too close, tries to challenge the one, but the help is going to be there.
Well, I think the nades just connect on Awakening, so he thinks he's got a freebie with a couple of shots, at least to get a first blood. But one player was looking over him at Cannon, so nice teamwork there for Boston. Now Beans, he's thinking about the bomb plant. He's thinking about the kill. It's a 4-on-2. Vivid with multiple in the round. And maybe now there's that round, that moment that Boston needed.
1 round away from a 2-0 edge. So far, so good for Breach.
Yeah, they kind of baited Ultra into that push, right? Awakening, he's all the way in that back corner. They're thinking, you know, even if we can make this into a 3-on-3, we'll find the first blood, start the trade, start that domino, but that doesn't happen. They overpeak. There's a player at Cannon. They're able to take him down.
Well, and the longer the round goes and the less players you have, the more of a liability that snipe becomes like, just becomes more and more difficult for you to try and make a play. When it's just 2 people left and one's got a snipe, Insight taking off the head of one. And slowly starting to work up this bomb. Plant should be going in here shortly.
Now with that first blood, going to be able to cross towards A. How do they want to take this? Scrap's going to find Nero, so now a 4-on-2 for Awakening.
Il reste quand même un point gagné après ce round.
On the side, Insight, yeah, he pulled out a sniper on offense. He's able to find the first one. Cannot connect onto the second.
Beans got it on the other end. He will fall. I think Scrap gets both. And yeah, I was wondering, Insight's kill came so quick. It was a snipe. So you saw what Scrap's in the previous round. This time Insight able to connect. Nice little snap. Great centering there from Scrap.
Now what, he was 0-4?
Yeah, no, he has bounced back massively, up to 7-6 now, and honestly, second on the team in damage. Insight the only one ahead of him. So yeah, no, he is really starting to get hot.
Yeah, and I mean, just props to Boston Breach. They haven't allowed Kleenex to really do anything on the map, sitting out 1-8. This is the guy, the playmaker for Toronto Ultra, but just the pace, the way they're playing this map, this Breach, they're not allowing him to do anything.
Yeah, and obviously he slowed down a lot towards the end of the map 1 as well. Can he muster up something here to get them to around 11? As this is where they have struggled. in these defensive retake positions. Will it be a wall bang? Will it be a retake? How are they going to get the edge?
And Boston just playing this patient game, waiting to see if anyone just gets a little antsy on the Ultra side as Vivid's starting to work his way up towards this closed door. Just kind of hanging out, but it's Beans with the bomb. He's the one that has to get over towards A, starting to work his way over. He's going to get spotted. You see Scrappy and Kleenex now. They're going to start this push. Here we go. Deddy's popped. They're going to go for it. They're going to go for it. They're not going to allow him to get the bomb planted. Nice teamwork on Ultra.
That time, the timing worked out beautifully. You just know you got an extra man when that bomb is getting planted. In fact, you're able to get the kill, a thing of beauty as well, but Awakening going to work to get this down. Bomb will get planted, put 45 in the clock. Can they play the defense in the 2 versus 4? Awakening with the read on the wide side pull. What? Able to get the headshots. The time to kill just absurd. Now Scrap in trouble. A fast trade though. 2 versus 1. Awakening still has Deddy pop. 30 to go.
2v1, ça va faire.
He's not going to spot. He's just pop.
No.
Now it's a one-on-one. Able to back away.
Oh my God. Big Wakey, baby.
He's going to hop right on the bomb. No, he's going to get right on it. Is he going to check in time?
Did he get it?
Did he get it?
Oh, the defuse came in.
He got it.
Il l'a dit. Non.
Oh my
Bien joué
goodness.
ça.
So close.
Oh la vache.
He doesn't have a lot of kills, but he keeps their map alive, does Kleenex.
Oh my lordy, this one is close.
Je crois, ouais.
Honestly, it's not even as close as I thought, really. Like,
some of those shots looked real good. I don't know.
yeah, like it's like they were wallbang bullets,
I'm
right?
getting old, but all right, here we go, round 11.
Allez, 5-5.
It's offense for Ultra.
Ok, ça a touché.
It is a wild round 10. What sort of magic do we get here in the final one? First blood inside. It's a nade that's able to hit. Do they go back-to-back rounds and tie us up in this nutty search and destroy? Insight on 14. Absolute hoss. Now Kleenex gets his third, picking them apart. Narrow last alive. It's looking like a 1-1 scoreline. And Ultra clutch up.
Well, Insight with the plays from start to finish up to 14. But yeah, it kind of reminds me of map number 1. They also just never got away. They never got away. Awakening had an opportunity to win the map for Boston Breach, and well, sometimes it just comes down to milliseconds.
Yeah, that was like the one time that looked like a normal time to kill with attack. Like, instead of like a 2-3 bullet kill, like just sitting there diffusing, soaking.
Envoyer un message, hein.
Unbelievable. I mean, I panicked. I started jumping around when he
Dis
didn't
pour envoyer un
finish the
message.
first one. It was one of those situations where he's able to step back and recenter nicely, but just couldn't clutch up. Kleenex with the ice just gets on the bomb instantly. And it's a roller coaster of emotions to bring us to the 6-5 score line from Ultra. Nail biters thus far, Joe.
And I mean, honestly, props to Kleenex, right? You're having a struggling map to kind of make that decision, because I think sometimes players in that sort of moment will panic, right? 20 seconds left. He just found one kill. You know, he has the Deddy reset. Where is he going to go to? Some players might just take the risk, might just try to hop off that bomb, try to find that kill. He just sticks it.
Or it was an easy decision, like, I'm not winning a gunfight in this map. I'm just going to stick it. Like, that's my best
4h10 de
chance
live,
to
on
win.
pique de viewers, c'est toi
Unbelievable, though. It is tied up 1-1. The last series was truly terrific. Another one here with a chance to go the distance. Boston 1, Ultra 1. Control around the corner. We'll be back after the break.
contrôle la prochaine.
Hello, and welcome back to the Optic Texas Major, the Skyline View. We got all sorts of stuff going on here at the
Skyline. It's a roller coaster.
The roller coaster view. I don't know, but look at the Flake boys, dude. We got Ben, maybe the sexiest bald man in esports now.
He's not even fully bald.
Yeah, that's true. He didn't really commit to it, did he?
You could literally brush your teeth in your bald head when it's super shiny, dude. All the reflections that come through.
Oh, I just like pictured that. That is disgusting.
Just saying, dude. That's bald right there. That's bald.
That is. That is. I thought he was gonna go the whole way, but he didn't. That's all right.
I think he did. I think he just grew back. Yeah.
Was it the whole way down? The first time you showed? Okay, man. I'm sorry. Then I called you out, and I was wrong. But where we are sitting at 1-1, getting ready for the control, and the control is one that was interesting just because during this qualifier, I believe it's the one when you talk about Boston Breach, they were 3-0 in El Asilo control. They were 9-0 in a round count, so they were just dominating there.
Keep going, Joe, stats guy. Come on,
for Toronto though. Yeah, they call me the stats man.
Yeah, you're the wizard.
Yeah. Dude, when I was playing Harry Potter, you saw my wizard hat, dude. I was twisted. I was, bro. I was riding around on a broomstick.
There you can see right there, both these teams got reeled back in. Both these teams, 6-1 for Boston, 5-2 for Ultra. Very strong on this map. As well, Nero having himself a series, not able to close out that search and destroy in that round 11. Ultra tie things up, but here we go. El Asilo control map number 3.
Let's see if Kleenex can get back to it. Yeah, Frost. Okay.
He was on his way to get back to it. He'll try again next time.
I was about to say, like, you know, the second half of the hard point slowed down a bit, struggling search and destroy, but before I got 3 words out, he was dead. Okay, but look, he's right back up and into the kill feed.
He's right back doing nice shots from Hixie there with the Vaz, able to connect onto Nero. So get some of this progress done over towards A. Well, you got to deal with that player top tower. That's just going to be Insight hanging out. And it can just be so tough for the defensive team to retake this zone. When you have tower control, you really have to do it from the lower side. That's what they're trying to do, but all the kills go in the way of Ultra.
Yeah, I mean, you're up 5 lives. You're about done with this A zone. It's been a thing of beauty, but now the transition across, how will that fare? Well, Awakening is just cutting people up. He takes down 2, the trade through for Nero as well. So pretty good in transition. From Boston Breach, you bring it back like 1 in the lives department, but you at least just make sure it's not clean for them to get on the point and have you scrambling right away. But now it's just pick after pick here for Ultra. Bean's gonna likely have to back down. He does. Him and Insight going toe-to-toe. 3-0 start from Insight.
Yeah, looks like Hixie and Kleenex trying to work top party over here, trying to work locker side of the map. If you get a couple of subs in your face, it'd be so tough to deal with on this map. And there we go, Hixie able to find the timing, has the flank, connects onto 2. That should open up the B zone, and it will. They're gonna get on the point for now. The best thing for the Boston Breach is they do not have all 4 players here, so it's only gonna be a 3-man stack, but the trophies are in. You can see Vivid 0-5 struggling right now. The second take about to be done, but there we go. There is the retake.
It's so close, that second tick, but you don't quite get it. So considering the situation you're in, hell of a retake there from Breach, but still a ton of time to go, and you only got 13 lives. So you've got to be efficient here. Speaking of efficiency, there's a nice gunfight win from Beans, but it's Deddy out now from Hixie, not able to catch one. Nero, ready and waiting.
It's really this next set of kills, right, that Toronto are trying to keep going their way, because when you are that defensive team, you want to get bottom pool, you want to get the spawn kills on. They're not able to find it. That's going to be all 4 dead again. You at least had some close cliffside spawns. Trophies are down. Awakening is snapping. But there's that second ticket. Now only 8 lives remaining for Boston.
And it never got fully cleared. Like half the progress was still there. So they get the 7 points so fast. Third, shortly behind it, and Ultra able
C'est ça que c'est bon.
to get it done on offense. And it's tough. I mean, to clear the point, usually in the midst of all the craziness going on, especially when it's that close.
You definitely want someone to do it, though.
But like that was still about halfway. So like it got to the second point of progress so quick. Like in that situation, it's like absolutely, yeah, you get a 3 or 4 down. That's probably going to be.
Ça donne envie de jouer, tiens.
Well, what do you got? You just, cast your curse Boston. You talked about their 9-0. Well, they lose the first round.
You're welcome. I apologize to the Boston fans, but I put my blame on maybe Vivid, who was 1-8.
It's fair.
Nah, just a tough round for him. We'll see if he can.
And that can happen on this map.
Oh,
I mean,
absolutely.
You're playing ranked, you're a sub, you just can't get to certain positions. It could be so difficult. Or you can have a blast and they can find all 4. The spawn trap is now here. Can Boston get out of this cleanly? Scrap already set up towards green. Vivid hop in the wall. He gets taken down. Welcome to the blender. Boston Breach.
This is why I thought it was going to be interesting, because as good as the stats were for Breach, this is a solid map for Ultra as well. But like, so far it has been clinical. 5 in a row now for Scrap. When all the gunfights are happening like towards white and your field spawn, it's not going to go well. Like when you're dying there,
it's not good.
It's not good. It's not. You've taken 5 steps and just lined up. Maybe Nero and Vivid will help get him out, though.
Yeah, finally, just some map control going their way. Insight, the last player alive, and you get onto the A point. I guess you're only down 5 lives.
That's pretty good considering what it looks like.
Yeah, the problem is, though, you only have 18 remaining, right? So still a lot of work to do. Ultra can send, a couple of pushes over at A if they find some opening kills. Well, Vivid, he was just trying to lurk, but Hixie was ready for it.
Honestly, I thought it was going to be worse in the lives department, but it's kind of getting worse moment by moment. As Ultra trying to retake onto A, second point of progress, getting there, paused at just under 30 seconds remaining on the clock. Little peekaboo here from Kleenex, backs one off the site, almost done with A. But how efficient can you be if you are Breach? Because a lot of work to do with not a lot of lives to do it.
I mean, I guess this is doable, right? I think you're happy with it, with this, the way the start is, and now that's 3 dead. You can transition pretty quickly. You have 1 player pushed up, that's Hixie. Well, Kleenex, he pulls out the tack and snaps onto Nero, and Awakening And all right, now all 4 dead again. There's just no trades right now from the Breach side.
That was your chance, right? Like, if you were going to bring this back, it would have been an incredible offensive round win if you got it done. Not that it's not possible, but considering how it started, it would have been unbelievable. That was probably your moment to do it.
Never say never, Maven.
No, 100%, but that 4 down, a dagger, that gets them back to basically step 1. Nero trying to shoulder back and forth. 1 kill through. Now you've got 45 seconds, you just have 8 lives. And you kind of nailed it. I mean, yeah, the life differential was 5, but you only had 18. But you still got a shot here. Big Wake finding the kills. You're onto the point. You stop the clock. The gunny is up. The tags are in. But he's going to continue to push forward. Leave 1 on the point. Big Wake not missing a bullet. A chance for some late round heroics here from Boston Breach. But now 5 lives remaining. Down to 4.
But now it's looking tough. That might have been their chance there. Then off a spawn, Insight going to find Vivid. Awakening tried to do it all, but it was a couple of, just picks. You had 4 players alive for Boston, but I think 1 player got a kill on the flank. That was Kleenex, and then just 1 more on the point, maybe a nade connects, whatever it is. That player is weak. If they're able to stay up, then maybe there is a chance. Dixie with some nice shots, and well, there we go, Ultra. It was pretty clean at times. Awakening still alive, but they're able to win round number 2.
Yeah, it sort of feels like unbelievable that Breach had the chances they did, just considering the early trap and some of the mid and late round dominance they found. Awakening nearly just taking over. But Ultra hold on, and that would have been an absolute dagger to let that slip away, but now you go up 2-0.
And I think a sight to see for Ultra is the way Insight is playing from map 2 here into map number 3. We saw the stats. It wasn't the best for a mid AR, right? It was like 0.99 throughout the qualifiers. He's just been a monster for this team ever since he's joined them in Cold War. So happy to see numbers like this for Insight.
See if he can get the cruise. The answer to that's quickly yes. He gets the cruise, but then he drops, and Beads and Vivid take out just about everybody. It's just Hixie with Deddy Pop that's going to be lurking here around pool.
Trying to stay alive, but while that's going on, Awakening continues. He's locked in. He is in his zone right now as Awakening. We saw the way he was shooting near the end of that round. He's just going to need some help. Try to take it 1 round at a time, but up to 17 kills is Awakening leading the lobby.
Sneaky goes the scrap. Surprise! Able to pounce as he takes him out, just crawls the whole way up to get to his spot. Being the trophy player, yeah, sometimes you really got to take your time.
You really got to take your time. You're not wrong. Awakening, though, still alive, and they know it. Inside of that money room, just trying to play his life, wait for his teammate off a spawn. But they got to deal with Scrap, who's still there. Kleenex is finding 2. It's looking like A is going to be done, and it is. Ultra. This control, they have looked so darn good.
Up alive. 90 seconds to go. We're on Kleenex's POV because he's kind of the point man right now. Just tucked away in Tool, waiting to see where this opening is going to come from. Here's the dead silence. Wins the first fight, resets the Denny, more to work with.
Ils sont forts quand même, les Ultras.
They got done with A, but there's only a minute remaining here, so a very slow round.
Whoa, and that's what it looks like when Aim Assist says bye-bye.
Yeah, right through the rails, and somehow Nero wins that, but you still have presence. His Insight, he's on another 5 spree. Him and Scrap able to take down the rest of Boston Breach. He's climbing trees. He has the spawn kills available. 1 tick done. The rest of Toronto Ultra off a spawn. Insight is beaming.
Throw your knife at him. Oh, you can't do that, but
that would be awesome.
I was in the moment, Joe. I'm sorry, I got a little too excited. The guy is just not missing. Ultra, cook him in the control. Get it done quickly. Woo-hoo-hoo-hoo! And you got the Scrap shouting a little bit to the opposite side of the stage.
I mean, Inside was up there too, letting them hear it. This went off and well. Them being perfect throughout the qualifiers, and well, they just got destroyed on that LSC low control.
Yeah, that was dominant. And yeah, I mean, the stats we were looking at before, I mean, both teams were solid on it, but when I saw Breach hadn't lost a round, I'm like, okay, well, that looks pretty damn good.
tell you what, it's not pretty damn good. 7 and 19 out of Beans,
9,
Vivid 9
27,
and 20, really
Oh la
struggling.
vache.
But it just felt like maybe there was an opportunity or two on the offensive round, but their defense, they just got smoked.
Well, it felt like it just happened like, I mean, honestly, both sides, like just those opening gunfights to kind of vie for position, it felt like, you know, you view it as like a snowball going downhill. Like it got rolling for Ultra early, and like it just felt like, to me, Breach were in a constant state of regain and scrambling kind of at times.
They never had map control.
Yeah,
never really had Ultra in the spawn trap, just right from the get-go. Ultra, they were locked in, and now they're just one map away from being top 3, getting to our winners final.
3 KD there from Insight. What was it, 14 in the search?
Yeah, 14.
14 there, 24 and 8 here, a series from Insight. And I mean, I think right now, if you're Ultra, you're thinking this should have been a 3-0. Like, we led that map 1 for most of it. We let it get away. They are the hot hand, though, right now as we get ready for the map 4 hardpoint. But what a clinic it was from Insight. The reads were there. Strap was very surprising and sneaky in his gameplay without the dead silence.
And this is probably the hardest part on defense. When you lose that top party area, when you get a player back here, you just kind of know. And then Insight, I mean, this is just...
shots are...
That's land right there. That is just land right there. Everything hitting with those shots, just destroying off a spawn, and Boston could not get out.
That was just clean.
And when you're spawning back there, you got to stop B. You're just knife out. You got to throw grenades.
Yeah.
It's easy kills for that player up there.
Yeah, it's not like for a pro player, it's the hardest kills, but it's just clean, man. Like,
oh, you hit those for sure.
No, I definitely would not. But it was just a pleasure to watch. It's just, I don't know, the long range tack shots. It's satisfying.
I think you're underestimating yourself and your abilities.
Probably, I do got the gunning. But now to the map 4, we'll see if Breach can get it to the map 5. Listen, man, for 38, dude, I still got.
They're still playing pretty well.
I get a little bit twisted.
Every now and then, we gotta get you in rank.
Mostly more so. I'm scared of rank, dude. I can't be fighting 15-year-old demons. That does not sound fun to me at all. But it's a great time watching you and the boys go through it. But now for hardpoint, we'll see. Can Ultra end this here? Do you bring something from the depths to your Breach? I mean, we're in winter still, so you got a chance to still make a run, obviously, if you are one of these squads. But you want to be in that position to battle against FaZe. You know, you're sitting and looking at a top 3.
That guy wants Doug back in the league. He had a sign.
Oh, I didn't even read it.
Yeah.
What, Doug Sensor Martin?
Yeah, he wants him back in the league.
I bumped into Doug a little bit earlier, and I was like, "How you doing, Doug?" He goes, "I'm calm." And I was like, "Huh?" He's like, "Everything in life is just peaceful right now, Maeve." And I was like, "Oh,
that sounds awesome."
Yeah, I was just sort of like, it caught me off guard. Like, oh, awesome, man! Like, that sounds really great.
We're happy for him. Yeah, hopefully he's doing well on the Challenger side. I'll have to get updated there, but yeah, Ultra now 1 map away. And I think everyone in the venue right now, the biggest Ultra fan, because if they win this map, then guess what? Optic's back on the stage, and they're going to get real excited.
Yeah, but get us back to our Optic, boys. I mean, it is the home tournament. They are pumped up and ready for the next one. We're getting closer. We'll see if Ultra can get you there a little bit faster. But now to Hotel. Does the magical beans have what it takes to get it done?
Well, yeah, map number, 1 was great for him, but 2 and 3 struggled a little bit. They're going to need their AR to slow down Insight, and well, the form that he is in right now on this Hotel hardpoint. Here we go. We are loaded on up, a few seconds away. Will Breach get us to a map number 5, or will Ultra be in our winners final versus Atlanta FaZe?
The battle in the map 1. Everyone struggled to find separation outside of that map 3 that Ultra dominated. Do we have another battle on our hands? Hixie and Insight. Grooving so far, all Ultra through on the feed. A dominant break from them, and it's looking like the control.
Is that a sub right there from Hixie? The headshot comes in. He's winning gunfights like that. He's ready for the challenge, but Vivid able to take him down. But a nice start here for Ultra. They have the P2 side of the map that they want for this next hill.
Awakening does eventually get dropped. Some lovely headshots there out of Scrap to take him down. 19-10 the advantage after the first hard point. Now we look to get set up. It's going to be Insight who is playing deep, and he has been the hot hand after the last couple of maps. Guy has been in his bag.
They needed a couple of big breaks that were started by Nero and Vivid in map number 1, and right here, Nero with 2 to get them on the hill. This is what they did so well in map 1, was just make it messy. Did not allow Ultra to get into their setups, and even when they were in their setups, they just broke it right away.
Là, j'attends que tu m'envoies Edward Legacy.
The spots that they want in control.
Well, I mean, the timing was just beautiful. The second you got those opening picks, Insight has to think about transitioning over, and he gets picked out of the back by Vivid, and they just collapse.
How is Hixie alive?
Trying to fight back in. Yeah, Hixie, a heroic effort, but still, in the point for now, it's Breach.
And now with 20 seconds, you just already see all the players from Ultra. They're thinking about the kitchen hill, this money hill that it can be. So they're going to get set up, and the rest of Boston Breach going to try to find anything that they can on this rotation.
Beans will come stomping across, and I was about to say good luck with that gunfight, but he nearly is able to snap. Big Wake tries to finesse after the kill. Gets dropped. Toronto set up nicely. Nero is stunned. Reading him, able to just avoid that damage. But the opening kills all the way to Ultra. Scrap, I think he went 2 before he dropped, gets 2 quickly back in the feed, sitting 9 and 4.
Yeah, it's really just the ARs right now. Finally, Kleenex gets involved, but Ultra, Insight and Scrap, finding the routes that Boston is taking, not allowing them to get close to this hill. Finally, you have a push through the front, but Hixie and Kleenex are ready for it. Here's the contest. There's Hixie now, 10 and 4 start for him.
Continuing to dance, continuing to find the kills. As he soaks up the remaining couple of seconds, we'll look at the rotation on the other side of this, and Kleenex just trying to get away, able to do it. Once again, they light up the feed. 5 in a row now for Scrap as he's looking to work towards the streak. And there's the streak. Just beautiful shots. The cruise has been earned. Looking to double up their opponents here momentarily. So far, so good for Ultra. And they've started to build towards the lead they weren't really able to get to in that map 1.
Yeah, starting to, but here's that break. Awakening with a double. It always feels like he's able to find those multi-kills, but it's a little bit too messy right now. Quickly responded by Kleenex and Insight to at least show some presence here from Ultra to try to make this messy.
Yeah, I mean, right I was about to say, like, this is where maybe they start to get that,
you think so?
Great lead.
But then all 4 dead.
Okay, well, then maybe this is the moment. You still have 20 seconds left to earn here. You'd be looking at what, like a 115 or so scoreline to 56. And Kleenex 3 before he dropped. Insight just did 4 and 7, who's been so good in the maps 2 and 3, but the rest of the boys really stepping it up. But now we get ready to rotate across the map. The point man for Ultra has fallen. This is maybe kind of that make or break type moment. I know there's been insane comebacks. We saw one here with Las Vegas, but you need to get a real good chunk of time here.
Yeah, just the way the way that Ultra is shooting right now. There we go. There is a response. They needed an early rotation, an early hold on those first pushes. They're going to find all 4 kills. Push out the middle of the map, make Ultra have to work for it.
Ah bon?
So far, fantastic job. 25 seconds off of this, and you haven't really got close to touching this point.
Pourquoi j'ai fait une affaire?
Now the next big wave. 2 kills for Ultra. They got a 2-on-2 towards the point. Nero, though, steps it up and makes the play on the point. And just like that, you're right back into it once again. Ultra just not able to chain together the points to run away with the game.
Yeah, on the flank, though, you did have Kleenex who was able to win his one-on-one. So the presence is here for Ultra for this next hill. When we go over to Patio, number 8, he has been alive in this position for so long. Hixie does spawn out. But yeah, I mean, they basically rotated 35, 40 seconds left. They only really sent 1 or 2 chances at this. They're going all in at Patio.
And they're looking around for him. He's already getting 1, he got 2. You pointed him out on the map, and that tucked away position, and it ends up paying off. Now they all spawn kind of towards mid-map, and are looking to send it across. Insight playing for the top, doesn't have to do any work yet, as Hixie is chopping him to bits as they get close to the point. Lovely, a little jump off the top banister to get the pick, and right back to the point.
Yeah, I think that's just good comms, right? He gets the call out backstairs, but yeah, nobody backstairs, or sorry, nobody on the hill. Another player there, but they played it patiently. Runs out of ammo, Beans the last player alive, wins the gunfight somehow, but it does not matter. He was the last player left. As well after this first rotation. Looks like similar to map number 1. a slight lead for Toronto Ultra.
No, it feels very, very similar just from a scoreline. Just
Les
different
bâtons
players
pour
obviously popping off. The shots
qu'ils
continue
aillent
to
se
be clean
faire
from
mettre
inside, but not quite able to take
épluchés,
that one-on-one first beats. Now we get back into mid. Insight trying to catch the angle, but it's Scrap catching all the kills. Worried about hearing one across. I think it was the guy couches. He was actually hearing the vertical audio sometimes, maybe throwing him up.
You have one player above him in Nero, just kind of been lurking in this scenario, but he's got Hixie looking off, looking over him. This is great time here at P1 for Ultra.
Mais du coup, c'est un Call of PlayStation, il sort quand et ça va être. Du coup, qu'est-ce qui va se passer avec Modern Warfare 2 alors? Ça va être exclusivement PlayStation ou?
They look to get set up. Yet again, it's another one of those moments where you feel like they can blow this game open. They've got 180 now on the board. Beans, the guy that maybe can play spoiler, he is set up deep. He's got two players transitioning over, but he's going to need help. He's going to need it fast because they are starting to send it towards the backside of this point. His teammate gets killed, but he's going to drop. Now, where does this spawn come in? For the Ultra players, not going to be in the backside. I thought maybe, based on Kleenex's position, had he pushed up, they're able to, but you still have one back there for Breach.
Yeah, Vivid blocking that spawn, but it's all through P4, all through these deaths. I mean, the stuns, the nades, the trophies going down, the headies on both sides. Who's going to win the gunfight? Who is going to play their life? The contest is in, and it's Insight who has found so many double kills throughout this map, but Awakening responds with two of his own. It always just feels like these ARs are cleaning on up.
I mean, we're going to be right back to what? Around 20-point game.
With the rotation as well, Vivid already on that side of the map. He's going to have Nero with him.
C'est parti au prochain du coup.
So it's going to be what? Yeah, 30 points that'll be separating them.
Il y en a un qui arrive.
They're able to deal with Vivid in the back. Can they get Nero out of his spot? They can. So you're able to get set up now with your Ultra.
Il va terminer là-dessus s'il joue bien.
One player wrapping in late will be Kleenex, and he's going to try to distract players best he can and now put a nade on his own forehead. He's got to reposition. He's going to get caught by Beans. And now for a moment, you've got numbers. They start to pounce. They start to collapse. There'll be a spawn out now from Kleenex based on his death. Nero just pieces of 4 HP left, but he's able to get 3. And into the point, go Boston Breach, and that is a massive, massive break.
Yeah, they needed one. They needed that. Weren't able to do that on that first rotation. This time, though, it was all Scrap and Insight last time through, finding the initial kills. This time, it was the Vazneps of Boston Breach. As Nero now on 4 in a row. Soak it up this time. We will have a tie game. And on rotation, you already have Vivid in a really good spot at P4. Is Nero able to win another one-on-one versus Hixie?
New hard point about to pop. Big gunfights around the point. It's Vivid, who you pointed out. Tucked away in a good spot. Not the easiest gunfight against the Tacket range there. So Insight able to win that. For now, has stayed alive. The trophy's going to keep them covered from the stun. Nero's going to go ahead and beast his way on through towards the point. I believe Insight has still just sat back in this position the entire time. He should at least get eyes on one of the cross, but Vivid just going to send it on through. Going to put the pressure on Insight to challenge and then puts him to bed.
And this is just like map number 1, even on rotation. It was the subs for Boston Breach, this disrupting the setup of Toronto Ultra, but Kleenex just flies on through like a ballerina, able to snap onto 2, trying to stay alive. Is Beans versus Kleenex, and while Kleenex with the Vaznev gets aggressive, it's Ultra just trying to get some control.
That was starting to turn to Beans versus everybody the longer he stayed alive, but you can test for a couple of seconds from that position. 10 remaining on the hard point. About to be a 20-point advantage for Ultra. Now Scrap going to call in the streak he earned earlier in the game.
Now he's just giving all this info to his team. You have Kleenex inside a kitchen.
Trophy there.
Yeah, trophy is there, but nobody really on the hill for now for Boston Breach. Can they make this messy? Doesn't look like it. So even avoiding that cruise, Hixie, though, going to try to find that opening. The rest of his teammates working through kitchen side.
You've got a good setup here. You found the first wave of kills. Vivid sending it on forward. Down 8. Lead change Lumen. Vivid now on 5
They can win here. They can win it here as well. Ultra has to commit to this. They cannot rotate early. Boston, they're only 20 points away.
Yeah, this is one of those tough spots where it feels like you got to do so many things. 7 in a row now for Vivid. somehow been staying alive through all this. Now going to be 2 for scrap. Instant trade on through. Nero trying to pick it up. There is the break on in. So now you've got 12 seconds left. Ultra can't win it here. So they had to keep them off the point. Now neither Boston can win it. They're just going to worry about the rotation. Streak going to be coming in for Vivid as well, Joe.
Yeah, I mean, the spawns, just because they had to go for that go the way of Boston Breach, they spawn up back kitchen. 5 more seconds. They got to go. Hixie inside. Kleenex gets on the hill. Here we go. We've had these moments before. Bean's got to wait for his teammates, trying to get a nade on the hill onto Kleenex. It does connect. Vivid somehow with 2 through kitchen.
Voilà.
They clear them all off the point, and now you're racing over. You got the closer run. Right now, if you are Boston Breach, they're cutting him down on the cross. Finally getting in the point. 3 more seconds needed. Can Ultra get there? No!
C'est chaud, c'est chaud, c'est chaud. L'autre il ouvre sa bouche alors qu'on l'a pas entendu parce qu'il perdait.
Map 5!
Well, this is what you expected in winners round 2. We just had it with FaZe in Seattle. This time you're getting in between these two. And Ultra, I think both hardpoints, they feel like that they had it. They had it under control.
It's just, dude, it felt so similar. It did.
But Boston just never went away. Never went away, and they controlled both of those P5s. But I think when you were able to break on through, Vivid somehow through kitchen with the tack was able to find 2 kills.
Il méritait, franchement, il mérite de gagner.
Broke the setup of Ultra.
Well, Vivid must have gone like 14-2
il mérite tellement de gagner Toronto là,
couple of hard points. It felt like that streak got up to what, like 7 or 8.
Ils ont dominé. Franchement, je trouve ils ont dominé à chaque fois, tu vois.
He popped off.
Non, mais même pas, tu vois, je trouve vraiment ils ont dominé, tu vois, mais...
No, it was not a great game for him, but you know, when he gets going, him and Nero, it just feels like this is a different team. They get so streaky. They just build that momentum up.
Unbelievable. Just 2 insane hard points. This one, 7 points will separate them. We're going to take a look at our scuff play of the game, which is going to be the final moments of it. The crazy ending to this hard point is Boston Breach able to clutch up, and Joe, take us through it.
Yeah, so you get the cruise missile comes on in. Behind that, Ultra do a very good job early to break this setup. As they're working their way all the way through. Yet inside who wins it, and then I'm waiting for Vivid here, because Vivid is really the difference maker. He spawns kitchen side. And I think he pulls out attack, and yeah, Insight and Kleenex just aren't ready for that. You're expecting them to spawn front P4, but Vivid gets 3 kills. Maybe a bit of a Boston miracle right there with that spawn. You did have Scrap in the middle of the map. Maybe that influences that.
Yeah,
but that was really the play.
Yeah, I think if that's getting hit, you're expecting that to be like a route somebody takes, right? Like a long route, not just...
You know, if there's 4 dead, that's the call out. You think they're all around P4, pushing through the front, but that's just not what happened.
He just spawns and he drops multiple, and that's how things falls apart. So, well, it's fun to see like the replays of the scuff play of the game at times, because it's just,
it's fast.
You know, yes, in the wild moment, you might miss exactly how it went down. We get to see it there again, and you see how Vivid made the play, and yeah, maybe a Boston miracle, but it's map 5 coming up next. Do they have another miracle in the bag? Do not go anywhere. This search and destroy decides it all for this winners round 2. Don't go anywhere.
Duty League is presented by the GMC Hummer EV Pickup, the world's first all-electric super truck. Upgrade your game with a Scuff, the official controller of the Call of Duty League.
It is time. Here we go. Map 5 between Boston and Toronto. Been a doozy of a series. It all comes down to this search. Winner's got a date in the winner's bracket final with FaZe. Loser going to have to continue to battle on. But yeah, I mean, it feels like Ultra have had their chances to close out this series. I mean, I guess same could be said on the other side, but like, just in the hard points, man. Like,
hard points for sure.
Ultra is ready to put it away and have not quite been able to do it. So now we get to the search, which you talk about what? It was round 11, the first one, right?
Yeah, you bringing out your accent there, brother?
Oh, dude, we were talking in a southern accent the whole break, so sometimes, Joe, it's just going to come out.
Yeehaw. We're in Texas.
Oh, I was worried at some point it would be. That's all I've been doing off camera, but it's not good. It is not good. I would not make a good cowboy.
Yeah, you would.
You think so?
Oh, yeah, for
Thanks,
sure.
Joe.
See you riding a horse.
Woo-wee! Map 5.
On va chercher
They're just
destruction.
playing a two-man push, looking for that pick. Nothing so far, and working up the map. It is Ultra. The information, though, is spotted, and information the way of some bullets. Big Way, Kid down to 60, tries to challenge the opposite side. Scrap puts him down. Vivid, though. Back to a 3 versus 3.
Yeah, I mean, this is great for Vivid. Oh, I was just saying, if he could stay alive, because you saw all 3 arrows from Ultra really chasing him. I thought maybe they could work the bomb at A while he was able to play his life, but he does get hunted down. Still 2 versus 3, not an easy retake whatsoever. You have Nero just kind of lurking in the middle of the map, see what he can do. He's got Beans able to plant that bomb. He's in a reposition.
It's a little different than Fortress, though. You got spots to worry about.
I mean, honestly, if he could hit this would be a big flank, but Beans, he's just hanging out. Does get spotted, worried about the flank, but it's all really on Nero right now. What is he able to find? He's able to help his teammate. Now it's into a 2-on-2. Ultra, they have to defuse. Can he play his life? Down!
He gets out, but Beans is going to get caught on Nero now. Denny's going to be popped. 13 seconds to go. Kleenex on the defuse. Just needs the 1 kill off of it. Can he do it? The angle's not there. They line up for him, though, and he gets both.
No, he got the defuse.
Did he get it? Ultra got it. Oh, my God. I thought he got both. Ooh, once again. Reminiscent of the map, too.
Oh, and I thought he was just going to peek from top bedroom. He takes a bit of a longer route, and here we go. Kleenex again. The guy just sticks it. Little body block there from inside. It is so close.
Listen, I've always said, Joe, I love you. I'd leap in front of bullets for you, but you saw inside do it right there.
I sure did. Sure did.
1-0 Ultra. Unbelievable. You have 3 in the round from Nero, but 2 do not matter.
Hello.
Oh, hold that. I believe, yes, that will be stuck directly to his body. Is Scrap able to hit the Simtex? Now Wig, multiple to work with in front. 1 dodge across. Lovely little bait and switch. Nice need, though, and somehow waiting for now to survive. He's at 31 HP, but now help is transitioned over to him. I thought for sure he was toast.
Man, this is kind of a 3 versus 3. Insight's just making sure there's nothing in the middle of the map, but there isn't. So, I mean, if you are Boston, it's like it's evening out. But Vivid, he's just going to back away, worried about the pinch, worried about the flank. But both players, everyone just going back and forth, just staying alive inside of these corners finally. Scrap able to take down Awakening, but now we're into, what, a 1 versus 2 for Vivid. Does have Deddy. Is it invested? Scrap with the pre-fire. Hold on a second. Probably gets the kill cam, gets the call out, but here, could Vivid clutch on up?
They're both, yeah, good luck. It's whack-a-mole. Good luck. Oh. That looked real fun from his POV.
I mean, what do you do? There's literally just
nothing
you can do.
Yeah, you are dead.
Couple of snakes in the kitchen, just cooking it up. Well, Ultra able to go up 2-0. It starts with that first blood from Scrap, the stun, the nade.
Ultra take the 2-round edge. Offense back now over to Breach. Break off towards A. with the first. Insight and Scrap combined for the second. Oh, when we're out in the kitchen, there's some Boston Breach soup being made. They have just been blended up. Oh.
And I
Voilà.
think Scrap's locked in. I mean, he is
Allez,
7
là,
and
vous la
1.
gagnez,
He
les
is
gars, et on
winning
n'en parle
fights
plus.
like that. The headshots connecting. And what? They just fly out. They get the first blood from Kleenex, and they just fly. They take it right to him.
Powder, but instead it's just filled with beans. Get it?
That's funny.
I am an idiot.
It's all right. We love you. Pixie's hanging out. He's got 1 damage. 0-1. Just chilling. They're up 3-0.
1 damage.
1. Probably stun.
Yeah, probably.
It was a key stun, though.
I'm sure it was. Led to a triple. Whoop. This time, Vivid gets the jump. Him and Nero, the sub duo, able to give them the edge. They need a round, and they need one badly right now in the 0-3 hole. You cannot allow Scrap and Hixie to pull this off.
Yeah, I mean, just a very aggressive call defensively. They go 4 right down the middle, just trying to find anything early. And while they take down Insight and Kleenex, so a nice aggressive call. Like to see that, right? Just still staying confident, even though it's a game 5. You're down 3-0. Some time to work with for both of these players, but they're very separated. You have Scrap at A. Pixie just trying to find anything near this wine.
Well, he found the whole team's on the other side of the wall, but ooh, nearly a pick from Scrap.
Zach Deddy. Maybe they're just thinking Joe B's gonna find one, but Awakening just plays his life. Backs on down.
Yeah, I mean, that's going to be the difference here right now. You just haven't allowed either Scrap or Hixie to finish a kill. They get one there, maybe it gets a little bit interesting, but good job playing their lives to the Breach side. Now you are on the board. Basically lands on his head.
The fans just calling out Beans' stat line right there, 0-3. That's because he dropped 17 on them.
Ugh. Listen, you guys are allowed to be a boo Joe if you need to.
No, don't boo. I was just saying.
See if Beans can start to get it going. Get something within this search and destroy. It's a slow round. Is everyone vying for position now? Vivid just kind of holding.
Well, this is a different map, but this is exactly what they did on Fortress, right? They found ultra picks. Like, they found first bloods time and time again, just kind of playing this way. Spreading the map on offense, taking their time. Will it work out, though, on Hotel? A little bit different on Fortress. Nero. He's going to get this bomb planted, or at least try to. One day, he's just going to eat it. Just going to eat it, get the bomb down, and, well, set up his teammates.
Yeah, you almost finish him off before the plant gets through. He's just able to get it done, and yeah, usually you don't want to auto-mantle towards the top. There's a trophy there, a nade over the top. Everything blows up, including Beans' body as he just gets dropped. And yeah, a lot of Beans fans in the crowd, I think, currently is what it sounds like is Ultra able to take out everybody. Now work to defuse. But yeah, Beans to 0-4, now struggling, and Hixie does finally get one going.
Yeah, Beans didn't have a great map number 2 either. I mean, really, it was Insight. Now it's Scrap, who's at 8-2. So you're up 4-1 now. It is Ultra, but again, this has just been a match of either side. They just can't get away from one another. Last time through on defense, Boston very aggressive. What adjustments are Toronto Ultra going to make?
And just another one of those do-or-die rounds for Breach. You know, Beans has been playing off the energy. It's like if he can just get a kill, get something going, get erupt, but they haven't allowed him to get anything yet.
Yeah, Scrap has the cruise as well, so have that extra utility to work with. Maybe just trying to find info outside of that carpet room.
Kleenex is very rudely stomping all over the restaurant table. It's like the menus and all the napkins and food. Unbelievable.
It's probably going to be my kid in a couple of years.
Probably. Good luck with that. Now working it up. He's working for the plant. Bean's going to catch a stun, and they're just going to send it at him. Can he get one? He does. Bean's on the board. Dort ain't able to get away. Maybe a big
S'en est
moment now
sorti,
for
je sais pas
Breach.
comment lui. Hein.
They love him.
Well, this is going on. You have Vivid working the pinch. I mean, also we're thinking about rotating out. They're going to challenge. This is not an easy fight. And while he's at least able to find one, give them that man advantage inside. He just stays at A. But it looks like Hicksy, he's flying to B. But Boston already here. They're already ready for this. He does have Daddy. He's able to catch it.
Resets it.
He's got to plant, though. He has to plant. An Awakening just chilling, just hanging
Niveau de
out.
derrière,
Well,
oui.
he's going to find the kill. That should be the round done as Boston stay alive.
Dommage.
But what a play by Beans.
Yeah, the fact that he is basically just coming out of the stun, the fact that he gets one, he is able to get out of there. A big moment for him. He ends up getting 2 in the round. And I don't know, their booing might be giving him energy. It might be counterintuitive.
Nah, dude, he's just hanging out. Yeah. I just don't like Beans here, guys. Just Beans on toast.
Yeah.
It's America.
Probably not. Good point, Joe. Just meat. Oh, that barbecue we went to was good, though. Ooh, I'm still feeling it. Once again, though, in a spot where you need to get a crucial round, Breach are able to do just that. Now, can you chain some together? The spot nade bottom bedroom won't hit. Trophy out onto the point. They're going to start to work up this plan. Now, last time, Ultra were able to pick Nero.
I don't even know if he saw him, honestly, though. I don't know if he saw him. Vivid, though, was working kind of that late B hit. But it looks like the objective is going to be working towards A. So he's going to open these doors up, and well, that's going to give him an angle and Beans. He's going to have to back on down. So that buys time for Ultra to rotate on over. Now, Nero, he's got to get aggressive. That's his play call.
Daddy's up.
How's he going to work? Oh, I think he gets behind him. There's 2 players.
Daddy's still up. It's real close to running out. That resets it. The timing could not have been better. Nero keeps the Daddy rolling, and now you're just worried about his position. Still haven't been able to get the bomb plant. Under 30 seconds to go. Through the door, then down low, alive still. The nade has to challenge. Scrap able to take him out. 3 versus 2. Now for Ultra.
Well, Beans, though, he has not been able to get away from this box. They're going to push it. They know he's still there. There's the kill. Awakening now on a 1-on-3. Finds the first. Almost did it in map 2, and there we go. Ultra with the retake.
1 more round for Ultra. And some scary moments there for the Ultra side as Nero got in behind enemy lines, but you're able to kind of corner him there and scrap a lovely nade to flush him out. Get the kill.
Now 11 now on this map number 5. This Scrap still has the crews to work with, but a couple of rounds where he's found 2 or 3 in them, leading the way for this team.
It's 1,200 damage right now for Scrap. He's quiet now, but he's going to be chirping here soon. He was doing math or something, I don't know.
C'est la dernière.
He's just thinking, dude, I see he's got the sniper.
Allez,
So
les
he's
gars,
able to pull out that
peuvent
sniper,
le faire.
but again, just kind of this mid to B slow start here for Ultra. Maybe they want to use the crews here. We just to give them that info, and that's gonna, I think, be it. Here we go.
I just like that corner. Here we go.
Whoa, we're going for a ride.
Oh, tries to wrap it the entire way around, but door is closed. Not going to connect, but Six Flags close by. We just went for a little bit of a roller coaster there.
Il a fait un move.
Yeah, those doors are open.
Si
Maybe
c'était
that's
passé,
a kill,
putain.
maybe 2. But it gives them the info. No, it's a 2-2 split. Now, just what does Ultra want to do? Just taking their time. Beans is going to spot one over towards A, and maybe, again, it's just this back and forth call, but it looks like A is going to be it for Ultra. Here they go.
Hit a shot. It might just take one. He is
good
stunned.
luck.
Good luck with that. Just going to get fried. Kleenex tucked away. 4 versus 2. Vivid. A kill to give them a chance in this. Nero, another to bring it to a 2 versus 2. Ultra not out of it yet. 30 seconds on the clock. Pressure on Breach to now make the play.
Yeah, they're trying to hunt down. They're trying to hunt him down. Vivid and Nero both with Deddy Pop, trying to find this kill, but inside he's just going to pop out, backs away, Now 18 seconds left. Vivid, so much to do, so little time. It's looking like Ultra, they're gonna be top 3. He just has to stay alive, play the time. Inside is gonna get him there, and well, Ultra get to the winner's final.
Oh, dommage. Ah non, si c'est bon. Ils ont posé, ils ont le temps. Bah alors mon gars, on t'entend plus, hein. Je te jure.
And it feels, Joe, like it's been a while since the FaZe Ultra like winners final, right? Like you talk about the inception of the CPL and just those two going toe to toe in all the battles they had. Yes, there's been team changes on both sides, but it kind of feels like all is normal again. Like when you see those two matching up.
Yeah, I think Ultra as well just probably gonna go back and watch those hard points and clean that up, especially the way FaZe are playing Search and Destroy, but this should be a battle tomorrow.
Yeah, but like as much as maybe they look vulnerable on the hard points, same could be said for FaZe. That's where they've had some of their struggles, certainly. Search, yes, it is very hard to count this FaZe squad, but Ultra, tomorrow we'll see what they can muster up against that squad. But for Boston, I mean, you play them tough. Feels like everybody had their spots and their big moments, but you just come up a little bit short. You know, those come from behind wins you had in the hard point, always keeping it close, just not able to really do it here. They got into a hole they couldn't dig themselves out of.
I think the fact that you got to a map 5 was impressive out of Boston. Yeah. And you're seeing this team, I mean, yeah, they're playing with the best, very competitive from start to finish. I think you just have to kind of find, you know, some of that streakiness from this team. But I think Bean's probably going to be a little bit frustrated with himself that series. He was so good in Search and Destroy, and he really struggled versus this Ultra team.
Yeah, you know, considering the map 5 he just had a couple days ago, you think he's just primed and ready for that moment, ready to absolutely dominate from that position, but not going to be the case. Scrap kind of ends up being the guy within that map 5. And yeah, outside of the map 3 and the map 5, I mean, it was a hard fought battle, but in the end, Ultra just proved to be too strong. Now, how far can they go? I guess time will only tell, but a guy that was absolute beast over the course of this series, it was Insight from Ultra. We've got him on stage with Bryce.
All right, thank you very much. Yes, joining me here, Insight on the stage. Incredible game. We've had an incredible series today. That was another one coming out here. But before we go to the positives, let's talk the negatives. The hard points, hard-fought battles. What happened?
Yeah, you know, in the intense moments at the end of the game, we didn't really call out spawns. We kind of got a bit hectic. We got a bit ahead of ourselves, probably thinking about the win. But, a couple small mistakes that cost us. We'll go back and look at it, and we'll come back stronger.
Oh, I love that. I love that. Always going to be the VOD review.
Yeah.
Going forward, then, obviously, kind of Neslo'd them essentially in the 2-3-5 going forward. But is that part of your game plan? Were you more prepared for those maps, or is it something you thought that might happen going forward?
You know, like, start of this year, the past 2 years, I've been, we've been a Neslo team, you know, Ultra's been a Neslo team.
I remember.
And the start of this game, we really haven't shown any prowess in S&D. Control's been a bit Control's been good, and Hardpoint's been hit and miss. You know, we've really knuckled down on the S&D, and I feel like it's really showing in our gameplay. You know, we went out there, we were just, just go for it. Let's just play it, leave everything on the pitch, so to say, and that was that.
Yeah, 100% was all left out there from the end. I've got to ask you, a couple of rookies on your team this year. It wasn't that long ago that you were the rookie, if I'm honest, but a couple of rookies. How's it been adjusting to maybe new temperaments, new ways of playing, new attitudes?
Yeah, you know, the good thing about young people is they're hungry. You know, you look at Scrap; he's so passionate. Yeah. He doesn't care what people think about him. He just goes for it. He's him. You know, Charlie, he's been league ready for a while now. You know, people call him a rookie, but I mean, when he plays, he feels like a vet.
Oh, awesome! That's great. Any last thing you want to say to the fans looking at home?
You know, we love the fans watching, love the crowd, great energy, and just keep up all weekend, guys.
All right, thank you very much. Let's hand this back over to the desk to break down the 5 maps we've just seen.
Another great series, another map 5, not around 11, but still a map 5 nonetheless. Toronto Ultra, I think, coming in were the favorites for sure, and they came out as the favorites. They move forward. They're guaranteed top 3 for the first time. They're going to be playing against Atlanta FaZe. a great series nonetheless. Sally, what kind of series were we looking at?
I mean, I knew this was going to be a battle. Again, before this even started, I was like, these are two teams that mirror each other incredibly well in all game modes. You know, I think it was just Toronto came out to play in Search and Destroy today. They were both pretty average across the league when it comes to those games 2 and 5. And Toronto's been a lights-out control team, but so is the Boston Breach. So it really came down to the Search and Destroys. And shout out Scrappy. I mean, 11-4 in that game 5. He really shut it down.
And I love the answer coming out from Insight during that interview, Nameless, saying, look, you know, a lot of players are Hixie, Scrappy, for example, called rookies, but they play like veterans.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, showing some love to his teammates. We see the difference that Hixie makes in
Yeah.
Search and Destroy. Now, only had 2 bomb plants in that last Search and Destroy, but that's exactly what they needed, right? Every single time, like, it just seems like they're baiting and switching for each other so well. We saw a couple of B pushes, and even in the clutch moments, right? Like, just identifying where that player is going to be playing from and getting that final kill, not letting Boston make any big plays. And then, you know, I also really like what Insight said when he talked about the spawns there, because on that game 4, they did give up a kitchen spawn, which was super unfortunate. They got come back down, but, you know, what a championship caliber team does is they clutch up when they need to. In that game 5 search to get it done.
Hey, that game 5 search was a really good indicator of like, what is it going to be like when we see these guys play Atlanta FaZe? You want to see a strong Search and Destroy team. These look like one of the higher end echelon plays. I'm excited to see how they score out, man. If someone's got to break their record, it may as well be Toronto.
And to that point, I feel like Clinax was having an uncharacteristic game 2 and 5, right? I feel like he was a bit missing when it came to those Search and Destroys. So the fact that Toronto Ultra was still able to win both those games in the fashion that they did, especially that game number 5 with them still struggling, I think they have a pretty good shot against Atlanta FaZe, because I doubt he gets into that groove again.
Yes. I was just going to say that Asilo was super impressive, by the way. Like, putting them in the blender, like on defense, they had them pushed all the way back in the blender. They switch over back to that offense Insight. They had one opportunity. They give them one opportunity, and they put them in the spawn trap. So this is a team in Boston that was 9-0 round count on Asilo control. Coming into this one, they got smoked.
And I want to ask you, Miles, because those diffuses just literally a hair away from either going, you know, the way of Toronto Ultra or going the opposite way. I think those diffuses absolutely helped Toronto Ultra, but Boston Breach, did it break their mental?
No, it didn't. I mean, the one that always springs to mind, I mean, Kleenex just hopping bomb in the 1v2 situation, man, that was a crazy moment. I mean, super vet play out of Kleenex. Like, he's a fast-paced player. He's really aggressive. I think Toronto Ultra have done so much, you know, in the interim between the previous majors. I think they've added a performance coach to the team who's helped getting the boys, you know, way more level-headed. It's easy to get ahead of yourself in these high-octane moments. It's easy to make a mistake. If you're staying cool in game, you're staying cool all the time, baby, and that is what brings the dubs.
That's right, and they go against Atlanta FaZe. That's going to be such a big matchup for them. Like I said, first time top 3 as an org, at least when it comes to MW2, and the first major for Hixie. I mean, you couldn't ask for anything better. Aside from a championship, of course, which they're working their way. Boston Breach, they'll play LV Legion. But hey, let's talk about some of the stuff we got going on. We have the best merch out there. Go to the CDL shop and, of course, check out all the official CDL merch. We've got some hot new hoodies and the full lineup of 2023 jerseys. Shop.callofdutyleague.com. Plus, we've got the in-game team packs. You got every single team to choose from. Miles, you're the fashion expert. Who you going for?
Oh, my man. I mean, look, I like to alternate a little bit. One that's not shown here, we love the team packs, but hey, I also like to rock our team, you know? The old default CDL skin operator.
Yeah,
that one's available also.
That's right. Hey, look, I've got them anyways. I spent a lot of money. The Shinobi pack is also out there, too. Hey, look, we got another great series coming out. The home team making a return. Optic Texas facing off against Seattle Surge. Hey, that's coming up after the break. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back. Welcome back, everybody, to the Call of Duty League Major 3 here, the Optic Texas Major at the Esports Stadium, Arlington. It's day 3. We've had 3 great series, and we're about to enter into a 4th. The crowd's getting ready because the home team is about to take the stage. Optic Texas versus Seattle Surge. Seattle Surge off a very narrow loss. Map 5, round 11. It went the distance. Nameless, you've been a competitor. I got to ask you because I personally don't know, so I'm looking for insight. Does a narrow loss like that hurt more than a blowout?
No, I think you feel pretty good about that, especially at the end there, because you can look at it and be like, dude, Pred literally got hip fired.
Yeah.
And we win this game. So for Seattle, you know, you're down in losers bracket. You fix your search and destroy. You push Atlanta FaZe to a round 11 where you potentially could have won. They're feeling nice going up against the Green Wall.
Well, they're trying to make their way back in. We'll see if they'll be able to do so. This is an elimination round after all. Winner will be done for. So we look at it. Boston Breach, Las Vegas Legion. That's going to be coming up after this. We've just seen Boston Breach take a bit of a loss. Toronto Ultra, that map 5. But we focus our attention down below. Seattle Surge, Optic Texas facing off to see if they can reach tomorrow gameplay. Of course, winners finals looking spicy. Atlanta FaZe Toronto Ultra. Toronto Ultra, the first time top 3, at least when it comes to this season or Modern Warfare 2 in general. So congratulations to them. We'll see what they can do. But let's hone in on the home team. We've got Optic Texas. Let's talk about Shotzi, because Shotzi has been crazy consistent, Alec.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, talking about Optic Texas as a whole, they impressed me in the Florida series simply because what they needed to change was their fundamentals. They needed to go back to the basics, and I saw that in that map number 4, Mercado, 250 to 117 against the Florida Mutineers, give or take, but regardless, they were doing it. They were rotating early. They set themselves early with that lead from that P1 into P2 and into P3, and then we talk about that search and destroy that we saw from them. They were down 0-3 to make the clutch, to make the run. It's Shotzi that finds that 3-piece in the back of the other players, and then the momentum kind of makes that change, right? Then they go 4 or 5 rounds in a row. Then they come up with the win. The Optic Texas team, if they can start out hot in a series, as all we are asking from them, they can ride that wave to the end.
Yeah, I mean, when I look at this Optic team, when things are going well for them, they can just keep steamrolling teams. And when I say things going well, the subs are winning their chows, right? Because when I look at Shotzi and when I look at Hook, they tend to chow more often than some of the other teams, right? The problem is, like, when they're going up against a team like Seattle Surge, you really have to respect your opponent. You can't come in here and just walk around and gun them left and right. And we saw that when they played FaZe in the online portion. They really respect their opponent, playing discipline, weren't over-challenging, and it works out. In this tournament so far, the only match where they really had a ton of success was versus Florida, and they were running, gunning. Can they play discipline? We'll see.
Sometimes aggression, right? There's a fine balance. Aggression can quickly turn into recklessness. If you're not careful, you have to respect your opponent. I like that. Hookah's going to be one of those. He's challenging everything. Will he get away with that in this series? Let's talk Seattle Surge, though, the opponent to Optic Texas in this series. Seattle Surge, again, showing great promise in that series versus Atlanta FaZe. Yes, they dropped down, but Pred was insane. Sib, he almost made the heroic play with the 2-piece with the nade and the gunny. Unfortunately, it didn't work out, Allie.
Yeah, I might take the other side of this. Of course, I've never been, a player on this sort of stage, but I feel like a loss like that definitely would hurt sometimes more than a blowout, simply because, you were right there. You were round 11, right there, and make it to the winners finals to beat the Atlanta FaZe, who has been steamrolling teams thus far. And Fred, dropped 40 just so they didn't get reverse up on that hotel. And then they go into the embassy, search and destroy. He goes 16 and 7. You got to think he keeps that going. And you got to think, I have to look at Mac. He had an unfavorable game the first couple of that series against Atlanta FaZe, that he comes out here swinging.
With that guy playing like that, you got to be able to help him. He had a 1.3 overall at this major, and even in that last series, he's the only player over a 1.0 KD. Pred is like LeBron out there. Just got to get him some help, man.
Let it be known, Sib had the same amount of damage as Pred throughout that series, and even in that game 3 that we saw Pred drop 40, Sib had 29 kills, but he had more damage at 4-3K. So Sib, he is getting some help. You ain't going game 5, round 11 against Atlanta FaZe with one guy just.
No, you're not.
So Pred is playing great, but the whole team is as well.
Yeah, the whole team has to be doing well. Great point. Let's take a look at our maps and modes and start deciphering this a bit more. Dissecting, I should say. Anyways, Allie, what are we looking at?
To be honest, when I look at this layout, I'm thinking Seattle's trying to end this in 3 or 4, where Optic's playing the long game to end it in 5. It's a square up across the board. Usually that Hydro is going to be Seattle's auto veto, but technically they're number 1 in hold and break percentage on it, so it's not that they don't want to play it, and it seems they're deciding to box it up with Optic Texas.
And the only thing that scares me when you take a look at these maps and modes is that map number 2. We just saw Optic Texas take down Florida Mutineers on that game to Search and Destroy, but that is the first time that they played it. This is a map where we saw Seattle Surge break that record for that losing streak in S&D, and throughout this stage, they were like 2-0, 3-0 when it came to this map by just playing with confidence. So that map number 2 is a big one for me.
You can see Optic got rid of Embassy SD. Yeah. Like what they saw there. Also, the hotel control, like there was the option for Seattle to pick a CeeLo, and they're decent at it, 2-2, right? So they're comfortable there. They decide to square up on a hotel, feel comfortable in their gameplay there. Could get interesting.
Well, it's time to move into our predictions, and for this one, it was a tough one without question. No disrespect to the opponents of Optic Texas throughout the bracket. London Royal Ravens, of course, and Florida Mutineers. I don't think they were on par with what Seattle Surge is about to bring. This will be the first true test in this tournament when it comes to Optic Texas. For me, I think their momentum is going to carry them through. I'm going Optic Texas. But let it be known, I think Seattle Surge is definitely going to be a tough opponent, harder than anything they faced yet. They're going to have to work hard. What about you?
Oh, yeah, I completely agree. This is going to be their toughest match. We're talking about their 2 matches that they have. They have played the 12th team and the 11th team, and they've gotten pushed all the way to the very end. So I think if Optic don't come out swinging, Seattle Surge are going to take it.
So you're Seattle Surge?
Yeah,
then.
I'm going Seattle.
Seattle Surge. Allie.
Optic Texas.
Okay.
Mixed reviews,
Oh, you're throwing
guys.
people off.
Optic
That
Texas
one, Allie.
sounds good. Wait, but you normally don't go Optic Texas. In fact, production hasn't even put it up there yet. So what?
Why are you asking questions? Why are you asking? You guys know.
Are you going Optic Texas?
I'm going Optic Texas.
All right, Optic Texas for Allie then. I guess it's going to be Nameless. What about you?
I think that this is about to be from the top. Seattle Surge in a dominating fashion.
Seattle Surge dominating fashion, and I see a sneaky Seattle Surge for Allie. It looks like I'm the only one going Optic Texas in this case, and now the cheers turn into boos.
It's a prove it series.
I think we know what we're doing here, but things are starting to get a little bit meta. Optic Texas are going to have to use that momentum without question. If they can do that, they'll be okay, but this would be, I think, a higher placing than anybody was even expecting from them. Lando, he's on stage. Let's bring out the teams.
All righty, Texas, let's go. Let's get on our feet. Another elimination game and another opponent now for Optic Texas. It is going to be a blast of a series to check on out. Last time that these teams faced off against each other, it went all the way down to a Game 5. And speaking of Game 5s, this team is currently trying to rebound off of one. Ladies and gentlemen, the Seattle Surge! Sid, Accuracy, Mac, and Pred, Seattle Surge.
I mean, how can they lose with LeBron on their team? Pred is going crazy in these series. We saw them push our Major 2 champions to a Game 5, round 11. It was almost theirs. Now they have to go through the green wall. Let's see if they can do it, Lando. Bring them on out.
We got someone special today. Let them hear you. Ladies and gentlemen, without further ado, your very own Optic Texas. Goldie, Dashi, Shotzi, and Who.
I mean, the vibe could not be any better. We thought we got a treat earlier, and we were treated a second time, but I don't know, if I'm a player on that stage, I might be shaking a little bit with my owner coming to bang the drum. Again, another elimination match faces the Optic Texas at their home stand. They have the chance, they have the fire, and they have the green wall on their feet. Let's see if they can get through Seattle. Straight to Bryson time, let's get it started.
All right, thank you very much, Ali. We are ready for this game. It's one been long in the making. Seattle Surge, Optic Texas on the main stage. The loser goes home. The winner stays around for a little bit longer. Oh, tell me how you feel.
I don't know, man. I don't know. It's a hard one to call. Seattle Surge look phenomenal against Atlanta FaZe. They shoved them all the way. One gunfight is pretty much what it came down to.
Yeah.
Simp doesn't find that gunfight and Pred does. We are not talking about a Seattle Surge going up against Optic Texas. We're talking Optic FaZe. However, it goes the other way. But Optic, yes, they have found the victories. They have ground those victories out as well. The resolution is very much there. But this crowd is going to have to carry them through this one. Seattle Surge are a serious, serious squad. And that's not to discredit the previous opponents Optic have had. But Seattle are a step above the opponents we've already seen.
Exactly what I was thinking. It is a big challenge for Seattle to go against the home crowd, to rebound. The green wall is in attendance. You may have missed it. They're quite subtle with it. As you can see right now, every single kill, every single chow, roars will erupt from the crowd. But will it be enough? Optic haven't made it clean in their series so far. Are Seattle better at being dirty? We'll have to find out. This map is almost ready, Ton.
Here we go, Hydro coming up to kick this series off. An interesting one. We've seen Optic today, not looking too bad. On in Seattle, it is usually their auto veto, but they are getting better. The holding rank percentage looks fantastic for Surge, but their problem is rotations. They're at the low end of things. Optic Texas, a good opportunity to take back number one here, I think.
All right, here we go. Texas versus Surge. Seattle versus Optic. Let's find out who gets better technically. At the moment, we're going to see Optic on the slightly less preferred side. Most teams want to stay, battle for P1 and hold those P2 spawns, but Shotzi loves a bit of water play.
And Shotzi typically on this map dropping over about a 1.15. He's always the guy looking for those routes for this team. Did a good job at that up against Florida beforehand. Seattle Surge resolute so far. Plenty of those have been coming through as well. Ghosty with a team kill. Hoop will find one onto Pred, but it's decent time for Optic Texas to kick things off on P1. Accuracy answering back. For Surge, that's not too bad. 20 seconds to go here on P1. Got P2 control.
One of the biggest things here is that realistically, Surge are never going to hold this very long. They've backed up with their players. They're going to be outnumbered. For Texas, it's about time. Optic will soak every single second they can out of it. We know P2's a hard break. The Navy SEALs are in attendance. They are sending their front man, their speed, all the way around the water. And Seattle, do they have the bodies and the guns to take them down?
Shotzi with the first one, so that might just open things up here. Ghosty will find a second. Back needs to find something, as Dashi will find another clean break for Optic Texas. Worst case scenario for Seattle Surge. You let a lot of time leak over towards P1 to lock this down, and you lose it immediately.
Turns out Optic like big game players. Seattle Surge really let that one slip as well. They should have realized the water route was coming in, but they went too passive. They went too far back, and Optic continue to milk every single second out of this P2. And for Seattle Surge, all that you sacrificed has come to naught because the rotation is lost, and maybe the next one too. Look at the mini-map.
Some good scrap time coming in here for Surge. We can go over to what's going to happen over towards the other side of the map, though. Shotzi is taking his time, as Ghosty will find two. Shotzi surviving on this rotation. I feel like he had the opportunity for a gunfight, but he's just waiting for the rest of the team to get over. Spawn out there for Surge as well. It's a healthy lead for Optic Texas.
Here he goes. Optic speed demon himself. The master of movement. The maestro are finding the gap, and he finds the first. And gets straight back out of it again. Movement all the way around. And Shotzi just causes problems everywhere he goes. Optic kicking this one into high gear already today.
And I was going to mention before we got over here, Optic Texas not having a lot of luck when it does come down to breaking P3. But immediately, the doors are bust wide open. Optic Texas now in a prime position to get some good time here. You've got Surge towards the back, the kills just about going the way of Surge though. Mac and Pred moving inside.
At this point, Seattle Surge are going to have to either up the tempo or try to stop Optics. You can see them still battling around this point. The spawn will go to Optic, but obviously it's bad spawn for this next rotation.
Exactly, I was just about to mention Surge flipped that quite nicely.
Yes, okay, some time starting to go over towards the side of Optic Texas. They will take every single second they can possibly get. And it's one spawn out for Surge. But crucially, the rotation does belong to the Seattle side. Look towards the scoreboard so far. Accuracy with a nice start for the AR. He's going to have to lock down some good time for his team here.
Here he goes. Shotzi the seal. The man in the water. Again, he keeps finding the roots. He's staying alive. And this time, Seattle Surge cannot afford to let it slip. Last time they had him too, but Hugo's joined him. Erupting from the water again with his teammates in Optic. They find the break again. Seattle Surge hold nothing against them. They have broken through. They have won the gunfight. They will take the time as their prize. And the same old story, Seattle Surge are going to have to put some pressure on and hit the rotation again.
And that whole percentage for Surge is just suffering massively now. Optic Texas, that's 3 breaks in a row. Seattle Surge need to lock themselves in here. It's been great time for the side of Optic Texas. Surge, though, for all that they have been broken multiple times, you're not that far away considering how dominant Optic have been in terms of finding these breaks. Shotzi's been massively influential. We were talking about in the green room today. He looks like he's on fire as we head into the later stages of this tournament. Shotzi now trying to find another break.
Eventually gets shut down, but you see Optic keep putting the pressure through. Dashi and Hugo going to be here as well. Mac gets gunned down with the trades. Eventually go to Seattle. They don't have the bodies. The spawns are towards the back. Optic try to reinforce. And they just keep playing through the water. It's very, very good at here on high.
Whoa, 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 whoa!
Almost got a little bit too naughty, but Fred converts.
Ball spraying out for Fred. Starting to heat up just a little bit, and this is crucial time for Surge now. Because the manner of how they've lost a lot of these hills has not really been working out in their favor. Beautiful breaks coming in for Optic Texas, but sloppy play from Surge. Going to be broken again, but only for 20 seconds or so. Last time around, when we were over towards P1 for the first time, Seattle Surge locked down this P2 rotation. They locked in some decent time if you're Optic Texas at P1, but already the spikes that are going to go down towards P2 are going to start ongoing. Keep an eye on Shotzi and what he's been doing. He's been doing every single hill, and that's getting behind Surge.
But surely, Surge have got to recognize this at some point. Hey, we haven't seen Shotzi now. Eventually, Sim will see him. This man is entering his flow state. First set of rotations, he's only died 5 times. They still can't catch him. He's slippery. He's here. He's gone eventually, though. But Optic won't get the spawn off the back of it. What they have done is got the time. They push Seattle back once again, and it keeps getting further away.
And if you can't get P2 spawns, well, let's just try and get as much time as we can on P1. Seattle have just about rebuffed that idea for the side of Optic Texas. Dashi with one onto the point, looking to try and scrap in the middle of the map. Gunfight's going to go on towards Ruins. Pred with an important gunfight his way. Shotzi already on the routes, but it's not too bad for Optic. Yeah, okay, you don't have P2 rotation. Seattle had this last time around, but remember what happens. Every single time Optic Texas have broke Seattle. Can they do it again?
This time they call it swimming. Shotzi eventually figured out here. They'll probably commit to it again. But this is everything now for Surge. Last time around, they set up for P2. They lost it so fast. Optic have a dominant lead at this point in the game. Seattle must hold the door. They must hold the fortress. Let's find if they can do it for the Seattle Surge. Listen in.
Top go B, top go B. One shot. Back door. He's sitting right on top. Close time. Fuck. Close time. Watch out. No trophy on top, guys. Nate.
I'm rotating. That's all you guys.
One shot front.
I spawned you. They're all over you.
Yeah, one's gonna be on new though. One gonna P3 spawn.
He's top you. He's top you. Top you on the plant.
Kyler's going around the back.
Okay.
Oh no, one shot, Ghosty. He
pushed out backstairs, Kyler, one shot. Back jet. He's on the gen, one bullet in green. Went in green, okay?
I'll go to that forward.
Alright. I spawned here. One's green still. Alright, one more. Kyler's the guy green.
Yeah, he's inside green. Inside green right now. He's front cubby, Ghosty. I'm flanking the guy green.
Front cubby, watching palm cross.
Where'd he go?
Front left cubby, front door time. Front door time weak. Front door time weak.
Front tools, I mean.
I'm on the back, we're good.
Okay. I started right out the front. He could be in the water.
Out of the back, guys.
He went swimming then. Yeah, one's about to hop out cages. Swimming back. P1 check. I have my front. One more cages. One more hop cages at P1 check. Back green. Yes.
In green, Kyler. Backdoor hill, Kyler.
I'm flanking the P1.
Okay. Kyler's backdoor hill.
P1, one shot. Top P1. He's hopping up front door now. Going bottom front door. Pipes, bird. Call up pipes.
Front door, one shot dead. Nice.
I don't see him on time. I'm hitting pipes.
I'll stay back. He's got him in the water on the right.
He's lost the time. He's front left to one pipes.
Nice, got me.
And Seattle Surge just cannot get that genie back into the bottle. They are being broken every single time they try. They cannot win the gunfights. They cannot hold the rotations. The spawns are there, then they're not. They have to find a different gear. Optic Texas in lethal range.
And that's the crazy thing. We talked about Surge. Their hold and break percentage has been phenomenal when it has come down to Hydro. Rotations have been great this time, but they've been able to get no holds so far. They've not kept it within touching distance. Optic Texas have been phenomenal. Hook and Shotzi having phenomenal games has been a big reason for that. Looking like some decent time being held by Surge. Optic Texas not far away.
Seattle's going to have to start winning some gunfights. You are correct there. The SMGs for Optic Texas have been burning, but Seattle Surge, a breath, a relief here for just a few seconds. Do Optic commit to this? Do they look to take even more scrap time away? The pressure will always be on Seattle at this point. A rotation for Surge may help them get back.
And Optic Texas looking to just try and keep them in here. You can see the setup in the minimap in your bottom left corner. They don't want Surge out of this corner of the map, but two gunfights are won by the Seattle boys. Dashi can find one, but Pred on the relocation over towards the next hill. Trying to find the wrap. He's been so influential for the Seattle team. That is pretty much a full 60 over towards P4 for Seattle. Definitely within touching distance now, but Optic Texas, first one's here, over towards Tin. Gotta win these next few gunfights.
Optic are deep in this hill. They've got bodies everywhere. Duke staying alive. Eventually we'll go down to Mac. Fred ready to pounce on the shot. He's looking every single different way, and he's found the kill. Cruz missile for him as well. They have broken through here at this point. Not a kill to be found for Optic. We've seen comebacks already here at the Major. Is there another one being born right in front of us?
There's a 100-point difference at one stage in this game. It is still 50, but Seattle Surge have picked up the majority of the time the last two hills. Hook now just trying to find her out, but surprise, surprise, accuracy is behind you, holding the spawn down. That's two big kills for Lamar. Shotzi trying to find a break himself, but he's the only one from Optic who can answer. 15 seconds to go here on the second rotation of hills. It's all about this transition to P1 in holding down the spawns with P2 if you need it. Seattle Surge are breaking 200. It is going to be a 15-point game by the time we head over towards this third rotation.
P1 and P2 is where Optic has made so many points in this game already. They have the position for it as well. They have a Hugh. They have a Ghosty. This man is gunning and still moving forward. Not quite getting the time away yet. 3 down for it. The spawns may have flipped. It's trouble here for Optic. They have to dig this out now as well. Hugh will find the first. Ghosty will find the second and third going forward. They can now bleed P1 for all it's worth.
They can just about win here at P1 as well. Continuing to lock this time in, and the more they get, the harder it gets to Surge to win this game. Shotzi will find 2 of his own though, continuing to lock this time down. Optic Texas, 15 seconds away from the win. Pred has to call this in.
He's called it. He's trying to get that player on the flank as well. There's going to be no trophy there for them. You cannot win it now here if you're Optic. You have the spawns, the possibility, the chance to end this game on P2.
The opportunity is there. Can Surge find the routes? P2 popping. Optic in control. Optic time on the board. Can Pred find anything? Dashi, Shotzi, they're opening it up. Optic Texas are 10 away from blow 1 up.
And here we go. The guns are banging. The crowd is screaming. It's 5 seconds. It's a mile away from Surge. The first map is falling with accuracy. Tries to jump in, but he can't. And the first blood in this series will go to Optic Texas. They allowed a little bit of a comeback. They allowed the dreams of Seattle Surge to blossom in this game and then brutally put it down. P1, P2 again.
Rotations for Surge, so good the entire game, but couldn't hold a goddamn thing. Shotzi and Hook, every single time we're on those rotations for the first 3 quarters of that game, we're finding kill after kill. They were hiding in corners you wouldn't expect and disrupting Surge at every single given opportunity. And I just want to point out one thing here. Objective kills for Hook sitting at 13. Nearly drops 30 himself as well. Finding the kills in the important places of your Hook is a massively important job to do. And he does that job to the highest of levels. 250 to 209. And that's a map that Optic Texas needed. We look at these maps and the games that we have coming up. we feel like that was a crucial one they needed to find.
It really is. If you were watching that game the way through, I think Seattle Surge were probably better getting those rotations, but holding them was a catastrophe. We saw Shotzi and Hugh hit the water. We saw them hit the flank. We saw them continue to make problems. And Seattle Surge, it took them an entire set of rotations to finally start getting a lid on those two players. But it was too little, too late.
And we talked about how this is a massive veto that's coming in for Surge. I feel like it's the most vetoed map in terms of any of the game modes. It's been Hydro. And I think I could honestly see the reasons as to why. So many times those back routes were found by Hook, Shotzi, by anybody. Typically those two guys, of course, will be the ones who are making that play. But every single time they were offered an opportunity to get round behind Seattle Surge, they took it with both hands. A really good way to open up the series for Optic Texas, and Seattle Surge may well be reeling here after that defeat to the side of FaZe, of course, in the winner's bracket side of things. You are in danger of this crowd getting on top of you, with Optic Texas now taking the lead in this series against one of the best, if not the best hardpoint team in the game. It's a massive, massive map one for Optic.
It is. Seattle are already hurt, already bleeding. They have suffered a defeat today as well. They needed a win on the board. Yeah, the big issue is going to be, obviously, I mean, a 1.53 from Duke Dashi. Didn't even have to do much, realistically. Wander around, watch his teammates kill everything before he could get there. But Seattle Surge has not won an S&D today.
And honestly, you're very right, Dashi, in those moments. It's not like he has to do a great deal. Shotzi and Hook putting up those numbers. We said we were watching that first game this morning. Shotzi looks on it. And that form has continued here into the night in Texas. Hydro Hardpoint will go over towards Optic. Hotel Search and Destroy coming up next as well, which is an interesting one. We'll delve into some of the stats in a little while. Hotel Control will be map number 3. And if we need them, Fortress Hardpoint, Fortress Search and Destroy. This has got so much potential to go all of the way. Map number 2 now coming up. Hook has got to be feeling confident. It's a big performance from him. He's a guy who will often find the important kills for you. We've seen that in the stats. 13 objective kills coming in from Hook. But for him to put up that amount, it's a dangerous prospect for the side of Surge to try and deal with.
Fully locked in. On the other side of the stage, Seattle Surge. Said it before, came in a little bit cold, came off a defeat as well at the hands of Atlanta FaZe. If anything, Optic have actually been looking better as this tournament goes on. It's almost like they're escalating to the level of their competition. There have been not a lot of people that have thought they're going to win most of their games coming through. After their defeat to Boston early on, they took down London, they took down Florida. And now 1-0 up over Seattle Surge. It could be the home crowd buff, I don't know.
You would think that might be a slight thing in their favor as we head into Greenberg Hotel. It's an interesting one on the stats perspective. Looking over towards it, Texas winning this one today, 6-3. Seattle losing it 6-3 himself. It's an interesting one. In terms of first bloods, etc., we'll delve into it, but both these two teams very well versed when it comes down to this map. Which way it goes, I haven't a clue, but Dashi, his hotel map this morning, 8 kills, 4 deaths. Big one from him. Optic Texas, can you find yourself 2-0 up, or will Seattle tie the game?
Well, one more time into the breach, my dear friends. Let's find out how this goes. Dashi on the cross and almost catches Pred already. The wallbang from Steve is not going to get him. It does force Dashi a little bit further back, and this might be perfect play. Easy peasy, lemon squeezy. Dashi finds the first blood.
Does his job to absolute perfection. Needs to just stay alive over towards that side of the site. The rest of Optic Texas, yeah, we're on the way.
And now Seattle, no bomb down. 2 teammates gone. You need a miracle, you need a prayer. You need something in this situation. Optic hold all the cards, all the keys. What is there left for Surge?
Not a great deal. This is their only opportunity. Bomb now down. Over towards their side, you can get in a bedroom, try and play something there. But you can already see Dashi ready and waiting for the rest of his teammates to make the move, and there's another one. 2 for Bruce. And now, a 1 versus 4. I don't think Pred, even with his ability, will manage this one.
I think he's got called out as well. Dashi knows exactly where it's going to be. Has to get away from it. Bomb going to be the Fuji, trying to find the Pred, not going to get it. Optic lock it down, every single gun barrel aimed at bedroom. You've got to give some credit there to Dashi. straight off the rip. Not a beat missed.
So important that he finds that first kill. If that bomb goes down, it's a very different story to what we have going on in that round. Just a little throwback to Seattle Surge, actually not playing this map a lot. Of course, for Optic Texas, they haven't played it a lot either. But Surge were looking really good on this map until they played up against the side of FaZe beforehand. 12-3 in round count until they went up against FaZe, where they lost to 6-3. So they will still be feeling good about their hotel. That's a few rounds in a row they've now lost in overall against all competition. Need a look in tight, get around to steady the nerves, and that's not going to help things. Shotzzy, first blood.
Yeah, Witching. A little bit of massacre here. There's nothing going the way of Surge. And there's a third player down. Accuracy. Last alive. It's another 1v4 for Seattle. He finds the first and the second. What was that? Gets tagged up, 20 health in a dream. Running, gunning, down.
Got a little bit scary for just a second, especially considering who's the one firing the gun there. Accuracy in those situations, it's not many better. He's trying to get away. He gets away, then you've got a different story. Seattle Surge need to start turning up 2 players without even firing a bullet that's going to hit anybody on the side of Optic Texas so far. Accuracy sitting at 2-2. The only one on Seattle to find a kill in the first 2 rounds. They need to answer back very, very quickly here, because this is getting in danger of getting out of hand, I would say, at this stage. Optic Texas, you've got the crowd behind them. Feeling good. 1-0 up in the series, 2-0 up in the Search and Destroy. Stunning check now coming out. Surge, what's the play? You got to change it up. Another first blood for Shotzzy.
Seattle Surge now have
another
one go down. How is he getting away with this? Accuracy eventually gets the trade they so desperately need. Seattle Surge, 2 versus 3. Another clutch situation for them. 1 versus 3. 1 versus 2. Maybe a bit easier for Accuracy this time around.
It's got Dashi with a sniper to contend with, as well as Hook. Bomb now down for Accuracy. Found a good position to find himself in. Has dead silence as well. This is so doable for the Iceman himself.
Now, patience is a virtue, and it may be the benefit in this round. Can he find the 1v1s? Can he hold the nerve? Already going for it as well. Sees 1 and 2. Playing time, waiting for it. It's a big count. No! Dashi! That's a pistol! He's ripped the face off the Iceman!
Optic Texas are delusional confident right now. 1v2, and Dashi's like, yeah, I've got a pistol. I'm flying at him. That's 4 kills in the game now for Dashi. This is domination from the side of Optic Texas so far in the Search and Destroy. Accuracy, it's always backs against the wall in that situation. But Dashi in that scenario to make that call and it to work out as well. Optic. Is this the same team we've been seeing over this stage? I don't know, because right now they are looking pretty much unstoppable.
The team that could have fallen earlier in this tournament has found a new lease of life. That shout was outrageous. I hope our replay operator's got it. I want to see it from the other point of view. Cute being aggressive, because it's basically his middle name at this point. Optic looking for control.
Plenty of it is being given to them. Seattle Surge not able to answer. It is another first blood for Shotzzy. That's 3 out of 4 rounds. Hook now looking for a kill on the Mac as well. Would he challenge it? You'd think he would. He's thinking about it, but the bomb in hand is Shotzzy. Reign of terror continues. The SMGs of Optic Texas are tearing Surge apart.
And I can't tell you what to think of this S&D, but I know numbers. 4-0 to Texas. And on the side of Seattle Surge, 0-4, 4-4, 0-4, 0-4. Accuracy, the only player who has found anything from Seattle. The rest of his teammates found nothing but tears and the jeers of the green wall.
They got to be feeling good about this one. We bigged it up as the biggest competition that Optic Texas will face so far. But right now, they are making mincemeat out of Surge. Dashi nearly finding that one. 4 versus 4 still. Hook and Shotzzy the ones patrolling, roaming, hunting around the map as Hook will find surely a kill here. Big stun comes through. Pred will find one for Surge, his first kill of the game so far. Accuracy answers back. This is looking like a round for Surge.
Something they have desperately needed. Being clutched up again here, we might as well end the series, but we'll see. Optic playing patient, and Dashy whiffs the sniper. Still a 2 versus 4. Still plausible. 40 seconds on the clock.
Bomb is down. Pred now in a good position to shut this down, and it's looking like Seattle Surge will eventually get themselves on the board. Important thing to note here for the side of Dashi, 5 spree. He will want to continue that. He will want to add to that. Cruise missile in the back pocket is never a bad thing to have.
It's never that great of a thing to have either, realistically. The statistics say it's about 17% effective. But sometimes the information, sometimes the positioning is worth more than the kills it can find. Dashi will wait. I think the rest of the team now as well. Pred finds him. Everything they needed there around and to take him off of the streak. There may be life on that side of the stage. We'll have to get David Attenborough in to find out.
3 kills for Pred in that round. Not many people would have got that reference, but you know, we'll ride with it anyway. Optic Texas still in a commanding position in this search and destroy. A commanding position in this series. As mentioned, Pred eventually gets himself on the board with 3 kills in that round. We'll be looking to continue that spree. Crowd still buoyed by the performance of Optic Texas so far. Look at this now from Surge. It's the default aggression. Over towards the defensive side. You can't do that. You can't do that.
I know he wasn't moving that fast, Pred. He was stunned. You can't just knife your own teammate because he's in the way. And just when Seattle Surge felt like maybe they could regain, they get a team kill. They're now down 2 versus 3. Pressure onto the teammates. Can they find a miracle? No! Dashing guns. Accuracy, the Iceman again in a clutch situation. Not made a single one, and down he falls. 5-1 to Optic. And this is starting to look like beating down.
This is dominant. I mean, Pred making those mistakes. You can't let it happen. We'll see it again. I don't think many Australians or Seattle Surge fans will want to see this one.
Oh, that's unfortunate. And I think Pred lost full as well. Straight into the chow, doesn't get it. And the crowd is chanting something I don't want to repeat right now. But Seattle Surge have found nothing but misery here in this hotel.
Oh.
And down Pred falls.
That's a 4th.
Shotzi first blood.
It's a 4th first blood for Shotzi in this game. Pulling out the AR, it doesn't matter what it is. He is finding everything on this map now for Optic Texas. 4v3 for the map, and a 2-0 lead.
Now, we sell the dream. We talk about can Seattle come back. It is more than a mountain to climb. It is more than anything for them. And you can see that bomb is going to go down. Dashy's going to know. They threw the needle and he's let him through as well. Still a potential here for Seattle. The stun is going to hit. Matt still trying to play his life.
More than just a potential, but Hook wins to come fight on the other side. Accuracy playing the island. He's been wiped off it by a tidal wave of Optic players. Sip will find one, Dashy finds another. It's all down to Mac now in the 1 versus 3, now 1 versus 2.
Gotta wait for it, Dashy comes in again! It's carnage on the main stage as Optic Texas just kicked the teeth out of Seattle Surge. It was not a competition for Optic. That's only like plus 20 SR.
Domination from the word go. First bloods all over the place for Optic Texas. 4 for Shotzi, 1 for Dashi, 1 for Hook. Seattle Surge barely even showed up. That is dominant from the side of Optic, who are now in prime position to see themselves on Sunday at their own major. And who would have thought, based on what we've seen from this squad, over this major, the criticisms have been plenty and the criticisms have been deserved. But right now, they look like a completely different squad. 2 to the good, and looking fantastic heading into the rest of this series.
Well, last time we were here in Texas at the Optic Major, a very famous photo of Dashi went around floating a foot above the stage. I guess you could say he's doing it again. 8-1, 5-1 for Hugh. Seattle Surge found nothing that game, and it's 2 to the good for Optic Texas.
Still a route out here for the side of Seattle Surge, of course. Hotel Control coming up, a solid control team themselves. Fortress Hardpoint, of course, as well. We've seen them up against FaZe. Look good on that map. The Fortress Search and Destroy will be a feel-good map as well for the side of Optic Texas. They know, at worst, they have that map under their belts. They will be feeling super confident. This series is far from done, but Optic Texas right now look unstoppable.
They certainly do. Well, what happens in the control, we'll have to find out. Don't go anywhere. We'll see you for more Call of Duty League right after this break. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Call of Duty League. We are going into map 3 in what can only be described as an Optic beatdown. But one place that won't be beaten down is the crowd here in Texas are making noise for their team. And I don't know Optic, I don't know Texas, but I tell you something, the noise is deafening. It is reverberating around this arena in the breaks. Does Seattle Surge have what it takes to regain?
I don't know about you, I'm ready to put the headset down and just get in there. Get amongst it. They're having a great time, and rightfully so. But the question is, are Seattle Surge ready to eventually turn up to this game? Control is something they could potentially get underneath their belt here to make it a series. But we thought that about map 1. We thought that about map 2, and they are yet to show us anything at all. This is as poor as I've seen Seattle Surge on at all, actually, as far as the season has gone, as far as the stage has gone. They've looked very solid the entire way through. They've looked non-existent in this series so far, Optic Texas blowing them away. Can they continue it, though? Control is going to be a difficult one.
There is always the caveat. There is always a chance. I would be remiss to not remind you of it, because realistically, we've seen some comebacks this tournament already, but does Seattle Surge have what it takes? The stats favor them in the control a little bit. Yeah. Texas haven't been amazing at it so far at this event, but then again, we said this before the game. Our desk said this before the game. The Reddit said this before the game. And Optic have ascended.
Right now, they just look to have a different kind of energy. Shotzi and Hook have been taking over the game. And it's just been so hard for Seattle Surge to deal with it. You know, I think, you know, they count on Pred having a good performance quite often. And when he is having that good performance, this team flows so well. But we have not seen Pred turn up just quite yet. The more for the Optic side then, well, he has done for Surge, as the crowd were reminding him. But there is still some way to go. Hotel Control coming up now. And the stats on this one, well, I mean, look, we've talked about stats already just a little bit. We haven't had much of a chance to talk about them, to be honest, but these ones will tell you a story that you need to know. 9 and 5 for the side of Seattle Surge is a nice one to have in your back pocket. 5 and 7 for Optic. And bearing in mind, Optic on this map today already, 2-0 up against Florida, threw it in the bin. Can't do it here. If you're Optic Texas, close it out now. You cannot allow Seattle Surge to see that fortress hardpoint.
All right, let's find out. We've had a little bit of a break, a little bit of a breather. We'll see how these teams fly into this one already. There go the gruesome twosome. Hugh and Shotzi flying into this one. Shotzi will get down, but Hugh remains alive. And at the moment, Optic looking for a push, but they have got players onto A. Are they going to reinforce Hugh could be?
Really nice setup from Surge. Accuracy will find the 3 kills to slow everything down. And Surge don't panic, they don't go for Hook, they know he's back there. Yeah, okay, whatever, deal with it. They find the kills in the mid-map. They stop him getting any reinforcements. Now for the side of Optic Texas, still concentrating over towards B as well. Simple fine fights there, Dashi and Kitchen. Potential still for B on the cards, that's why Dashi's on the walkway, will get dealt with. It's a little bit mixy, to be honest with you. Neither team with map control, but now eventually Optic Texas control of B. Nobody in veteran for Surge. Dangerous proposition.
And they've got 3 down again. Seattle Surge rebuffing all the pressure and aggression from Optic. And playing their own game, they will not buckle yet.
And I like that from Hook there. Stays alive in veteran because he knows Surge want to extend out that way. Surge right now only have presence over towards that A side. Optic have got things going on both sides of the map, and things going on over towards A are looking very, very nice. Ghosty will find one, his first kill of the game, but Optic Texas looking to extend that time. Surge are actually having to answer what's going on over towards B. Dashi's locking that down on his own, will eventually get dealt with, but A, looking like it is going to go over to Optic. We will be extending that time.
They will. I don't think Seattle are going to do much.
Look at the synchronization.
Not a very good restaurant. It only really serves steaks, and I don't think they're that appetizing, but I could be wrong. Now comes the difficult part, though. With A gone, can Optic find a way forward into B? Josie and Sib, it's a horrible gunfight for both sides. Neither able to get the pick first, but Hugh will find one onto accuracy on the other side. Pred will get back on the Dashi, and the kills start to flow.
Returnal set up here from the side of Surge. You've got nobody in the flank whatsoever. Now you're going to be pushed back into your spawn. Mac needs to go huge in the middle of the map because Ghosty's found 3 in a row. Big offense here from the side of Optic Texas is as good of a chance as they're likely going to get.
And they've got players on it, they've got bodies ready. Sim's trying to find one, he gets it. The trades keep on rolling through. The third tick is increasing. Seattle Surge are trying to get a huge bunch on. Pet gets one. Mac dives in as well, but it's done. Optic find the first attack here on Greenberg Hotel. And Seattle Surge, this is not what they want, it is not what they need.
And Seattle never really had control of Bedroom. It was very readable on every single occasion. They find a few kills, let's push Bedroom. Every single time. For the most part, it seemed like Hook was waiting there for them to push that advantageous position you want on the defensive side. They never had control. And that is always such a hard thing to try and get back from. You're fighting out from your back spawn. But for the side of Seattle Surge, as far as attacking rounds go, one of the best teams in the game when it comes down to hotel control. 60% of the time they're finding these attacks, they need one here.
Seattle, I can't even speak. For Seattle, going from bad from worse. But the game's not over. I don't want to pretend it is, because it certainly is not. They can find their own attack, they can find the defense as well. And everybody who's a Seattle Surge fan right now is praying that this man goes to work.
Well, let's see if Fred can get something going here. Nobody alive over towards the bedroom side. Ghosty finding 2 towards the back. But here comes Fred. Ghosty with another, and another as well. That's all 4 dead. Ghosty screaming in the comms right now. You best believe it. Seattle Surge retreat over towards A. Optic are on the way.
Fred trying to find 2 but can't. While that first tick will go through, Optic are not letting Sleeping Dog fly, and they'll get another kill as well. Shotty finds it, actually gets that trade back. The second tick will come in now for them. And Optic will slow down. Oh my goodness! Hugh is locked in.
It's looking like A is going to go over towards the side of Seattle Surge. I was about to say towards the side of Optic Texas. It's felt like everything has been going their way. Fred alive over towards the bedroom side is going to potentially be a catalyst for Surge to get something going here. You can already see the extension from Shotzi. Are they going to call them out? They're going to find them indeed. Accuracy with that kill. Now Surge posturing themselves over towards B, spawning up close to it as well. A good opportunity here for Surge if they can find the kills.
They're looking for Optic. You've got to be careful.
Oh my God!
You're great instead, and they find everything there. Seattle Surge will have to reset. They still have time. All is not lost.
Lives very even. This one is far from done. Mac will find one and look at the flag that potentially could be coming through. Accuracy will be looking to be slow and steady. Sib just kind of playing it like a defensive player here towards the bedroom side, waiting for Optic to make their moves. The rest of his team makes the move over towards the backside. Next few kills are massive for the side of Surge. It's a big win for Sib.
And down he goes to Ghosty. Optic not relinquishing control here for a second. Fred finds the kill. They're on to the point. He finds another one. They've cleaned out bedroom. It's going to have to be Dashy to find something here as well. They're going to know where he's located into it, but he is going to get the gunfight. But Fred finds one as well. The first pick is now in for Seattle Surge. They have the body. Shotzi flying, diving, trying to play his life. Hugh finds one with a nade. Shotzi spraying with all the teammates, and he continues to dive in and be the hero they need. But is he stopping? Of course he is. And Simple fall as well. Seattle Surge cannot weather the storm.
7v7 in the lives department. It is a huge defensive hold from Optic. Shotzi's just running around the mountain, maybe overheating just a little bit. As Simple find him. Good shots from Dashi, but the child will surely come in. Back with the grenade. The shot's not good enough. Bruce locking down the back. Give him a second. Not quite. Does get it with a grenade. 5v5.
This basically turns now to a 30-second game of S&D. But they're on 2 ticks away.
That's huge.
Through versus 5. Dashi has to go huge. He has Ghosty with him. But time is ticking. It's gone. And Seattle Surge find that first taste of victory that they have needed in so long. It comes down to the wire. And Optic threw a hurricane at them. But they prevailed. We have a game in our hands, and that should make you smile.
Accuracy speaking to his team. Calm and collected, still at this stage. One apiece, really nice attacking round from Surge. It was a little bit more frantic, of course, than Optics, which was a lot more clean. But but they will more than happily take that round. Now onto the defensive side. Optic, what's the play? It's looking like a big hit through mid. Surge got the positioning to deal with this. Can they find the gunfights? Can they find a defensive round?
Already a lot of pressure being applied across this map. Optic do have the time underway here. Seattle a little bit wary of actually committing to this. You can see they're waiting. And that's probably because they're cleaning out bedroom. They're not going for this straight away. They might even go for it. A tall pop from Mac, who dived in, gets Shotzzy, but it's probably not going to be enough. The rest of Texas are here in numbers.
And of course, with accuracy pushing that far up, the numbers for Optic Texas are going to be here. And they're going to be here constantly. Shotzzy will find one on the Pred as the kitchen push now starting to come through. Sib just trying to chip away, but it is looking like it is going to go to the side of Optic Texas. But Surge just trying to slow that down as much as they can. Mac will find one, and that is all. Optic looking like they're going to get a hold of a time extended, a full 2 minutes to have a look at B. And I tell you what, if Dashi keeps shooting like that, they're going to be in a nice spot. But Seattle Surge in a lot better position for the B defense than they were in the previous rounds. They never had bedroom control for the majority of that round. This time around, though, things are looking good. Accuracy staying alive, just trying to stop Optic, find that flank through the spawn of the initial attack over towards A.
Here he goes. The freight train that is Hugh. Breathing down the necks of Seattle Surge. Finds the first. Looking for more. He knows he's going to be there. Finds the second as well. Still moving. Still proving why he's so good on this team. As Hugh tries to make the hero play. And so many kills found, but no progress.
And Sib goes huge for the squad there. Knows exactly what's going on. That's like 3 kills in a row now for Sib. Will he find any more accuracy to find one and get traded? But Sib was the one who found that kill in bedroom. There was a big engagement with an Optic player. Found it, stayed alive, finds 2 more to hold down the site. The lives well and truly in the favor of Seattle Surge right now, 16-11. And the setup here from Surge looks a lot more comfortable than it has done for quite some time. Dashi going to go for the challenge. It's a big hit here for Optic.
And actually he's running scared. He knows there's bodies there everywhere, and he's trying to stay alive. Finds the first one in the Hugh. Slowing down the terrible flood of green wall that's coming for him. Preds are arriving. Reinforcements for them as well. And it's got chaotic here towards the back of the spawn. They're trying to find everybody. Ghosty finds another kill. This now bounces on a knife edge. Whoever finds it will shut this one down with time ticking away. But Optic have bodies ready for it. Sib has to play his life in bedroom. It is their ball walk. It is their chance to stay alive. Optic are onto the point. It's still Sib though. He has to be the hero for them. And he will not fall yet.
Still somebody on the point here for the side of Optic Texas. Now Dashi. This will be a big kill to find. Can't get it. Sib still cooking. Gets a little bit overzealous with that one, but he'll take it all day long. 4 lives now for the side of Optic Texas, 20 seconds remaining. This will take something quite special as Pred will find one at the Ghosty. And this should be Surge for what feels like the very first time in this series, somewhat in the lead.
They were calling out for a hero, and Sib arrived. Played bedroom like a maestro, refused to buckle under the pressure. And they held. Seattle Surge have held. I believe that's 4 ticks that time. Optic have got, keep an eye on that. It's imperative now for Seattle Surge, if they cannot win this next round, to get more ticks. And Optic will be doing everything they can to stop them.
But to be honest, attack is really, for the most part, the better side you want to be on. We're going to have a very quick timeout, guys. We'll be back into the game in a second. The game has been paused. We'll be back imminently. Small technical issue, but Seattle Surge 2-1 to the good. And I can't overstate how big that first gunfight that Sib finds over towards bedroom side. He had Mac alongside of him. Mac does die immediately. Sib finds 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 kills in that entire sequence, which is what wins Seattle the round. It is a lead for Seattle at 2-1. Optic up in the series, of course. You guys at home will know that one. 2-0. They've been looking phenomenal so far.
And well, there were anticlimax as we wait for this game to get going again, but can't be overstated. Sib was the man with the plan. And we have got back into the game. Just a small adjustment of some headphones, I've been told. Nothing too major. Players back at it once again. No, an attack here to Surge. Pred finds 2 as well. Straight onto A, stopping the clock.
Starting to heat up in this game is Pred. Can't find that kill on Dashi though, as Optic now come back over towards A in numbers to try and slow down what is somewhat inevitable on these attacking rounds. Seattle looking good over towards the A side, but Ghosty in his prime position to potentially do something about it. My God!
That is not an easy gunfight to make, and he made it look easy. Accuracy staying alive here towards A. Optic maybe applying a little bit of pressure. They found the first kill here on the Sib. It's going to give them confidence to maybe push his tempo. As Shotzi flies across, he does go down. The rest of them not really being too aggressive. They might just let Seattle Surge have this. Dashing Duke have found it. Managed to get two back. It's all saved. It's all good here at the Major. But still a little bit further to go. They've got three. I was going to say they've got 3 ticks. It's almost in. But one more tick here will tie it up. It'll go down to lives. 2 more ticks. Defense for Seattle. 3 more ticks. Game to Seattle.
Mark now on the pinch position. He could be the one that opens things up. Dashi will surely expect this challenge. He doesn't. Accuracy find 1. Ghosty another. Fred will find the kill, and now there's 1 player left inside the bedroom, of course. It is Shotzi to try and slow things down, but he goes down. Seattle Surge now. Huge opportunity to find a map in this series.
And just the rain of nades coming through for him, and Mac trying to stay alive. His body's flying at them at the same time. They're slowly getting through. Ghosty finds 2. Sib will get 1 back, and oh my goodness, Sib off the top rope guns him out of his trousers. But it's not going to be enough. Seattle do not get the second tick. They get nothing else from it. And Optic can breathe.
They can breathe, but they don't have the map positioning. Shotzi with a big win. Pushing over towards the couch's side now. Pred already on the flank. Hook's ready and waiting. Mac will find another, but still no bedroom control for the side of Optic Texas. Seattle Surge still putting the pressure on over towards B.
Second tick. It has come through as well, but they're not looking for the second tick. They're looking for the win. But Shotzi arrives. Accuracy will find 1 more. Shotzi gets out with 2. Health goes to the gunfight as well. Down he goes. Seattle Surge. They're now in here at the same time. Cute will fall. Pred has arrived. And that is going to be Seattle Surge taking the control away from Optic. They waited until map number 3 to hit the afterburners. But they will not be broken here. The first 2 maps, well, the first was close, the second really wasn't. But signs of life on the main stage.
Really good performance from Seattle Surge. Just constant in their pressure on the attack. So often, when they find that bedroom kill, they grab a hold of it and run with it for an absolute mile. A really strong performance from them, and what you want to see if you're a Surge fan is Pred with a 3 in front of that number. 30 kills for him in the game. Sib had a phenomenal time as well, putting on much more damage than Pred. And Sib, you can't underestimate how big those kills were over towards bedroom in that previous round. A phenomenal game from him, and Surge are well and truly back into this game, considering the next map that could potentially be coming up, of course, in Fortress Hardpoint. This one is far, and I mean far from over.
Just the kind of momentum they really need for it, and you are correct. We talked about this before. KD does not mean you are good at Call of Duty. I'm sorry to tell you. Sometimes influential kills, influential spawns, they do matter more. And Sib staying alive in bedroom. It stopped the push. It stopped what may have been the end of the game, depending on how the teams are feeling. But Seattle Surge, they live to fight another day. They get another crack at a hard point.
Just overall, a solid performance. I mean, we knew coming into this that the control was likely going to go over towards Surge. They've looked so good on this mode and on this map in particular. And Optic Texas, their control is wanting for the most part. It has been a pretty weak thing for them, and we got a good example of that there as Surge will find themselves now back into this series. That was much, much needed, because it was a comfortable win as well. It's the kind of win you want to get yourself back into this series, outslayed, outplayed. And the game will go to Surge, and as you mentioned, can't underestimate how big those kills from Sib were. Putting up the best KD in the lobby at a 1.3, so, well, kills don't necessarily mean you're great, but he still puts the best KD up, I see.
Yeah, I'm eating my own words, but it doesn't matter. One of the things to bear in mind here as well, that realistically, maybe the downfall of Optic in that last round was they just couldn't hold bedroom control. Just couldn't get away from. We saw Shotzi when he went down. That was basically the beginning of the end. They had to dive forward. And we knew, like, we were counting the ticks. We were saying, hey, it's going to be this many ticks if they can get defense and everything else. But they smelled blood in the water. Yeah. They knew they had the opportunity to push them back in their spawn. They took it, held on to it.
And now we get a map 4.
And we've seen the good offensive round statistics for the side of Surge come home to roost in that one. A very solid performance on that side of things. Getting a hold of the defense as well never hurts you. And now, if you're Optic, you're kind of heading into enemy territory when we're talking about Fortress. We'll delve into the stats in just a second. But I'll tell you what, I'll just tell you them now. Optic Texas, 1-2 record on this map. Seattle Surge, 8-2. It is their best hardpoint map. They are probably the best hardpoint team on the game on average. They will be feeling confident to send this to a map number 5. But Optic Texas, the trump card, Fortress Search and Destroy coming up the final map. If we do need it, they enjoy that map. We've already seen some good performances from them over that this weekend. If I'm honest, I don't think they want to see it. They'd happily close this out in 4.
I think there may be another headset adjustment going on. Waiting for this game to start. I can tell you, everybody is getting into the lobby. Everybody is readying up. For Optic, business as usual. Keep moving forward. You lost the control, it doesn't matter. If we have Seattle Surge, it does matter. You've got the win. Use the momentum and carry on. Statistically, it is better here for Seattle Surge. But I'm kind of sick of saying it. I'm not going to lie to you. We have talked about statistics at length here throughout the broadcast, and it doesn't always tell the story.
Not just throughout the broadcast and throughout the season.
Yeah.
To be honest, it's kind of felt like, it's like, oh, well, this team should win this based on our numbers, and it always goes the opposite way. So you never really know when it does come down to land, when you do factor in everything else for the side of Optic Texas here. Stats can't account for this crowd getting behind them. It's helping them out in these series. They've pulled them over the line a few times already. They're going to need to do it again here against Surge, who will be feeling super confident heading into map number 4. The fist bumps coming through. Ghosty's still fiddling with his headset there. And you don't want that. You want to be as comfortable as you possibly can be heading into such a big map like this. We're about to load into Fortress. And for the side of Optic, it is not must-do, but you would like to close it out here.
And there we go, almost like a starting pistol. The fist bumps are in for both teams. That usually means we are getting ready. There we go, fist bumps on the other side of the stage as well. Seattle Surge ready to load in. The map fly-through is appearing. The game is loading. Don't jinx me now, servers. Let's get into this one. Let's find out. I'm looking, it's ready. Here we go.
As we've already talked about, this map for Seattle Surge, the numbers say everything points towards a win for their side. We're looking at Hook in this series so far. An absolute phenom. A 1.28 from Hook is something you want to see continue as we head into Fortress. Seattle Surge, their favored map. Can we see a map number 5? Or do Optic close it out? We'll see them on Sunday.
We're looking for it already. Fred trying to find Shotzi, but Shotzi, of course, gets away from him because that's what he specializes in. And Hugh will get the first kill. Sim will get the trade coming through as well. Hugh gets the second, and Ghosty gets Hook. All right. Well, sometimes it works. At the moment, Optic Texas getting time on P1.
Look about this rotation, accuracy already on his way. To be really careful if you're Optic Texas earlier today, up against none other than, of course, Atlanta FaZe. The side of Seattle went up a massive 109-1 lead of the P2, P3, perfect rotations. They're already getting some time over towards P1. Optic Texas will not be going down to that 109-1 lead. They've got 22 on the board already.
Good position for Texas here at the moment. Big chow from Sib. All alone, the Dope coming through eventually. And they're waiting for this one to pop. Seattle still not in position. Spawn's actually maybe better. They've got nothing, and it is time now for Optic.
And that was a big kill from Shotzi, because now he can get in the maps. He can start to cut off the Mac. We'll shut him down. So Optic Texas, you're in the position where you're in the back of the map. You can lock it down nicely from here, but Surge in a good position. If they can break, they're in the perfect position to hold it down to P3, but you've got to win some gunfights if you're Surge. They haven't went their way so far.
You got to get past Dashy, Ghosty, and then you got to worry. Shotzi will go around the flank and they will do work. Dashy is gunning everything towards him. Shotzi will shoot him in the back. Oh! Finds a second. Dashy on 5. Seattle Surge, nothing since P1.
And that is absolutely perfect from Optic Texas. There's 15 seconds to play it for here. They're still winning the gunfights. Ghosty all alone. Can he find the kill on the Pred? Yes, he can. That's the scrap time. That's the rotation. It is a monumental spree for the side of Optic Texas. Unanswered in 15 kills.
Perfect play into P2, into P3. Not a kill thrown by the wayside. An Optic resurgence. They're trying to fight for this one. Though. Massively huge kill up top. He only finds one though. Pred will find another. But can he fight Dashy? Not with attack. Not at that range, surely. And down he goes. Optic Texas into P3. This map is called Fortress, but that part might as well be.
Vaznev working out for Shotzi as it so often does. Dashi, 6-3 for him. Continues to rack the kills up. Pred will find one. The Seattle Surge here. Is it maybe just time to work on moving over towards this next hill? Right now, Shotzi just ain't missing a bullet. Sim will find the kill eventually. And now for Surge, you try and pin them in. This lead is absolutely massive for the side of Optic Texas already. Perfect, and I mean perfection from P2 to P3. Seattle Surge have now got an opportunity to force them in, keep them in, as they get time over towards people.
Pred's doing everything he can, now on a 5 streak himself. The spawn out will come. You can see Hugh has managed to hit the back, and they're going to know this as soon as he finds that first kill. No, he gets it, goes and gets Pred. Sim will find Hugh, but they're losing the time that they worked so hard for. And Shotzi guns him. There's nothing here for Seattle Surge. Optic Texas are running amok on this map.
And Surge getting really unfortunate with that spawn, I'm not going to lie. And then they start spawning back towards P3. Everything's coming up Optic Texas right now. It is a 120-point lead against Seattle. Hook is trying his best to make this one nice and quick. Pred is just trying to hold on himself at 10 and 10. But this has been perfect hard point so far from Optic Texas. The spawns have helped them out, of course. But Pred now just trying to limit this damage. 15 seconds to go. It's already getting to the stage where Seattle have to fight for every single second.
But time and time again, they are getting gunned. They're getting run off of this map. 23 points as we head into P5. And Optic can taste this victory. They know Sunday awaits. A few kills going down for Seattle Surge. They need this time. They need the next time. And then time after that. But it's always possible.
The cruise is coming in. Optic Texas 120 to the good. They've got to be feeling good. The comms will be phenomenal. Let's go for a listen in with Optic Texas.
He's absolute bottom mats. Absolute bottom mats. Yeah, listen, guys. All right, guys. Here's one shot. Here's one shot. I'm wrapping P1. I'm wrapping P1. They're going to be bottom mats. Bottom maps. Absolute bottom maps. Absolute. Max. Max bottom maps. Holding E.
What's anvil? Bottom maps. Bottom maps. One was anvil, one's P3.
Holding bottom maps. Let's go bottom maps. Let's go bottom maps.
P3.
E3.
Go back enough.
I'm blocking P1.
Yeah, we're blocking.
Yeah, block. Can somebody back up and block? Okay, bottom maps. I'm blocking. Can somebody get an initial?
I can block.
Okay, can you block? Okay.
Yeah, we're trying to get out left, by the way. Risk it.
All right, we're risking Pred.
He's absolute bottom maps. Make sure he's blocking. I'm blocking. No. You didn't get out left. Trust me. Not get out left. I'm watching left. Block. I'm watching left.
Okay.
We're gonna be coming gate on me, guys.
I have left. Go doubles. I need it over you. Nothing. Wait, bottom dark.
You want to try to cross the time?
Stay alive.
Another one is on time. Yo, I'm not pushing.
Gate dead.
He's going to hit me. Get close, I think. They're hitting you. Okay, watch. I'm watching gate.
What's up, doubles and backs and front doubles.
Listen, Lamar's on. They do one spot. I am nading it.
Well, Optic Texas holding all the spawns, getting all the kills. 198 to 57 as we look towards P2 and a potential for a blowout. It has not been pretty, but his hat's clean. Shotzi is dancing, Dashi is destroying. And while this will come down and then gets hit as well, they have cleaned them out of P2. It is a massacre. It is miserable for Seattle Surge. Optic Texas, the team that people did not think were good enough to keep pushing forward in the tournaments, are sending a statement.
Still time. Seattle Surge should maybe bring this one back, but we've seen some incredible comebacks already this weekend. This would be phenomenal. Hook will find the gunfight on the rotation to P3. That scrap time will go over towards Seattle Surge. Optic Texas say, hey, you can bloody have it. The rotation is in. They can win it at P3. Seattle Surge have not shown up yet. Pred's 21 and 17 right now, and they've got 90 points to 214. Kills starting to come through. Can you find a break if you Surge? You must.
They absolutely have to get through. The nade rain comes in. Sybil find two. Shotzi though, looking for the answer. He is going to be killed. Now Hugh goes for the attack, and he will get one. Tries to stay alive, falls to Pred as well. Pred going hunting at 23 and 18. The man is bleeding for help on this map, and nobody is able to match him. And at the moment, Seattle Surge have the time, but they need this, and they need even more.
Accuracy just trying to stay alive. He's got Hook alongside of him though to try and kill him, and then it will be Sid to find two more. Spawn towards the back for Dashi though. There's 20 seconds to play for here, and it's still going to be hotly contested. Accuracy just trying to survive. They need to survive. The points going over towards Optic Texas. Rotation ongoing. Oh my goodness, Hook! This one might be done. Optic Texas 25 away. Scrap time rotation belonging to them. The wind in the sails. Is there a way back for Surge? You need to be pretty much perfect every single second that remains on this hard point. Optic Texas, 10 seconds away.
10 seconds till destiny. And Seattle Surge pulls the clock, but Ghosty continues to rock it up as well. And 7 seconds, Seattle Surge are not there. They are too far away. And Seattle Surge, we will see you later. Optic Texas do not walk, they do not crawl, they do not slowly snake their way forward. They strut, they sprint, and they stride into Sunday. The championship whites beckon, the crowd is on their feet, and for good reason. It was brutal.
They just beat them to death. That was perfect from Optic Texas. We talked about their discipline. We talked about playing together. Those rotations, that game of hardpoint was sensational. The P2 to P3 in that first rotation was flawless. Everything Optic did turned to gold. A truly magnificent performance from the Green Wall. It would take a 3-1 victory over Seattle Surge. And honestly, I don't think it matters who they played there. That was domination from the workup.
There's not a lot that could be done on the side of Seattle Surge. The scoreboard tells the story. Dashi was 21 and 10. The rest of his teammates putting the kills in as well. Duke 25 and 17, 26 and 19 for Shotzi. Ghosty still positive. Not a beat missed, not a rotation thrown away. A hold broken. It was close in the series. We thought we would. I actually going to apologize. I thought it was going to be closer than that.
I thought it was going to be I honestly thought Seattle were going to come here a lot relatively strong. They did against FaZe earlier today, but Optic Texas turning up in a different kind of way there. Yeah. That's a scary performance for everybody else. With this crowd behind them, they keep playing like that. They have as much of a chance as anybody when we're going into Championship Sunday. Absolutely any.
They really do. It has been something that I think a lot of people are now going to be re-evaluating this team. That is the question we were asking. You can beat some of the teams in this tournament and the stock doesn't rise. But you beat Seattle like you just did, and it changes. But let's find out from our main stage. We've got Lando with Dashi.
If you can even hear me, Bryce, I'll tell you what, this crowd is absolutely electric after a W like that, Bruce.
Green Wall is different. The Green Wall is different.
They are indeed, my friend. I got to ask you, man, how does that feel?
These guys are the best. I don't know. You guys are different.
MVP chance, and I tell you what, man, that game for a hardpoint performance was absurd. What, you put up 21 and 10. The entire team was frying. Yeah. That's 5 hardpoint victories in a row for you guys. Is that really the mode that it feels like is progressing you guys, or is it another one?
I feel like we're just translating our practices to our matches now, and I'm just really glad it's paying off. Job's not finished, though. Job is not finished.
The elimination bracket run continues. What? That's London, that's Florida, now it's Seattle. What's the mentality like of the team moving into Championship Sunday?
We're not content with this top 4 placing. I mean, we got our last event, so I mean, we're just trying to improve and trying to do better.
What would you say as you guys go, maybe watch some VOD, get ready for tomorrow? What's the #1 focus for you guys moving into whoever it is that you play?
Probably cleaning up our control. I mean, we won every other game mode today, so if we clean up our control, I think we're going to be good.
Absolutely, man. They love you, Bruce. They love you, man.
That guy's the GOAT right there.
He absolutely is. You got some MVP shirts out here. What's it going to take? What's it going to take for you guys to hoist the trophy in front of the Texas fans to do it? And really back-to-back events that you've been in front of the home crowd.
I mean, we're going to have to give it everything we got. Just obviously play some good COD. I mean, go have some fun. I mean, the green wall is here. I mean, every game's lit. I mean, you know what I'm saying?
I'll give you your moment. Address the fans. What can they expect tomorrow?
Yo, shout out to the green wall. I love you guys. You guys are family to me, so appreciate you guys.
That's going to do it from us here on the main stage. Dashy and Optic Texas, they get the job done. Desk, take it away, guys.
Going into this series, I said Optic Texas, they're going to have that bit of a buff right from the green wall, the fans out there, and that buff pushed them forward. They are playing like they have not played before this entire Major 3 qualifiers. They're absolutely incredible, and my lord, Shotzi Hook, I mean, they're just insane.
I mean, I thought they were going to get slammed in that match for Seattle, I'll be honest. I may have underestimated Optic's ability to learn from their mistakes and play the top-tier competition in our league. Like, what we saw right out the gates in the Hydro, it was beautiful, man. Like, applying pressure on the rotations, still hitting old, but, like, playing your life when you need to, winning that Hydro, then going into that search and destroy, just playing ultra-confident the entire time. Sound decisions, like, so confident Dashy's charging people with a pistol. Optic ran through Seattle just now. That was terrifying, the ability these guys have when they're clicking.
And you can see it from the very start. Like you said, they're literally flying at their competition, and they were doing the same thing. You actually, Nameless, you said it. Like, dude, can they continue to do that against Seattle Surge, or will Seattle Surge punish them? Allie, Seattle Surge took a very tough loss, Mat 5, round 11 against FaZe.
Yeah.
I raised the question, is that going to hurt them mentally? I got to be honest with you, coming into this series, they did not look like the same Seattle Surge that played against FaZe.
I also said it, in the sense of I feel like losing that close, I feel like has much bigger of an impact than getting blown out. When you're blown out, to that point, you're like, what could we have possibly have done? But when you go to a game 5 against a team like the Atlanta FaZe, round 11, and it slips out of your fingers when you had the advantage, obviously that's going to have a mental impact. And Optic Texas just gave them no broom. They gave them no growing pains at all. That first Hydro, some of the Seattle players came out slow. They didn't give any rotations to Seattle. They barely gave them a handful of breaks, and they clutched up in the end with the P2 back-to-backs. And then you move into that search and destroy. They were just running at the likes of Seattle Surge.
Relentless. Absolutely relentless. You have to be at this stage in the game. They're now top 4. Let's talk about our scud play of the game. It was Hardpoint on Fortress Study. They were absolutely running through Seattle Surge. I'm telling you, man, this was the most dominant performance we've seen yet.
Oh, without question, man. And the way that they started off this Hardpoint, they get all the P2 time, but then they win the gunfights over towards P3. When you're able to chain those 2 Hardpoints together, that's why you see the scoreline the way that it was. And then they just kept their foot on the driver's seat. They were just going, man. When you're playing that confident right now with the green wall behind you, Optic Texas, they have really just shaken me up, man, because they come out. They have to go to a game 5 versus London. They go to a game 4 versus Florida. But when we talk about Optic playing up against some of the top teams, they match that level of intensity with the green wall energy. They just made that one look super easy.
And what do we see with, like, the top teams in Call of Duty? When a team makes a mistake, you punish them.
Yeah.
We hadn't seen that with Optic versus any of these top teams. Right there, we saw what Seattle did. They committed 2 players towards open. They get that, Dashy gets that 2-piece, and they flip them out. And they recognize that and immediately all run towards P3. And from then on out, the game is over, right? Like, you have a 110-point lead. As long as you don't make any crazy mistakes, the game is over. They ran that all the way up to the end.
And Ali, I want to ask you specifically for Optic, do you think like we've seen an improvement in a certain game mode? Or are they still kind of, which game modes would you say?
Honestly, across the board, when we saw them day number 1 and they took that loss, it was like the talent is always going to be there for Optic Texas. The mechanics, the movement. I mean, you have Shotzi and Hook on your team, but the fundamentals weren't there. Nobody was rotating. We saw it on that Embassy hardpoint. They weren't getting street control. Nobody was pushing the back. It was just 4 talented players spawned in on a map, and that's why they lost. And now we see them come into today. They're prioritizing rotation. They're prioritizing Money Hill. They're prioritizing these power positions. They look like a completely different team, and all they had to change was a basic fundamental.
That's right, and the confidence is there. The green wall is louder than ever. Top 4 secured. It helps a lot. You know it from being in the past, right? Being a competitor, especially with the Optic green wall behind you.
I mean, we talked about it as well, like the further you get in a tournament, right, there's going to be these crazy moments in these series. Optic series maybe a little crazier than others, but they're getting better as the tournament's going on, and Ghosty's getting way more comfortable with this squad, and they're starting to trust each other and trust that process that, yo, this team change did work, right? Now they find themselves in the same situation they were last event, sitting at top 4, and it's probably starting to feel like this is a justified move that we made. Let's keep doing our thing.
And the only thing that scares me for Optic, going into Championship Sunday, you heard Dasher talk about it in his interview. The main thing they have to focus on is control. The teams that are currently left in the tournament, like Toronto, like Atlanta FaZe, they are stellar in that mode.
Right.
So if you want to go home with that championship, you got to be able to fix that bottom off.
Job's not finished. That's the big key takeaway, right? You got to stay focused, and I bet you Optic Texas will be bringing the heat tomorrow where they will be competing. The team of the major is back. The CDL experts will select the top 8 players. You, the fans, will then vote for your favorites, and the 4 players with the most votes will become the Scuff team of the major. You can scan the QR code if you would like to vote. We want your opinions. Hey, look, the collective mind sometimes is smarter than the, few minds we have here. Not saying anything about you guys. Now, for me, I'm dumb. It is what it is. And also, if you want to get into the action and show that you're one of the best out there, ranked play is back. So, hey, look, I'm not saying it's easy, but if you think you're good enough, hop into it. Don't get left behind in the rise to the top 250 leaderboard. You might even run into some pros. Who knows who's going to be out there once this major is done. Hey, we have one more series of the day. It's going to be another elimination bracket matchup. So that means some loser, of course, is going to be done. The winner will move forward to play against Optic Texas tomorrow. It's Las Vegas Legion going against Boston Breach when we come back. everybody, to the Call of Duty League Major 3, up to Texas Major here. Esports Stadium, Arlington. We've got our final series of the day. It's coming at you quick, so hang on tight. Las Vegas Legion versus the Boston Breach. Let's take a look at the bracket as it stands for the moment. And right now we see Optic Texas. Top 4, they make it, but will Boston Breach or Las Vegas Legion face off against them? Well, we're going to find out who it's going to be in just a little bit of time. Of course, up there, winners finals, Atlanta face Toronto Ultra. Who's going to win that one? That one's going to be a spicy one for sure, Nameless.
Yeah, I mean, this is an absolute banger that we have coming up, though, man. Vegas have been waiting all day long to go up against the Boston Breach. And we're going to take a look at the maps and modes right now. And it's going to get a little interesting because that Game 2 Fortress S&D, 8-0 Vegas Legion. So they definitely have the advantage there.
That's right.
Also looking at these hard points, Ali. I know you got something written down. What you want to say?
I mean, I'm just looking at the hotel does map that typically Boston Breach doesn't really let through in a series, but since they've picked up Beans, they've been looking much better in the map mode, expanding their map pool. So I'm excited to see what Vivid and Nero can do.
Let's see what they're going to do. I think hard point control is going to be a sticking point. Boston Breach, they're strong there. We'll see what they can do. Miles, let's bring out our teams.
Oh, Texas, we are wasting no time. It's time to just get this one on the road. After that last series, I feel like we're all a little bummed out. Energy level's still good. We're still sweet. They're sweet. They're ready. They're prepared, and so are we. It's time to welcome to the stage one side of our brilliant lower bracket matchup. They're green, they're mean, and they know what they want to do. They want to smoke Vegas. Bring them to the stage. The Boston Breach! We are Vivid, Beans, Awakening, and Nero.
In that last series, Beans got brought back down to earth. Now he's trying to bounce back and make the losers bracket run. Boston Breach all year long have been looking for that big run in the bracket at a major. This is their opportunity against Vegas. Beans needs that bounce back. We'll see if he can do it. Now let's bring out the old man and the Vegas boys, Miles.
Old man and the Vegas boys. We'll find out if Boston are ready to respect their elder. Ladies and gentlemen, they're looking to put it all in on the table right here, right now in Arlington, Texas. Please make some noise for the Las Vegas Legion! TJ Ham, Temp, Too Real, and Leicester, the Las Vegas Legion.
It's the 90th time Clay has touched that stage here at an event, and it's a big moment for the franchise history to make it as far as they have in this tournament thus far. But they don't want to stop it here. They want to make it this Sunday, but they got to get through the green that is Boston Breach. It's time to get this final match started.
All right, boys and girls, let's give it a good, clean fight. Keep everything above the waist, and let's get ready to rumble. We're ready to go! All right, Lando and Stud, let's get it on!
Let's go, Miles. I've been waiting for this opportunity all day long. Jay, you and I have watched 4 matches go, 4 matches pass, but now it's our time, baby.
Yeah.
Boston v. Vegas. Elimination bracket game. This is going to be a blast.
Oh, this is going to be a banger, man. You think about what Vegas were able to do yesterday, winning 2 insane series. The final one versus the LA Thieves. And then the opposite side for Boston Breach, a really tough loss versus that Toronto Ultra roster. They struggled in that Game 5, and one player that I really want to focus on is the guy who made all the noise during Day 1. It's Beans, man.
Yeah.
He didn't really have the best performance. You heard the Death touch on it. He had a .6 overall, and even worse, in the Search and Destroys, a .33. So Beans has got to step it up.
Yeah, absolutely. We know that, when it comes down to this Boston Breach team, whenever they brought Beans into the lineup, right, it was all about, hey, our slang should improve, our Search Destroy should improve. Really didn't have that in that series versus Toronto. I know he was eager to, face off against Scrappy, did not have the W that he would like. So, Boston off of the loss. However, man, for the Vegas Legion, their first matchup of today, last time we saw them, they were breaking some records. They were going on some runs. Clay and the boys trying to improve this Legion franchise match by match, and they're also trying to break some records when it comes down to placements, Jay. This is for top 4. We're talking about the Legion franchise.
That's insane, man, because I'm pretty sure that would be their best placement ever at a major. Obviously, when you pick up veteran presence, 3-time world champion like Clayster, he has the ability to make it all the way to a championship Sunday. But this map, number 1 for me, is everything for both of these squads. Obviously, on the side of Boston, they need some kind of ground to stand on after a very difficult loss versus Toronto. And then for Vegas Legion, they take this map, number 1. Just going forward, when you look at the maps in the modes, that Fortress S&D, which is game 2, that's their best S&D. So map number 1 is everything for me.
Yeah, map number 1 is going to really tell the tape when it comes down to this matchup. The final one of the day. And, well, Jay, hallowed ground, really, for the Vegas Legion. Last time we saw them on this map, they were pretty much strutting their way to one of the greatest comebacks in COD history. They were down 206 to 63 versus the LA Thieves. They managed to bring that game back. We're hoping they don't have to go through the gauntlet like that again. So far, starting the game off nice, 23 unanswered points.
Yeah, they started off on the better side, so they do a great job of just finding a lot of time off of this P1. But Boston Breach, they're able to find that break, find a couple kills on the map, and maintain the better side for this P2. For both of these squads, pretty sure Boston Breach are dead last when it comes to rotation, and Vegas Legion, they are awful when it comes down to setting up properly for these hills. As Temp, he's a guy who just has that beamer on him. Yesterday in Hardpoint alone, he had a 2.0, and he's not slowing down now.
No, not at all. Don had a chance to interview him on the stage, and you could just tell he feels life. You see some light in his eyes. He's been with this Legion franchise for such a long time, as the break very nearly could be in. That is 3 down. Last player alive. The backside of the spawn is going to be Nero. However, Boston do get granted with a few spawns toward the back. Vivid, he'll end up coming in from the front. So basically establishes a bit of a pinch for Breach. They take advantage and they hold.
Yeah, that was just good work from Nero to just stay alive towards those back steps, give those spawns to his teammates for them to break right back on in and get this final 35 seconds. Now it's going to force Vegas Legion off the rotation. But now you have to worry about Vivid. He's able to sneak his way right on through. He's already in towards Kitchen. Vegas Legion have to be able to take care of this guy.
Yeah, invest dead silence. Great plays coming in from Reese. We'll see if he can manage to find a 2-piece. That's going to be 1. This other one would be huge. Vivid with some early snaps. That's very well. Could set up Breach in the best position possible. Another 1v1. Awakening tagged up. The nade will land. That is 3 down and quickly. It is 2 real. Left all by his lonesome, but he ends up finding 2 himself. The new addition to this Legion team trying to fight back and not allow for Boston to get ahead. Get out. Nice and early. A headbutt continues as Legion rush forward.
Such an all-out battle. All into the mix when you talk about this Kitchen Hill so far. As unfortunately Vivid is going to nade himself, but with a little bit of damage from Clay, he's able to pick up that kill with a stun. So with only 25 seconds remaining on towards Kitchen, Boston, they're still putting pressure on it. Nero's able to find 2, and he already does earn himself that cruise missile. 10 and 5 to start this game. Finds another one onto Clay. Now Boston Breach are going to be able to get this final 15, but off the rotation, it's going to be some huge gunfights. At least the trade does come in from Beans.
Yes, indeed. I'll tell you what, man, if you're a Boston fan, seeing player number 4 in Nero having a great start to a map is typically a welcoming sight. I mean, how often have we seen it where comes into a series, has a point to prove, he comes out, looks like one of the best players in the world, and right there extends that spree now to 4. It is 7 as a team. Beans eventually drops, but Breach continuing on their reign of terror, and now it could be Big Wake's opportunity. Ends up finding 2. Breach racking up the time, a few more away from reaching 100.
Oh man, that's just good work right there from Boston Breach, reading all the spawns all over the map, because Vegas Legion were getting back spawn, bedroom spawns, but they found all of those kills. We were able to basically hold this for a full 40 seconds as the SMGs are starting to come alive. We talked about Vivid. He's already sitting at 12 and 7. Didn't really have the best performance in that last series, but he's alongside his duo Nero, who are so far taking over this game.
Never talk about scoreboard. Well, that is a perfect example of it. Clay, as he hits the dust, goes back to the respawn screen. He'll load up at 6 and 13. We talked about it, trying to lead this Legion franchise to a championship Sunday. They have not seen too many Sundays in their history, but overall, we'll see if he can help lead the charge in. He eventually drops from there. Legion, they continue to fall by the wayside. Another clean 4 down. Breach are rolling right now.
Yeah, Legion are just going one by one. They're not finding any trades. They're just getting picked apart. And so far, Boston Breach are taking every advantage possible as they're going to put themselves up by 100 points. They know exactly where the spawns are coming in. With only 30 seconds left, Vegas have to put pressure on. They have to find something, but Nero already 17 and 7. He has 2 minutes in the hill. He's Mr. Do-It-All.
I don't know, John. I don't know if I'm more shocked by the slaying levels that he has or the amount of time that he has after just a few hard points. Goodness sake, Nero. A stat sheet stuffer through our first few hard points. The first set of rotations aren't even done yet, but Breach making this game already look out of reach. But we've seen crazier comebacks happen before, Jay, with this very same team and on this very same map yesterday. We'll see if Legion can eventually get things going as they're just trying to make their way through the kitchen. 2Real, he gets shut down. Player number 5 in TJ is waiting to get the call. When is my time to rush on forward? Eventually elects to do so, but none of his teammates are walking away with their fights. Another few men down, a 100-point lead now.
Boston just too strong on the setup. You have players that are pushed out towards kitchen. That's where Vegas Legion are trying to put a lot of pressure because they want to flip those spawns. But once Boston Breach win those gunfights, now you know all of Vegas Legion are coming from bedroom. Just have to win a couple of these fights. They can't find any openings. Boston have been playing some perfect hard point in our first rotation of these HPs. You know, with only 15 seconds left, Vegas Legion, they have to cut their losses. They have to basically do the same exact comeback like they did yesterday versus Thieves.
I mean, can lightning strike twice? We'll have to see. Tell you what, man, I feel like for Boston Breach, they're eager to get Cinderella out of this ball nice and early. 200 points before Vegas have even fully reached 70. Excellent work so far from pretty much everybody on the team. 23 and 14 for Vivid. But as we said, the star so far in this game 1 has been King Nero. 20 and 11. 2 minutes inside of the hard point. So many issues arising early for the Vegas Legion. We talked about how this opening hard point was probably going to tell the tape of how this series would go. And I tell you what, Jay, if it goes anything like this, this series very well could be over soon.
All right, well, Vegas Legion, it did a good job, though, finding a lot of time off of this P1. They're maintaining spawns for P2. Just had to hold the push through from Shandy's side as Vivid already finds himself in a great position. The trade is there for 2Real. But now 2Real's the only guy. He has to try to make big plays, but Beans with the beamer is able to take him down. So Boston Breach, again, are going to win that rotation over towards P2.
And now this break feels, I mean, absolutely necessary. Yeah. It feels like it has got to be here, and it's got to be now. Every kill is crucial as TJ strolling on forward, trying to lead the charge to the backside of the spawns. 203 to 106. Snapshotted it very well. Could be something that we reference again. TJ eventually drops from the back, and now it is all on to Clay. Can he win the fight versus Big Wake? Not going to happen. Head taken clean off there of the veteran. Vegas were looking for the break, and they've still yet to see it.
They have yet to find anything. It's always constant trades from the Boston Breach. They're getting those close spawns towards double deaths. Have a lot more bodies in this situation. But Vegas Legion know they cannot give up this time. Boston cannot win off this P2. If you give up this time, the game is basically chalked up. So Vegas Legion gonna fight this to the very end with only 20 seconds left. Now you have to think about that rotation. It's all gonna be on 2Real. The guy who gets crucial kill after crucial kill, he has to do it again.
They have stunned, they've got the information. 2Real, good heavens, able to drop 2, 1v1 to the point. This is gonna be huge. TJ is able to take it. I feel like if this was any other team, we'd be talking about this one is over. Legion starting to get a bit of momentum, down by 100. Can they lead the charge? Does it start in kitchen?
It has to start in kitchen. You have to get a full 60 hole. Let's just hit a couple snakes behind the counters as Clay is finally starting to heat right back on up. That's 3 dead in the feed. Vegas Legion, we've seen the comeback before. All 4 dead. Boston Breach spawning all the way across the map. It's going to be some time before action is back into the play, but Vegas, they're fighting.
They are indeed. TJ, oh my God, nearly hit 6 in a row. Vegas still alive, still thriving. These 20 points, I mean, you still got to fight for them. That's the issue of being down by this much, is the fact that Boston can afford to go for the scrap points, but Legion win those fights, and now it is a matter of a race.
Oh my.
TJ is the one who's going to have to scout for information. He wins his 1v1. Can Clay win his? Can Clay walk away with it? Yes, he does. A 2v2, now a 2v1. Clay starting to heat up, eventually drops, and now this is when chaos can begin to ensue.
Vegas is starting to fight. They're bringing it all the way back. Boston Breach getting those close spawns in towards bottom bedroom, but Temp, he's a guy watching the cross. He finds his 6th kill in a row, earns himself that cruise missile, but Boston Breach, they're able to find the break. So Temp has to invest that cruise. You have to get the information to your team. You have to at least try to find 1 kill.
Can it land? Trophies down, information gained. What can they do with it? 232, 176. Beans able to snap for 1. Soulman alive at the point. Every single second continues to weigh on Vegas. Last time it was a heroic comeback. Now it could just be defeat. Too real, too real, too real. Quick little triple there for him. But 9 seconds is all you need. Boston 1 break and this game is done. Can Legion do it again as we head toward Restaurant?
This is how Legion were able to do it yesterday versus LA Thieves. Was getting a great hold in towards the Dynamo. Boston Breach, they already find the break. They're finding on the kills. They're trying to close it out right now.
Temp, he's gonna know exactly where Beans is hiding. TJ ends up getting traded out. It's currently a free hard point, and Too Real will jump on in. As we said, 1 break is all that you need. Too Real doing everything he can to stay alive, and this party looks to be spoiled. There you go. Boston able to take it after Vegas eventually started to wake up. But not on this day. Not in back-to-back games. It cannot happen twice. Boston Breach, game 1 dub goes to them. 250-200 is our score.
Boston Breach just came out swinging early into this hard point, man. They were winning rotation after rotation. Vegas just couldn't get a hold, man. They couldn't get a hold on our first rotation of hard points, and Boston Breach put themselves up by 100. So all it came down to was winning a couple key gunfights, keeping the trades efficient, and eventually closing out the game all the way at Diner. Vegas, they started to fight, though, man. They started to fight. They started to bring themselves right back into this game. And that's crucial, because you don't ever want a scoreline in a map number 1 in a loser's bracket series to be 250 to less than 100 points. So at least showing some fight, you will have some momentum going into that game number 2. But Boston Breach, they completely forgot about that loss. They were doing everything they needed to do right, winning their rotation, setting up properly. And when your SMGs came out to play the way that they did, Nero had such a great start to this game. He slowed down towards the very end, but you grow that lead the way that they did. Only a couple moments that have to go your way to close out the game. Boston Breach, take the first.
It's so funny, Jay. I feel like the first set of rotations and the second set of rotations were like 2 totally different hardpoint maps. Like we were giving all the love to Boston. We were hyping up Vivid. We were talking about Nero. And then it's almost like, oh yeah, like that is what they did at the start of the game. Vegas started to make the charge back, but like we said, not able to do it twice, not able to come away with, I guess, back-to-back legendary hardpoint performances. Breach answer early, and well, Jay, that's big for Boston, right? Considering that they've got that game 3 circled, so you do now have a little bit to focus on. Considering that next search destroy that we're going to have up next, we definitely favor Legion when it comes to record. So for Breach, not in a bad spot, right? This game 2 doesn't feel like you have to take it, considering that game 3, of course, you want to, but this game 1 definitely gives them a padding, if you will.
Oh yeah, without question, man, because if you're Boston Breach, you just played this Fortress Search and Destroy versus Toronto Ultra. You lost all the way in round 11, and the biggest thing that caused them problem was their defensive rounds. They just gonna clutch up on that end, but like you said, man, circling that map number 3, that control map, where Vegas Legion have not been able to find a win in quite some time in that mode. 0-6 in the last 6 times that they have played it. So if you are Boston Breach, taking that first restorm was big. If you can come out and take this search and destroy, then you definitely have the opportunity to close this one out in 3.
Yeah, definitely do. We'll go and take a look at all of our maps and modes here presented by GMC Hunter EV. We're taking a look at Fortress Search Destroy. We're also talking about that Fortress listed for game number 3. You know, the crowd's not super excited to see it, but who knows? Maybe we can see an attacking victory. Then we've got Embassy Hardpoint there for the game number 4. And who knows? Maybe we could have ourselves a good old game 5. Hi, crowd. You guys are nice and small. You look like ants out there. But tell you what, Jay, I'm excited, man. Fortress Search Destroy, it feels like lately when we've casted it, it is chaos.
Yeah, it's
more
an absolute
chaos
mix.
than normal.
It's a mix, man. When you think about how fast these rounds have to go, especially in early round number 1, no trophy systems to work with, so you're trying to fight for all-out art control. So I'm super excited to see the battle between the SMGs, Too Real and TJ versus Vivid and Nero. just all about those early fights, man. If they can find multiple first bloods, that's going to be the key. But I think for Boston Breach, in order to take down this Vegas Legion squad, it has to all start with TJ. TJ is the playmaker that makes his way into Art. He makes it happen for the Vegas Legion. Even if they get first blooded on this map, they have a 47% win rate in 3v4. So it's never easy. But Boston Breach have to make sure that they're maintaining art control, finding those first bloods, and getting those bombs down.
Yeah, to kind of put that in perspective, I think, for new fans out there, like 3v4 win percentage is normally like, what, like 20%?
Yeah,
so
it's not
good.
The
fact that Vegas, when it comes down to this map, are so well cultured, so well strategized when it comes down to being in these man-down situations. It feels like they're prepared for almost anything. But Fortress Search and Destroy, a map that they love, a map that they have yet to lose. Can it continue to be a beacon of hope for them? We look through the eyes of Donnie Timp, giving out those final call-outs, giving out some final words as they load in now for some good old Fortress Search Destroy, and there are the records, the stats that we have been referencing. Good God, Jay.
Oh yeah, those stats are pretty damn good. Vegas Legion undefeated on this map, and they're going to be the team on the attacking side to start this one off. They know Boston Breach have no trophy system, so they're not going to get aggressive on towards A. They're going to put the pressure onto them, but Clayster, he tries to jump up towards the top P1 trucks. He gets picked off by Vivid, 3v4.
Yeah, little did we know. We thought the SMGs, the crackheads were going to get involved. Nope, just turns out old man Clay wants to have himself a first blood engagement. Doesn't go his way, and from there, well, the team has to rebound. As we said, they're typically good in 3v4s. All right, 2v4. How about that? TJ Timp, longtime teammates, back-to-back. What can they do? Doesn't look like a whole lot.
Now it's all up to TJ in the 1v4. He is going to get spotted, but the Beamer able to take down Vivid. Now 40 seconds to work with. Dead Silence is about to be earned. If you are Boston Breach, you just want to make sure you put yourself in a trade scenario. Because now he is going to get heard. They get the information. Snipe the air a little bit. He's probably not going to invest his Dead Silence in this 1v3.
Yeah, that's his version of punching the air out of frustration. 1v3, 20 seconds to go. Put some nice shots into Beans. However, not able to walk away with our first. Clay try to go for the early engagement, and from there, nobody really able to walk away with anything. TJ, the only man who walks away with a kill in that opening round. Boston off to a nice start.
That round falls into the hands of Vivid, because once he finds that first blow into Clay, he doesn't hesitate with the aggression up to the street side. He finds himself all the way towards back 18. He's able to take down the second. And then once he finds that second kill, you see all of Boston Breach is starting to be aggressive. They're able to find the final kill onto TJ and make that round number one look easy. But this is where they have to focus up, because Vegas Legion, they are stellar on their defensive rounds, even in the 3v4. Got to try to get this bomb down quick.
How about Timp bringing out the big guns? Vivid able to answer early. Timp does bring out that sniper, so Beans as well. Also wiped away here in round number 2. And it looks like with all that nade pressure, Legion are going to go ahead and back on up. Oh, Timp, where did that bullet go? Okay. Felt like that one was good, Jay. I don't know.
Yeah, I definitely thought that sniper was going to hit, but
I think you did too.
With him not getting that kill, this is now going to allow Boston Breach to get this bomb down over towards A. So in the 3v3 retake, Donnie Timp with that sniper pistol, he probably wants to be the player to go in front of all his teammates. He's just trying to get the information, but Boston Breach is stalling out that clock.
They are making Legion come to them. Timp, is he ready for the fights? Vivid knows the spot. That one's able to land. Punches the bomb and says, oh yeah, that bullet. Eventually is able to connect, currently with numbers, but time continues to tick. Can Timp win that fight? Yes, he can. Give me the defuse as Clay is there on Overwatch. Legion there for the retake, and Timp makes good on an early ghost bullet, 1-1.
Yeah, and that was a 3v4 round right there from Vegas. Great snipes coming in out of Timp to clutch that round on up. And also great in the retake situations as well. Temp opens it up, at least finds that first kill onto Beans. Finds 3 in the round with the sniper. No hit markers. That's super crucial as he just plays it super patient. Knows that Boston have to eventually tech this bomb. And Vegas Legion successful in the retake. Tied up at 1.
Talked about it so often for the Legion, right? I mean, the storyline for them coming into this season was Temp needs some help, right? Temp just needs a good supporting cast.
needs some players that maybe have some veteran experience, who've been around the block for a while. Such a big spot for him in his career. Not seen too many championship Sundays lately, but trying to lead the charge. Great snipes in that last round, but we are quickly here into round number 3. Temp has fallen, and so has TJ. So now it is Boston currently with numbers, but bomb is going to be planted. We'll see if they can make the retake now.
Yeah, so now into 3v2 for Boston Breach. Nero's going to invest that dead silence. They are trapping 2 real in towards the back of this palm tree. So now they're working up towards the street side. Clay's going to have his hands full. He's trying to time it correctly, but Nero's able to take him down. Now it's all lift up to 2 real. They know where he is.
I was going to say, man, for a moment, Clay, like when it came down to the mini-map, he is just hanging out in cannons, and it felt like he made probably a sound, like just a fraction of a second, he makes his presence felt, and all of those arrows just completely swarm around him. A solid effort there for Legion, but as we said, Boston with numbers, and they make the retake. Back-to-back situations where bomb is down, and our teams on either side of the stage are able to defuse it. Breach goes up. And so far, it has been a wonderful performance from Vivid, sitting at 5-1 already.
Yeah, him and Nero so far are just setting the tone on this search and destroy. The aggression that they are putting in towards Art is causing Vegas a lot of problems, but back on the attack. It's going to be Beans carrying that bomb. You have all of Boston Breach just holding down their cuts, making sure nothing fishy happens with any players in the Vegas Legion trying to hop their way up in towards top Art. Temp once again with the sniper, trying to find another successful round.
Yeah, we'll see that trophy be tossed out. Bit of information gained. Same thing can be said for Nero. He walks away with a fraction of HP. So both teams tested. Both teams bruised and battered already here in this round number 4. Will the plant go down again? Temp, he'll look to try to stop it. Will he see the peak? Will he get his chance? Yes, he does. Not able to strike. But TJ, thankfully, is able to deliver so far. It is Beans locking down things over at the bomb site. But TJ has got to do this all by himself. Too many players. Beans having himself around. He's getting loud.
That's good work right there from Beans, because I told you he needed to step up and search and destroy. Didn't have the best performance versus the Toronto Ultra. Overall, 0.33 KD. But in this round, he's able to find 3 kills with great AR presence. Shuts down the sniper from Temp. No hesitation on the bomb plant. And it closes out the round with that final kill onto TJ. Boston Breach, 2 rounds in a row now.
Yeah, man, like that's a search-destroy performance that we expected of a player like Beans. Coming into today, I want to say, was like a 1.5 search-destroy KD. Obviously here in Major 3, where he has made his introduction into the CDL. Unbelievably talented search-destroy player. Trying to wield Boston to a massive W here in game 2, trying to go up 2-0 overall. Vivid peppering in some shots. TJ, well, he has to back up, and what does that do? It sets up the fast and hungry SMG duo to do it all. Vivid and Nero able to strike as they rush forward in the cannons and make this round quick.
Boston Breach, they're just doing a great job of soloing out Clay. Like, they know that he's the island player. He's the guy that likes to watch flank. Obviously, you do your VOD review. You're going to know the positions that he likes to play. Because they can't find another first blood onto him, and then don't stop the aggression up through street. Once they take care of him, you see all of the rest of Vegas Legion. They have to wrap back. Now you have to watch your back. But by that time, when you're rotating off your positions, you're opening up presence for the SMGs on the opposite side. As Nero takes them all down. That was a very quick round from Boston Breach. Don't forget, Vegas need to win this map because they're so bad at control. They need to come back.
Yeah, they do indeed. I mean, they lost Marky B on it just a few days ago. In major need of a wake-up call. His kills exchanged early. We're into the 3 versus 3, but you can tell it's Nero who's ready to strike. It's Nero who's hungry. A few shots peppered out. However, Awakening ends up falling, and now it could set up Nero to go for the pinch. Has Clayster read it? As the veteran found out what the call is, Clay. A big gunfight to take, and now it all leaves it up to Beans. 1v3, what a clutch this could potentially be.
There's a lot of time to work with. Looks like he did pick up some information of a player playing in towards this corner. He's slowly going to work his way on up. Temp's going to get the sound cues, give the information to his team. And Vegas Legion finally are able to stop the bleeding. With great plays coming in from Clay, shutting down that aggression up through the street side. He's able to find 2. And set up too real to take down the last round. You hear the crowd. They're starting to get behind Vegas Legion. They need every ounce of energy they can get.
Yeah, they absolutely do. As we said, when it comes down to really both of these franchises, Boston, they've had some great moments. Just their second year in the CDL for Vegas Legion. They've been with us since the start. Obviously previously known as Paris, but trying to make it a championship Sunday, trying to wield this fan base into some excitement. Clay was able to get on the board last round. We'll see if he can strike for another one, and he will. First blood engagement goes to him. Crafty work there from Nero as he's able to stay alive. That will set up Beans, who eventually is able to find a kill of his own. Simple grab that objective in the meantime, still yet to plan it. Punching in the digits, trying to put the pressure on to Breach, 3v3.
3v3, but Nero finds himself in a great position again. Already puts himself in towards bottom art. Should be able to pick up this free kill onto TJ. Now you make it a 3v2. You know that Clace is the guy that likes to play towards Street. Attempt to take down Awakening. But Beans is there for the trade. All lift up to Clay. The old man, can he clutch up?
Oldest player in the league. Veteran. Can he come away with it? 1v2. Nero able to drop him. And with that, Boston will be able to go up 5 rounds to 2 on a map that, as we said, Vegas have been spotless on. An 8-0 record that's about to have a 1 now listed in the loss column, unless something can turn around, unless something can happen. And as we said, Jay, this feels like disaster. This feels like disaster already for Vegas, considering the next map that we have.
They need to find something, man. Down 5-2, Vegas Legion. This game is far from over. We've seen some insane comebacks. Be in town 5-2. Have to string something together. Attempt's gonna put down a couple bullets. Able to get Beans weak and take down Nero. They take the first blood, but look at Vivid.
Oh! Vivid able to strike for 2. Clay instantly left it a 1v3. Not able to clutch up last time. Can he go big this time? The team on his back. And it looks like he'll crumble. Boston Breach answer again. And Beans is wanting to know when they're gonna show up. A 2-0 start here. Breach by no means a fan favorite, but they are putting on one heck of a performance. And how about that turnaround from Beans, Jay? 8-2 after a slow performance there versus Toronto. You could tell, man, as they walked off the stage, those boys are feeling good. They got some swag, it feels like now.
Oh yeah, they definitely just shook off the loss versus Toronto. That map number 1 told us everything, but beating a team like Vegas Legion on their best search and destroy map and making it look easy. Boston Breach are not trying to go home today. They're trying to make it to that championship Sunday. Just really think between Beans and Nero, those guys are just taking over the game. Early into the couple rounds, it was Vivid, finding the multiple first blood, non-stop aggression. But then once he started to slow down, that's when Nero started to step up. He had 6 non-traded kills, ends the map 10-4, all-out chaos when he was in towards the arc. Just making play after play, and then when you needed your AR to hold down a certain position, that's where Beans stepped up and got the job done. Tall task ahead for the Vegas Legion boys to try to bring this one back. And it all starts with a Fortress Control, the mode where they are the worst in.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, for, I think what I interviewed Temp yesterday, he was like, if we can win a Control, anything is possible. Yeah. Maybe with like the KG line that, I mean, hey, maybe we can even win a championship if we can walk away with a Control. Does Vegas Legion, does their elimination bracket run, does the reverse sweep start here, or will Boston make quick work of the Legion boys? We will have to find on out when we come back after the break. We are headed to some Fortress Control. Make sure and stay with us. friends, and welcome back to the final matchup of the day. Boston Breach taking on the Vegas Legion. It's been a long day for our folks and our friends here in the Texas crowd. Some of them have even been here since like 4 a.m. It's been a long day, Jay. And right now, I don't know if it's necessarily respecting our time, because I would love to go to a game 5. But right now, Boston trying to get this series done as quick as possible.
4 a.m., man. Like, those guys are dedicated. They wanted to come out and see their hometown crowd, their hometown team put on an absolute show, and I think they just that. But into this series, we go back again, man. Vegas Legion, they got to pray to the COD gods, brother, because they're playing Fortress Control, where they lost this map to a coach. Like, that's super difficult when you take a look at our Stage 3 control stats for both of these squads. Obviously, for Vegas Legion, it's not pretty. 18% win rate on their attacking rounds, 42% on their defenses. But the overall team, KD, of that .8, we have to be able to slay, man, because everything is on the line right here. You lose this, you're going home top 6 again.
Jay, you know Clayster very, very well. I mean, he's one of your closest friends.
Yeah.
Obviously, he's typically the guy to really get the team going, get that momentum flowing. If you could mimic maybe what he's probably saying to the team right now, what do you think it would be?
It's not over till it's over, man. It's not over until that score says 3-0 for the other team. You got to just keep on fighting. A 3-time world champ. I'm not a world champ, so I know his speech is going to be a lot different. But Clayster, the veteran presence on that Vegas Legion squad, you have to be able to rally the troops.
You do indeed. For Vegas, they will start things off on attacks. So, I mean, if they can come out and get a few segments, that would be huge for them. Get some momentum flowing, trying to make Boston have to work a bit. But we know it, Fortress Control, very difficult for the attacking side. Often that right side of the map can quickly become a spawn trap if you're not careful. And Breach right now trying to set that up nice and early. So far for Vegas, it's only been 1 kill. We'll see if they can eventually get things going. And from there, the cutoffs seem to be found. Nero putting himself in a spot to hopefully earn some streaks. Vegas run, Vegas fall. Kills continue to rack up.
Oh, man, that's another 3 dead in the feed. Vegas have not been able to breathe outside of their base. It's all lot pressure in towards Maps. Great stun, though, to at least slow down Vivid. But great teamwork coming in from Narrow and Awakening, combining 4-3. So with only 30 seconds left, Vegas only found 2 kills on the round. You have to try to do something. It's looking like it's going to be a 4-man push right through the double doors, and it's on Narrow.
See if they can make a last-second sprint. An opportunity, a 1v1 that's going to have to go their way, at least in terms of taking down Vivid, the first line of defense. But he backs up and allows the Beads to do the rest of the damage. 5 more seconds before round 1 comes to a close, and it's a nightmare. No segments for Legion. Boston, a commanding 1-0 lead.
And they only got 4 kills in that round number 1, so we're talking about Vegas Legion trying to find something. That's not the way you want to start it. But at least you don't give up any streaks on the opposite side to the Boston Breach. Now, if you are Vegas Legion, you just have to repeat exactly what Boston just did to you. Not allow any segments to go in favor of Boston. Try to tie this game up. All out slaying on this defense. Try to earn some cruise missiles.
Oh, I was taking a look at that scoreboard. If your name's not TJ, you're combining for like 1 in 12. So for Vegas, that slang has got to improve, and it should when you're on the defensive side. But we know it for Breach, right? Really no pressure when it comes down to this round. All you got to do is walk away with 1 segment. That 3-man down spree should have left for them to get incredibly close to it. Tim, going to try to get a little bit of work done. He's hunting for information, searching for where Boston elects to go, but they're right on that point. Everybody's falling except for Temp. Information is fine, but you're not giving that to anybody. That is 1 segment. Now make it 2, a cruise missile that gets earned. Jay, this is just not looking good. This is getting worse and worse and worse. Full segment captured, another minute on the clock, and Beans could earn the 2nd streak.
And now Vivid finds himself in Tar. He's going to set up the flank, but at least Clay is there for the trade. I would like to see Vegas Legion put on a lot of pressure over towards A, because you know how crucial that is. And also, too, Real, to get 1 kill on the map, he finally is able to do so by taking down Beans. You still have to worry about the rest of Boston Breach, who is still roaming around your base. They find a couple kills. It's now 3 dead, but Vivid is still trying to roam. He's trying to make the play for Boston.
We know it, right? When it comes down to really Fortress respawns in general, but specifically on Control and SMG hanging out to the top side of cannons can do a lot of work, can do a lot of problems for the defensive side as they're finding kills effortlessly. That lane is open, and from there, Breach flow on in. 3 members stacking the point, trying to get another segment on the board. Last man alive is going to be Beans. He eventually drops, but the damage has been done. The dent has been created. 4 segments and still 1 minute and 30 to go.
And now if you are Vegas Legion, you got to at least put them in this trap. You allowed 4 ticks to go in favor of Boston already, so that's not the best case scenario. But Clayster, he's starting to heat up. Finds himself on a 3 spree. Let's get the trophy down. Don't allow any tax to damage you. And Temp still holding down this top double window. So far they're keeping Boston Breach in that trap. But it's all about maintaining this because 11 to 10 in lives remaining. If Boston are able to chain a couple kills together, that can cause problems for Vegas.
Yep, it absolutely could. Too Real trying to get something going, right? Just rather just get that gun hot. Eventually falls. Thankfully found a few in a row. Same thing can be said for TJ. 45 seconds to go, but as we said for Breach, they've done a solid job. And for Vegas, maybe this could be the chance where they start to get things going. It could be a defense here on Fortress that brings them back. Clay is going to be sitting on the spree, and with that, Boston now left to no respawns remaining. Final 4 lives for them. Awakening will drop. Same thing for Vivid. All up to Beans and Nero, and in the meantime, well, they at least do find a few kills. Clay finding himself on an 8 spree as we close up round 2.
Not the cleanest work right there from Vegas, but they get the job done and secure the defensive round. And Clayster also does earn himself that cruise missile. And now in the back of your mind, you're thinking about how the hell are we going to get these segments? It all starts with the initial gunfights. You can't go 2 to 3 dead right off the rip because that's when Boston Breach are going to be able to set up the trap, put their ARs in towards the top double windows. And then your SMG is roaming all around map, so this break-off is big. Vegas Legion need to find a way out.
And as you said, man, this opening engagement, this opening team fight is going to be huge. And Temp quickly gets taken down. Clay now on 9. Can he make it double digits? That would be nice, but I'll tell you what, he needs some teammate support first. He eventually does get overwhelmed. Breach well handled in the opening team fight.
Now Vegas Legion have to try to fight out of their base again. Right now with Boston full map control, they're maintaining maps. They're trying to make them overextend through stable side. As Vivid and Awakening, they cut them down. Now with only 55 seconds remaining, Vegas are only able to find 1 kill on the round. They're trying to find the trade, but Vivid is cutting them all down. That's 2 dead in the feed, make it all 4. As the SMG duo combines for that. Now all of Vegas with 40 seconds left. Have to try to get out. You have to try to get some seconds.
Yeah, you have to get at least a little bit of something, right? Just get 1 or 2, maybe 3, maybe 4, 5, I don't know, maybe 6. Anything would be great. Anything would be nice. Thankfully, Clay finds a double headshot, so that will open things up for the moment here for Vegas. Their first real opportunity. Now, what do they do with it? Time continues to tick. Beans, well, he peels Clay off of that hey-heady. And from there, Nero, he will eventually drop. From there, TJ, the last man alive inside of the point, does not get close enough to getting a segment on the board. And that very well could do it for round number 3, Jay.
Oh yeah, it's all chalk. Beans is just cutting them down. The ARs on the side of Boston Breach, able to find all 4 kills in the feed. Vegas Legion couldn't do it in the slaying, couldn't find any segments on their second attacking round. Now, they are put in a situation where they have to clutch up on the defense to at least force round number 5. They have to win that attack because Boston Breach, with those 4 segments, have guaranteed themselves that defense in round 5.
Yeah, that's the scary part here if you're Vegas, because you got to do it. It's got to be now. It's got to be on attack. And in this spot, can they come up clutch? Defensive round here, but as we said, the attack all but guaranteed. They got to focus up. They got to be ready because here comes the onslaught. Here comes the aggression quickly for Breach. They send Vivid forward. He will fall. And the same thing can be said for Awakening. So with that, a solid start if you're Legion. But right now for Breach, I was going to say, they have a nice little setup going on to the top side of the map. Trying to get things to slow down and allow for at least either a B zone movement or at least someone to go over and get things stopped at A. That's going to be Nero's job for the time. Here comes Vegas now.
Vegas trying to break on in. All-out pressure through the street side. Just have to take down Nero, who's just cutting them down again. He's able to find two. Vivid with the third. So they are maintaining that pressure. Already on a 5 spree is Vivid, and he's still roaming. Vegas Legion look like they're going to probably chalk this one up, or at least try to push out through stable side. But right now, Vivid is causing them so much problems. They don't want to take the wrong step. You have to find that kill. Now you take them off that point.
See if they're going to be able to do it. Tim, does he decide to go for this all by his lonesome? Yes, he will. Able to drop one. Goes for the contest. Can teammate support arrive here in time? Because he's not going to be able to do it by himself. TJ, a little late to the party. Eventually does end up finding a kill. But by the time that he did, Boston had already grabbed all 3 of those segments. As we said, guaranteed already there in that round number 5. But they do a great job of at least adding another minute on the clock, giving themselves a chance to end it out here in round number 4. Vegas prepare, and the same thing can be said for Boston. What can they find as they drop 2 picks early?
Oh, those are big kills from Boston Breach. They find an opening. Now they're able to stop that clock by pushing right through the front. You have Vivid still roaming around in towards Art. He's able to take down TJ. And now this is where you got to hit the panic button. If you are Vegas, you have to put pressure on. You have to be able to take them off this point. That's another 2 dead in the feed. Second segment already done.
Oh, no.
It might be done all right now.
It might be, and that's going to do it. Boston clean this one up nice and early. A 3-0 in the series and a 3-1 here in this control, as they will send the Vegas Legion home, top 6. And for Breach, they make it a championship Sunday.
Boston Breach just came out and played some almost perfect Call of Duty.
Yeah, I mean,
that map number 1 was textbook, winning all your rotations on the very first rotation of hard points. They were dominating on their setups. They eventually find a W, but biggest map was that map number 2, man. Taking down a team like Vegas Legion on their best search and destroy, where they were undefeated 8-0. And it was on the back of Beans and Nero, who just took over that game. And when you put yourself into the control up 2-0 versus a team like Vegas Legion, who struggle in that mode, they just clutched up, dominated on their defensive rounds, earned a couple segments on their attacking. But it was all out slaying on the side of Boston Breach to close out this series in a clean 3-0. Now have a rematch with Optic.
I was going to say, that is going to be a very fun matchup tomorrow, but commiserations to the Vegas Legion. You know, as we said, one of their highest placements in a very long time. They go out top 6. Unfortunately, will not see that Sunday tomorrow. But I'll tell you what, man, I mean, for Boston Breach, considering that they were off of that loss, right, versus the Toronto Ultra Legion, who have been solid so far this tournament, in beating them in such a dominant 3-0 fashion, especially in that Fortress Search and Destroy, how much better now do you feel about Breach moving into tomorrow?
Oh, I'm super confident in Boston Breach because going into tomorrow, they got to play Optic. They've already 3-0'd that team, and that was a great performance from every single player. I think the main guy that I wanted to focus on in this series was the turnaround for Beans.
Yeah.
They didn't have the best versus Toronto, but in that Search and Destroy 8-2, and that final map, almost a 2.0 KD. Beans was there. The entire Boston Breach was there. Yeah. They came out and got the job done.
They did. They made it quick, man. I'll tell you what, I was hoping for a closer series. I thought for sure. We were talking about Vegas Legion. You know, maybe they could walk away with the opening hard point. They had that guaranteed Game 2 Fortress Search Destroy performance, but Breach came out and looked clinical. That's going to do it for myself and Jay. Boston get the dub, and now one of those members is joined up on the main stage by Miles. Take it away, buddy.
Thank you very much, guys. I'm joined by Vivid. Congratulations, dude. First and foremost, a very, very well-earned victory there, 3-0. Congrats, mate. What happened? What changed? I mean, you guys look like you were smooth sailing. Obviously, it's been a bit of a run through losers. Any major takeaways from you throughout the series?
Honestly, I think that was just a team diff. I think we're just better than them, and it showed right there. They're bread and butter map too, but didn't look very bread and butter like to me.
Oh, you ate them up, dude. Well played, well played. So, next opponents, you'll be rematch against Optic. Now, it's tough to beat a team twice in the same tournament. How are you going to prepare for that?
Same as it was on Thursday, you know, playing in front of the crowd. Obviously, they're booing us, but it's still insane. The energy's been crazy, so looking forward to it.
Obviously, Beans coming onto the roster has changed seemingly everything. You're clutching up in Game 5s. Search and Destroy is looking far more reliable. What's it like having him on the team? He seems like a real powerhouse.
Yeah, I mean, his energy is something that we kind of needed. With Zin, I felt like we kind of didn't have energy all the time, and obviously we couldn't win map 5, so that's also big. And yeah, he's just a trolly guy. He just brings the vibes up all around. He's just fun to be around.
Dude, I absolutely love it. It sounds like everything's going really well, and we wish you the best of luck for tomorrow. Is there any last things you want to say to the crowd or the fans at home?
We appreciate the support for those that are supporting, and for the guys booing, we appreciate that too. We like it.
Congratulations again, dude. See you on Sunday. Back to the desk.
Hey, thank you, Miles. Boston Breach, they get it done once again. They continue to move forward through the elimination bracket, now break it into top 4. So clearly not deterred by that loss that they had in winter, so good on them. Bit bittersweet, though, because we do lose Las Vegas Legion. We lose Clayster. That's always a tough feeling, to say the least. But Las Vegas Legion, at least in my opinion, nameless, top 6, not bad.
I mean, decent starting in losers, right? They find themselves in a situation where they got some points. But, to what Vivid said, like team diff, I mean, coming into this series, you think game 2 is a lock for Vegas. And then if you can make it to that Embassy in game 4, you really have an opportunity to push it to game 5. Embassy's a map where I looked at this list and I'm like, Vegas can lock that one up. Unfortunately, they don't get there just because you look at Nero, you look at Beans taking over in the search and destroy. Just so much to deal with on the map, and Vegas had no answer. Lifeless version of them we saw just now.
Absolutely. That's right. Yeah, and you bring up Nero. Good on you, because he was, in fact, our scuff play of the game. Let's watch his highlights throughout the entire series. Nero has been lights out throughout this tournament. Loving watching him.
And he's played crazy today. Played really well, even up against Ultra when they lost it. We were hearing that he hasn't been feeling that great today. So coming into this and to put on this kind of performance, I wouldn't go as far as saying fluke game, etc., etc. But, played very, very well today, which is typical considering how he's been feeling today.
Big fan of Nero, without question. Boston Breach continues to move up and up, at least whenever it comes to the bracket. Allie, Boston Breach, how do you think this series made them look?
I mean, it made them look unstoppable, right? I think Vegas Legion, they came out really slow, and Boston really punished them for that. I think, this is a series that should have maybe gone a little bit longer, maybe a little bit closer, simply because of what Vegas Legion have been showing us. They've beat Boston Breach before, but you have to tip your heads to the Boston Breach again. They came out hot. They came out firing, especially after that Game 5 loss. I mean, it's tough to bounce back after something like that, especially when it was on the hands of Beans, who maybe had a little bit of an unfortunate performance in Search and Destroy, to come out in map 2 the way that he did.
Yeah, and I think that one thing I want to say on Vegas Legion as well, they've kind of been waiting all day to play their game. Boston already played. They came in hot. Vegas came in cold. As soon as that happens, you're in a bad situation. Straight
well, let's start talking about our matches that took place. We had 5 great matches. We start off with Optic Texas versus Florida Mutineers. Optic Texas started getting the ball rolling, and man, once they got it rolling, they looked unstoppable.
Yeah, I mean, they came out in that first match, the electricity in here, it was through the roof. The fans were going crazy, and Optic was frying the Mutineers. They literally destroying them. Their guns were hot, and they come out, they lose that control, but if you're dominating the hardpoints, it don't matter if you lose the control.
And they've been put in multiple situations where they proved that they were able to kind of slow themselves down and reevaluate the situation. They only got 4 out of the 9 first bloods in that hotel search and destroy, and yet they still won the map in a very convincing fashion, 6-3, and then they go into that hotel. They choke that 2-0 lead, but then they move into that Mercado hardpoint and just slam the Florida Mutineers. They're there. They set themselves for early success in those early rotations to P2 and P3, and they close it out in 250 to 117 fashion.
And one thing that I love seeing, Hook and Shotzi stepping it up. They were absolutely frying. Hook was making plays that were making us scream, and it was wild. That dome play, by the way, where he hopped up top and then beamed the guy through the window, was nasty. We move on to Atlanta FaZe versus Seattle Surge. This series was absolutely nutty. Map 5, round 11. This is where we saw Simp absolutely go insane.
Yeah, a crazy, crazy game for both two teams, and it was high-level COD across the board.
Yeah.
But yeah, it literally comes really down to 1v1 between Simp and Pred, which way that one goes. The series win follows alongside of it, but it was just a really great game. And I would say in terms of the high-level COD that we've seen, the quality of gameplay, the highest we've seen so far in the CDL this year.
Yeah, and you can see, Seattle weren't able to bounce back after that loss, right? It's like the apple was so close, man. They're literally right there, and, Pred's not able to clutch up. But like you said, this was an amazing series. I mean, I feel like everybody who was watching this knew we were watching 2 championship-caliber teams going at it. We've never seen FaZe get tested like that on Embassy Search and Destroy, so we'll see how they readjust.
Man, it was close to this play action that ended up taking place, and it's so upsetting because Simp ended up getting 2, and you really thought at that point, okay, Seattle Surge, they're going to do it, but Atlanta FaZe broke through. Our third series of the day was Toronto Ultra versus Boston Breach. It went another map 5. Not around 11, but still a great series nonetheless.
I mean, it was a really good series to watch. Going back to another Game 5, it was kind of the revenge for Toronto Ultra. Again, an embarrassing matchup first and foremost when they went against the Boston Breach with Beans on the roster, dropping a .5 in the hard point. Yes, they took it, but only in a 20-point fashion and then lose the series. They come out today, they have a new player on the roster, which is Hixie, which I think the situation's so funny to me because we talk about the Rookie of the Year conversation between, you know, Scrappy and Beans. Hixie's still a rookie too. Like, this was still a big game for him to maybe try and solidify himself and put himself on the board. Of course, he is going to be that more objective, slower SMG player, and he made the difference. Toronto Ultra win this in a Game 5 and a convincing 6-2 Game 5.
Yeah, and also it's like sort of a statement game as well. Like, yo, we don't even need to win the hard points to win the series. Like, all we got to do is win both Search and Destroys, and they do just that. And then also in the control, 3-0ing Boston Breach on their best control map. Coming into this, Boston had been lighting everybody up on a silo, so Ultra are feeling damn good going into tomorrow.
And then you go to series number 4, and it was Optic Texas making the return. We saw them earlier versus Florida Mutineers. How would they play against Seattle Surge? Well, they ended up beating them 3-1 ton. You had a front seat to this match.
Oh, and it was incredible to see them come out so hot. It was from the word go. And honestly, you know, we've been asking this question of Optic Texas over the entire stage. Okay, yeah, they beat Florida. All right, they beat London. Everyone, myself included, every single one of the talent team had Surge taking this game relatively comfortably. I thought it was going to be a step too far. Optic Texas proven not just us, but everybody else completely wrong. And I think the only people in here that were, of course, behind Optic Texas were the only ones expecting this. It was a dominant performance. Yeah, the control wars do continue, but they keep playing like that in hardpoint and Search and Destroy. It doesn't matter.
That's right. I had a lot of questions about Seattle Surge. How would they be feeling after that loss to Atlanta FaZe? Well, we kind of saw it. They didn't recover. Optic Texas carried that momentum through, and man, they really do look unstoppable. The green wall is pulling up big, already secured top 4. I think that's a higher placing than a lot of people were even expecting, even though this is their home ground. But Boston Breach, and Texas, or Optic Texas, will play against each other in the Elim round 4, and that's going to be an absolute amazing matchup. But I look at the top, though, Allie. We have Atlanta FaZe versus Toronto Ultra.
Tale as old as time.
That's
Tale as old as time. These two teams are not unfamiliar with each other. I think it's a treat that we get them in the winners final of all places. Usually we catch them earlier on in the bracket, but can I just say, I can't believe we're already heading into Sunday.
I'm telling you, it flies by, doesn't it? It seems like long days, but once you get there, it's like, okay, we're already here. Atlanta FaZe will face off against Toronto Ultra. That's going to be an amazing matchup. Toronto Ultra, can they bring the fuego? Because Atlanta FaZe are truly looking like the top caliber team to take this entire thing. Then we have Optic Texas versus Boston Breach. That's going to be at 3 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Of course, an elimination round. So winner stays. Loser, unfortunately, will be done. They're going to have to settle with top 4. Then we have the elimination finals, the good old grand finals to finish off for the day. It's been a great major. I think we can all agree with that. And day 3 did not disappoint, just like the other days. Ton, what are our final thoughts?
Honestly, it was a very, very crazy day as well. But maybe not as crazy as yesterday, but to see Optic Texas with the regain and looking good on the stage, I can't believe how quick the turnaround has come through, and they have a good chance as anybody heading into
Absolutely the case. Allie, what about you?
I think there's some weird consistencies in our stage, and we have 3 of our top 4 coming out of Major State qualifiers still making it into Sunday, and then a proper upset. Maybe not an upset in the building here since we are in Optic Texas homestand, but they beat the #1 seed to make it to Sunday as the 7th seed heading into this Major State qualifier. It's been a big out.
Absolutely. Nameless, it was a great day. What about you?
I mean, this is a fantastic day at Call of Duty. Absolutely insane. Tomorrow could be so special. We got a rematch from day 1 with Optic in Boston. Then we got Toronto Ultra and Atlanta FaZe. I can't wait. Just give me to Sunday.
I'm telling you, it's going to be coming quick. Make sure you hit that follow button. You don't miss out because once this gets going, hey, it's hard to stop. Tomorrow, Championship Sunday, it's going to be underway. You don't want to miss out. Please join us. We would love to have you.
Born with the story, I was born for the glory. Through the heat and the rain, can't deny and ignore me. I'm bred for commitment, signed up for a mission. Yeah, it comes with the price, it's all in the description. My time has arrived, I can't hesitate. Nothing is in my way, knocking down barricades.